Chapter 351 Some turn over AMC Penmark www. Professor Kevin Lynch, who looked at a solemn expression. Chen Geng was a little strange. Yes, Kevin Lynch Professor's expression is very solemn, Mr. Fernandes. I think your views have inspiratory significance for the future development direction. I am going to organize your ideas into one papers. Let's join the same name. What do you think? At this moment, the old professor is no longer a later generation of Chen Geng as a postman, but he has a partner with a cross-domain strategic vision. Partner? Yes, it is a partner. Professor Kevin Lynch is not a simple educator. He is not only a deputy dean of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the founder of the urban planning of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, urban planning theory experts, and he also has a famous architectural design firm in the United States. His students, the current Justy Harry, director of the Massachusetts Institute of Architecture, or even his career partner. Well, it means he is a very successful businessman in addition to the global famous architect, architectural theorist. Master Wu Liangzhen shocked Chen Geng. Professor Kevin Lynch took him to him, as a top architecture of the world. Professor Lynch actually wrote the papers with Chen Geng's ideas, and the two parties join the same name! And listening to Professor Lynch, it seems to be written in front of him to prepare Chen Geng's name. He didn't doubt that Professor Kevin Lynch was suddenly lost, since it was a global top architecture design master and urban planning experts. Kevin Lynch Professor has not been able to lose heart. Then the only explanation is that the Professor Kevin Lynch is in view of Chen Ming's imagination and hypothesis to the architectural design, the development of the construction industry. Very important. Wu, don't be so surprised. Master Wu Liangzi fell in the eyes of Professor Kevin Lynch. Professor Lynch nodded slightly, and it was not said to Wu Liangzhen, but the two people mean the meaning of a positive response, be a more exaggerated description. In my opinion, Mr. Fernandes, the importance is equivalent to the energy formula with the atomic bomb, has the meaning of theoretical guidance. The master of Wu Liangzhen was shocked to say, how important is the energy formula? Without an energy formula, there is no atomic bomb, no hydrogen bomb, no nuclear submarine, no nuclear power carrier, no nuclear power plant. Can be said, the emergence of energy formulas directly changed the development mode of the entire Earth after World War II. Although I know that this metaphor is actually a very exaggerated statement of Professor Chen Geng's recognition, it is possible to explain Chen Geng's words and energy formulas. Professor Kevin Lynch, the degree of recognition of Chen Geng is fearless. This praise is too high. He stood up, just to say something. Professor Kevin Lynch smiled and word into the eyes, Fernandes, you will not really think that I mean, you can compare with the energy formula. When Chen Mi wanted to say, I was in an instant, yeah, Professor Kevin Lynch is a little bit of joking. If it is true, then it is a thickness of the sky. However, Chen Li has learned that Kevin Lynch's professor. I took a deep breath. Chen Gengzhen solemnly said to Lynch Professor, thank you. This is an agreement. Although the 62-year-old person, I can get the answer I want, but it is still eyebrows, and I swing hands and reminded Chen Li to say. When Chen Tong and Kevin Professor Lin Chi, when the master Wu Liangzhen chatted, Mern received a call from Aniston. She doesn't dare to neglect. Although the boss said that there is no important thing before this, don't disturb him with Kevin Lynch, Professor Wu Liangzhen. But obviously, this thing is that exception. The boss, Miss Aniston. Miss Aniston called the phone. It is said that there is news on the AMC. Originally, the mouth of Mirandi, a master of Kevin Lynch, and the master of Wu Liangzai, immediately closed his mouth, although I didn't know what it was, since I was related to the fourth largest car manufacturer of the United States. That is not what you can talk. How do you say, Miss Aniston? I heard that there is news on the AMC. Chen Li's spirit suddenly oscillated. Miss Aniston said that AMC now agreed to our conditions, hoping to sign with you as soon as possible. Mirren said, frankly, When I received a call from Aniston, she couldn't believe it. AMC low. The boss will be very likely to acquire one of the 4 major cars manufacturers in the United States! Exclamation mark. Before this, even in her dreams, this situation did not appear. Chen Mong started. Really? Is the AMC board really agreed? Mirren nodded. They promised. Miss Aniston said that AMC should not be able to support it. Can support it? Also, in the current situation in AMC, they did not support it. Talk to Professor Kevin Lynch and Master Wu Liangzhen is very important. But if you want to finalize this thing to prepare AMC, Chen Geng also can't talk about the topic of the intelligent building, and rush Kevin Lynch Professor and Wu Liangzhu, Professor Linky. AMC agreed to our acquisition. I have to go back to Detroit as soon as possible. Master Wu, I may have no way to go back to Huaxia with you, but you rest assured, everything I will help you arrange it. Fernand, do you really have to buy AMC? Professor Kevin Lynch interrupted Chen Geng's words. Tone is very eager, and it is also incredible and shocked. Also, in any of the Americans who understand the AMC, the acquisition of AMC is an incredible thing. Even if the current AMC seems to fall into the wind and rain, don't say that it is almost the same as it takes to you with yourself. Little guy, does he really have pride qualifications for acquiring AMC? Although Wu Liangzhen did not speak, it also looked at Chen Li, which was anxious, waiting for his answer. He is really unimaginable. How can Chen Zikan acquire AMC, such a strong world-class automobile manufacturing enterprise? 1 AMC, their annual production capacity is more than the production capacity added by all domestic car manufacturing companies. Yes, Chen Geng nodded and did not hide anything. This is nothing to conceal. Chen Li's promise is so happy. Professor Kevin Lynch and Professor Wu Liangxi did not know what to say. People have admitted. What can I say? Exclamation mark. Ask him how to have money to acquire AMC. This problem is worthless. In short, despite the curious and doubts of the belly, Professor Kevin Lynch is only a swaying hand. Then you will go. Let's talk again. Received Chen Geng's phone. Rosemary immediately put down his hand to the United States. Based on the emphasis on the acquisition of AMC, Chen Geng must go back to Detroit. But the Detroit does not mean that Chen Li's boss personally came out, negotiating with AMC or Rosemary. Although he hurried, Chen Li, who personally went to the airport to pick up the Rosemary, found that Rosemary's spirit is strong, and when Chen Geng is going to rest for 2 days, Rosemary said with a smile, "No, just think AMC is extremely likely to be a controlling subsidiary of Fernandez. I am excited now." Looking at Rosemary is really very good. Chen Geng finally nod. Since Rosemary is still not sleepy, then there is a key issue in some negotiations. In order to strive for better conditions, I think let us first have this now. The resettlement aspect of the professional manager team starts. Rosemary took the lead in telling his own ideas. Chen Geng immediately understood the meaning of Rosemary. Why chooses first to talk to the AMC's negotiation team to stay on this management and operation team of AMC instead of other problems. If they are so sweet, it is difficult to find a good job in the future, because they are posted on incompetent and loser labels. Those headhunting companies and employers have seen the opportunities that they have worked in AMC, but they may even talk to them. But if Finand is clear, it is clear that they will be adjusted to their positions. But most people will stay. The situation is different. Even if it is to give yourself a good location in the AMC in the Fernand era, I will have a good sense in front of my boss. These people will have no consciousness to reduce some condition. He immediately nodded. As long as their ability is no problem, it is not a problem. But you determine that AMC is now the management and operation team headed by Timslin. Most of you can stay. Rosemary nodded. I observed this management and operation team of AMC, although their pioneering is insufficient, but their ability is still good, but they are trapped by those dead shareholders and workers. Some show don't open. No matter how much this is, the boss disagree. Can they have any way? Also, Chen Geng praised Rosemary's statement. The professional manager put forward a method. The boss was afraid of workers' strike, parade, demonstration, not, what can professional managers? He is also desperate to stall. I think so too. Rosemary is very much agree with the opinions of their own boss. What about treatment? Chapter 352 Penmark www. Chen Geng believes that Rosemary looks at people's eyes. Since she said that AMC now, most of this management team can stay, then stay. Even if they drive these guys, they have to refine people. With a guy who found a part of a group, it came over, then it should be the old saying, it is better to use the old. Yes, Chen Geng nodded. But when you give them sweet dates, don't forget to tell them, the stick is on top of their head. Of course, this is equal to the boss to give him a full power of personnel handling. Rosemary is very happy, laughing. I will tell them that Fernandez will give them a chance to prove that they are not waste, but if they can't prove that they are not waste, they can only be used as a waste. Different cakes may wish to paint bigger, tell them, as long as they show the ability to match. High bonuses, options and even reads are not in words. How much they can get, completely see how much they have. Money, I welcome them to come to me to talk about the salary, but I hope that they are holding a transcript to talk to me. Okay, please rest assured, I will draw this cake. This topic is, it is, Chen Geng said. The second point, the problem is proportional. Rosemary nodded, and the expression was serious. You said. The scale is really very serious, and it must also attach great importance to the problem. If the problem of the just management is the key to the glory of the past, then this necklace is the key to the AMC. Key, though both sides did not agree on Chen Ming's specific shareholding ratios, but the scope was determined, between 60% and 65%. The value of this part of the shares was 100 million to 100 million US dollars. However, this part of the shares did not get through the shares of the existing shareholders of AMC, but the shares of AMC in their hands were like a shackled carbon block, and they would not be able to take off the shareholders who went down to Chen Ming. In theory, everyone pays a hand, Chen Geng gives money, shareholders transfer shares to Chen Geng. This is nothing to say, but if everyone is playing, then I don't mean, if this the money all makes the original shareholders, don't you mean that the AMC out is still a cent? Chen Geng wants to change the AMC to reform, adjust, but also to put a money again. This is absolutely not. All dare to play one hand to pay one hand delivery. The capital of the game is idiot. Even if there is money such as a bank, debt on bank's level of this level, it will not do this. 40%, Chen said, you only allow them to set up 40%, and the remaining 60% will be ignored 1 year after a year. If you can give the company, you will see your ability. Is it 40%? Boss, you can rest assured that there is absolutely no problem. When Ross Marion, he put down his heart. When the boss mentioned this question, she was still worried that the boss would make a tricky goal, such as 30%, even more than 20%, but 40%. This is not a problem. As for the remaining 60% of the pervasive payment, for the deputy general manager of the bank, it is even more no problem. If this little thing is indifferent, what else is eligible for Mr. Fernandez is so high. Salary? Very good. The third question is, when you see the entire management and operation team of Timsran headed AMC, Chen Geng is surprised to find that Timsran looks completely different. In Chen Geng, what is the operation of the AMC and the management team? God is anxious, full of unwilling. I can't wait to play with myself. These reactions are normal in Chenpa Mountain, but can you imagine that the face of these guys is a dislike, or even some can't wait? Well, it is a faint self-contained self-discovery among the atmosphere. Also, take a family for major. The company brought to the extent to which the bank did not want to borrow. Don't say how the outsider would look like this professional manager team. They don't think the new boss will give yourself a chance. Boss, in fact, I seem to be normal. Milan sakes in Chen Puri. Okay. So long, the energetic energy of AMC is put on fire. and I have been exhausted, plus AMC's current situation. I think they are afraid that I have to change a boss. It makes sense. I thought about it carefully, Chen Geng praised. This is not okay. Another synonym of self-discovery is to break the tissue. If these guys break the jar to break when negotiations, how do you still fish? Although I will not personally participate in the negotiation, I don't mean that Chen Geng will not do anything. He patted Tim Sloan's shoulder, said to him, Mr. Tim Sloan, there are also people, some things should be Rose Miss Mary wants to say to you, but I think about it, or decide to say it to you now. I think you are all very good professional managers. AMC will fall to the present situation. Main reasons are not you. This movement of Tim Sloan's shoulders, Chen Geng, is extremely natural, although Tim Sloan is at least twice more than Chen Gongda, but not only Chen Tong did not think this movement. Is there any? Tim Sloan and his hands did not think that Chen Ming's movement was in anything. They were attracted by Chen Geng's words. The original eyes were gradually a bit angry. What is the new boss? Meaning? Rosemary, smart people. Chen Mongyi said this. She immediately understood what the boss had to do, and immediately launched the words, Boss once said with me, as one of the 4 major car manufacturers in the United States, the AMC. The reason why the root cause is not that you have these professional managers, but the strategy of shareholders has a major problem. Strategic. As a strategic executor, you will work hard. It is impossible to have a good result. Everyone should know that I have been to the mysterious Chinese, where I learned a lot of wisdom of the ancient nation, such as the ancient Chinese people used the south of the north to describe this situation. When your goal is in the north, no matter how hard you work, the only result can only be far farther away from his own goals. The earth is round, theoretical in the north, it is established. But this time no one has a thought with Rosemary, because Rosemary causes the huge resonance of Tim Sloan and others. Yes, before coming to AMC, each of us is a famous professional manager. If it is not a major mistake in the development strategy developed by shareholders, how can AMC go to the present situation? They are all wrong with shareholders. The new boss words gave the huge hope of Tim Sloan and others. Is it, Miss Rosemary? What do you mean? Tim Sloan is excited, but some don't dare to confuse. He didn't even dare to ask Chen Geng. Even if Chen Li is inheriting. Yes. Welcome. Tim Sloan excited, worry, is full of attention. Rosemary is sure. The boss said that AMC will fall to the present situation, and you only have 20% of responsibility. So if you want to scrub his shame, he is very happy to give you this opportunity to prove your own opportunity. You said. Tim Sloan's eyes are big, excited to shake. Yes, boss will leave you, at least most. Welcome. Tim Sloan's eyes. Rosemary surely nodded. This private feelings are originally I intend to tell you after formal negotiations. You know, I can use this condition to give my boss to make a lot of benefits. But it is clear that my boss thinks that now tell you better. When I heard the words of Ruth Mary, I just widened the Tim Sloan of Rosemary's answer, and my eyes were red. Among the AMC teams that came over with Fernand, even some people were crying directly. During this time, they came to them too much. In the real United States, they are ozzing their own people to let AMC from one of the 4 major automakers in the United States. When you fall to the present situation, when everyone is ozzing these people is a murderer who killed AMC, Mr. Fernandez, who is about to take over AMC, is willing to believe in themselves, willing to give yourself a chance to reprove. Only those who are struggling in hell can know how precious and rare this opportunity. For a long time, Tim Sloan suddenly came to Chen Postser, standing, deeply bowed to him. Sir, I promise that everything you do will get the return. God will always care about people. Of course, Chen Mongxiao. He understood that from this moment, the identity or the general manager of AMC, the general manager of AMC after the freshman. Take the shoulders of Tim Sloan again, Chen Tong said to Rosemary. Well, the next job will give you it. I hope you can bring me a good news. Good news? Look at Tim Sloan and his eyes and expressions. Rosemary feels that even if you want to bring your own boss to bring bad news, these guys are now can't wait to intend to make AMC's cut, then end on the table in front of you, and then carefully ask you to eat. Not satisfied. Chapter 353 Extortion. American Government Penmark www. Chen Tong is still underestimating the simplicity of Tim Sloan and others selling AMC. When the negotiations began, Tim Sloan et al. Determined that Fanand is really in the vast majority of these people, and is got Rosemary not less than 80%. After the specific proportion, their creativity was completely inspired. Miss Rosemary, I think you have a certain problem before you have developed a strategy. Oh, Rosemary Yang's eyebrows, but she didn't be angry, but to tell Tim Sloan T said to see that the negotiation strategy of Fanand is the who cares most about our negotiations. Is our US counter? Of course. Is AMC shareholders? Yes. AMC workers? Of course, but in my opinion, I am most concerned about this negotiation. The result is actually the Michigan government and the United States of America. Tim Sloan said. Nothing. Rosemary answers. Tim Sloan then said, why do you say this? Because the entire AMC still has more than 50,000 workers. This 50,000 industrial workers means 50,000 American families. This is also directly affected. How big is the impact of the AMC really bankrupt? Closed. I believe that the number of families affected by this will not be 200,000. Miss Rosemary, this added at least 250,000 families. It is possible to bankrupt. This is a huge unethical factor. The Michigan government has to have this result. Cannot afford it. Is the federal government to bear this result? They cannot afford it. Rosemary agrees that the Americans do not optimize Fernandez to acquire AMC. How is it not optimistic? And my boss used to be a friend, but now I have entered the Passers-by Journal of Journalists. When they interviewed the reporter, when they were asked by the reporter, they did not optimize Fernandez. The company acquires AMC. Yes, I and Fair Irans is a good friend. You all know that Chrysler family is Fernandez to help me design. Chrysler is also reversed in this car. But I have to remind Fernandez that Chrysler can quickly reverse the situation, relying on Chrysler family, but the business and management ability of my genius. I don't suspect that Fernandez can design a few very excellent products, but if Fernandez believes that a few very good cars can reverse AMC's current situation, then he wants to be wrong. AMC car is now, not product the problem, but the problem of the company itself. I don't want everyone. AMC has also contacted us, but I was refused. As far as I know, they also got to Ford Auto and General Motors. No exception was rejected. Why is Chrysler, General and Ford, and the same choice is rejected? I don't say much, but I invite everyone to think about it. If the AMC problem is really simple, AMC is really a non-quality asset, Chrysler, Ford and General will refuse. Obviously it will not. And when I was asked by the reporter, if he was a general manager of AMC, when he had a situation in which the AMC was now, Lee Iacocca was frank, I am not sure, there is no one bit, I seem to. The current situation is too much in the original Chrysler, maybe it will be successful, but I think the chance is not more than 20%. Lee Iacocca's remarks won a lot of people. The United States, or the whole world has a very bad habit, that is, as long as someone said it, he said that it is right. And Chrysler is getting better and better under Lee Iacocca. His success. Prove that yourself. Nature, in the media and public opinion, Lee Iacocca does not look at Fernandez company to acquire AMC shares. That is Fernandez Chen, the young man, really made a bad choice. The reporter, the media quickly got a conclusion. Fernandez Chen, this emerging young rich reason will make the acquisition of AMC's move, must be stunned by the previous success. This conclusion even got a recognition of many US officials. So many excellent professional managers in the United States could not save AMC. What did you explain? Explain that this company has already had no medicine to save. Do you think you can save AMC? What joke is open? Exclamation mark. These speech Rosemary knows, so she looked at Timslin. So, since everyone is not optimistic about Mr. Fernandez, and the federal government and the state government worried that the social turmoil caused by AMC bankruptcy, I have to rescue the AMC. Why did Mr. Fernandez will give yourself benefit by this opportunity to go to the federal government and the state government? During this time, Rosemary, coordinated with all banks, suddenly responded, yes. Why don't you benefit from the federal government and the state government through this opportunity? Exclamation mark. Can you operate this? Of course it is possible, as long as the benefits given by the US governments. Each municipal government used to attract investment. In order to increase employment, attract investment, US states and cities have developed a package incentive plan attracting foreign direct investment. The range is widely wide, from tax-free subsidies, low-interest bond subsidy, and loan guarantees, employee training, improved local investment environment, land subsidies, and special rental period regulations. In order to attract foreign investments, they will even commit their investors to start a language school to help these foreign workers and their families adapt to the United States. More direct, it is a variety of cash subsidies, such as this plant established in Ohio, not counting various tax concessions. Single is the land subsidy of land and get more than $20 million US. If the other subsidies, the total grind of Linlin more than $55 million US. Since Honda can get so many subsidies, why do you have more than 500,000 votes? You can't get subsidies. To put it, AMC should take government subsidies including low interest and interest-free loans. For example, this technical transformation fund will be jointly provided by the Michigan government and the Detroit municipal government to provide technical transformation funding loan subsidies. I understand. Rosemary is sincerely expressed his gratitude to Timslin. Mr. Timslin, you have helped me. You are welcome. This is what I should do. Tims launched a smile and said to Rosemary, he has been brewing for a long time, but now it is worth it. Who is the most concerned about Fernandez and AMC car? There is no doubt that the Detroit municipal government is the Michigan government and is the US federal government. No way, this is at least 500,000 votes. It is not good. So when Fernandez and AMC car talked, the governments at all levels suddenly panic. The state governments and federal governments were still good, and the Alex Godrich, which was the mayor-elector of Detroit, was hard. In the first time of the news, he came to Fernandez company for the first time of the message, Miss Rosemary, what is going on? Why talk to the altar? Know that Alex Goodrich is the boss. Rosemary does not hide anything, shrug. Oh, there is nothing, just the boss feels a little loss. A little loss? Alex Goodrich focuses on, what to say this. It's really a lot. Rosemary topic is turned, asking Alex Goodrich, Mr. Mayor, I ask you a question. Fernandez company's investment to the AMC car? Of course. Alex Goodrich is not hesitant. If AMC is bankrupt, is it very serious? No doubt. When I think that AMC has caused serious consequences of true bankruptcy, the face of Alex Goodrich is a bit, from saving the AMC from the perspective of bankruptcy, is it the investment of the boss, which is equivalent to the Detroit with more than 100,000 jobs? Yes. Is it equivalent to giving at least 500,000 or 600,000 votes to the state government and even the White House? What do you want to say? Alex Goodrich feels that he is going to collapse. Miss Mary, you know that I have the relationship with the boss, so if you have anything, you will say it. Then I said straight. Rosemary nodded. It is not polite. The boss is very curious. Since his cooperation with AMC is so important, why is the a package of a package in Michigan's in Michigan? Who has not enjoyed it? Question mark. Alex Goodrich, the reason why the negotiation is broken is because this. Yes, because of this. Rosemary shrugged. The boss feels that he is big. If the government does not provide these contracts such as tax-free subsidies, low-interest loans and loan guarantees, employee training, land subsidies, technical reform subsidies, etc. It is ready to end this negotiation. Alex Goodridge really can't help. Why? Nothing to make such a requirement when entering another company. You ask me why? Rosemary wondered. Alex Goodridge, just because of this behind it is at least 5 or 60,000 votes. Is this reason enough? Too enough. Alex Goodridge Hart has a sentence. MMP now wants to talk. It is not dare, you are still old and actually a password. PS. Sorry, the update is late, it should be uploaded at 11:30. Now I will get it now, please forgive me, because it is weekend, and the 6th consecutive 3 consecutive the weekend of the day is really no way, so the brothers include, and the update time tomorrow is stable. Chapter 354, Sensational Bodyguard Penmark www. Whether it is Alex Goodridge, or the Michigan government, or the federal government, knowing that Chen Li is in a fraud. But in the face of Chen Geng's blackmail, no one dares to be indifferent, even if the US president is no exception. This is a blackmail in the presidential office of the White House. The president is in a non-stop mother. Yes, this is what is blackmail. Mr. President's Special Affairs Assistant Wilson helplessly, but this bastard dares to blame your reason. And he directly holds 5 or 600 votes directly, indirectly affects the number of votes. I know, listening to his special affairs assistant. The president's signs can't vent it. He sighed, Wilson, I know this is not just 5 or 6,000 votes. Once the treatment is not good, will immediately become those bulls attack their own targets. These I understand. I know that I am just a little unwilling. Mr. President's Special Services Assistant does not speak. Not only is the President's unwillingness, he is actually more unhappiness. As a Special Affairs Assistant for President, his job is to coordinate the President to handle daily affairs, such as the arrival change. There is a saying that the President does not want to continue is not a good President, but for the President of the next year, it is not very wonderful for the general election in the next year. He has the support behind the oil and military group. Bush the bastard is now aggressive. Once this matter is difficult, Mr. Special Affairs Assistant believes that the other party will not let this opportunity. That is to say, can we ape this moment? The president said it is extremely unhappy. In fact, if Chen Li is a white, then the problem is not very big. The US government has added a subsidy for these big companies over the years. But given Chen Geng's skin tone, he is always uncomfortable. You can't say that, Mr. President, we are a part of the government, we must be responsible for the voters, we must ensure that our people can eat meals, have work. The Special Affairs Assistant is a Special Affairs Assistant. His perfect interpretation is what is the official word to port. Perhaps this matter is that one of our opportunities is also said. Okay. Listening to your Special Affairs Assistant said that this is an opportunity. The eyes of the President have looked up. Wilson, what? As the President of the United States, you care about the life of all American people. Although there is still a long time from Christmas, if you are Christmas, there is no turkey in the table of AMC, I believe you will be very sad. Yup. Understand your own Special Affairs Assistant, Mr. President sighs suddenly, he is happy to bait the other's shoulders. Wilson, you are right, just do it. For the people. Under the slogan, no matter what you do, you can have politically correct. These 4 words hang hooks can be hooked with the ballot. When the Michigan government and the federal government for Chen Geng's blackmail, Chen Geng's mood is happy. After so long preheating and propaganda, Karen Card The Bodyguard starring is finally released, and it is a global release. The number of bodyguards in the United States is as high as 4,300, more than 1,000 pieces of 3,300 pieces negotiated with the 20th Century Fox Company, and the number of global screens exceeded 9,000. This is properly treated. There will be this situation, of course. Is not a good fortune of the 20th Century Fox Company. It is all of the interests in it. After the various colonies are trying to bodyguards, They think that this movie can make themselves big money, so spontaneously adjust the number of released screens. Movie that can make money, of course, give it to it. The 20th Century Fox Company is also a world's top movie production and issuing company. Under their series of combined offensives, only the first 3 days, Bodyguard has achieved more than $27 million. Overseas box office more than $19 million the US dollar. The global accumulated box office exceeds $46 million. This box office has been scared, but also scared Chen Geng. But even the 20th Century Fox Company was scared. The box office for a short 3 days is equivalent to a large box office of a large production movie. This no big movie star ginseng movie, box office is going against the sky. In the 20th century, the response of Fox is fast enough. When the machine is interrupted, it has increased its investment in publicity. The result is that the global box office is more than one after the end of the first weekend's $0.5 billion. The first week's box office exceeds $100 million US. This figure came out. The 20th Century Fox Company was blown up. Gold mine. I have dug your own super gold mine. The US media also bombed Bodyguards and what you have written in this movie's male or female protagonist. The heroine Karen Kopt, from an ordinary little girl as the most popular singing combination, and even got the recognition of the US president, almost become a representative of the American younger generation, but as if they were in the United States. A new generation of young people can't find the direction, can be found in this case. They don't have a self-violent self-discovery, even if many of the people are lying in the past. I will eat the old book, and I will choose the same as a butterfly. The general transformation. There is no doubt that she is successful. This original singer will become a singer in the middle of the world. It has become the most popular photo of the world in the world. Bruce Willis, a young man who is working in a restaurant on Broadway, who insists in its own performance, after several years of tempering and persistence, finally waited for a chance to let himself fly. With the wonderful performance in The Bodyguard, became the most popular young man in Hollywood. No more inspiration than this, more in line with the American dream. The definition of the story. Don't thank me, really don't use it. In the face of the special call, Karen, who grateful to himself, said, you know, all this is you deserved. It's probably a low tide of several years, let Karen Carpen think, precipitated enough things. She didn't swooping because of the success of a movie. I forgot how it was successful. Facing Chen Geng's words, her tone is more respectful. No, Mr. Fernandez, I am very clear. All this is you given me. If you don't have a good script, you have always supported me. There is no current Karen Carmen. See more than those into the bowl to eat. Put down the bowl. The star, Karen Koptin, can say this. Chen Li has a kind of I didn't help the wrong person. The gratification, she smiled. It is also the result of your efforts. I heard that you will continue to run publicity. Yes, to put in this, Karen Carpen's tone will not be avoided with a bit of tired. Sometimes I have to run several places a day. I have to interact with the audience, and the event is very compact. It is too tired. Chen Mongxiao said, tired is normal, make money, which is so easy. Summary, Chen said, this, I temporarily borrowed my plane to you, you can sleep on the plane for a while. The purpose of Hello to play this phone is to give him a plane, Karen Kapan hurriedly explained. Mr. Fernandez, I don't mean this. I know you don't mean this. Don't forget, I am the investor of this movie, you are helping me make money. Chen Mong smiled and said, that's how it is said. Yes, you said to the crew, say this film, after all the money, I will take the 10% net profit of my belongs. Come out to send a red envelope. Mr. Fernandez taken out to the 10% net profit belonging to him to send a red envelope! Exclamation mark. Karen Carpen was scared. This week's propaganda, she did not listen to the prediction of the other crew members of the Piers and the accompanying staff of the 20th Century Fox to Bodyguard box office, although everyone's estimated number is different. There is a little one. The view is highly consistent. That is, Bodyguard global box office will certainly reach $300 million. Even if it is not a release of the videotape, the original soundies, the surrounding profits, calculates the division of these $3 billion. Mr. Fernandez can also earn at least $70 million through this movie. 10% of $70 million, that is, $7 million. Mr. Fernandez wants to take $7 million to give you a red envelope! You know, the total production cost of this movie is not only $7 million, it is equal to the boss to reissue his own one. How? What is it? Listening to the phone, there is no movement. Chen Ming smiled. No. Is not. It was quickly reacted by this news, and said, "Sir, this. Too much." How much is the contract? How much is it? This is all Hollywood's tradition. Even if the movie is released, the film company may send a red envelope to the main actors, but it is absolutely not to say that it is equivalent to the cost of making costs to give everyone a red envelope. Karen Kagpan is not it found it is frightened. Not much. Chen Mongxiao said, "I just want people to know, as long as I follow me, I eat meat, I can't eat some soup." Garan. Don't forget, Bodyguard will be released. You the brothers people ghosts are not also begun to formally produced. In the end, Cheng said it is long. Karen Carpet suddenly realized, P.S. The second, completed in advance, brothers. Rest in the Millennium. Chapter 355 finally getting AMC Penmark www. Bodyguard out, no one fights. Surrounded by the Bodyguard in a row, Bodyguard is firmly ooped by the North American box office list and the list of many movie list. After 4 weeks, the global box office of Bodyguard has come to $700 million. Considering that the movie screening time in this era is generally more than 2 months, Bodyguard global box office is not only $300 million, but it is very likely to break through $500 million. In consideration of the original sound album, the tape, the television broadcast, and some of the other surroundings, this movie can give Chen Geng will be expected to exceed $100 million. Compared to Chen Li, the 20th Century Fox Company is miserable. Point, because Reynolds is the relationship between the gambling contract, this comparable penna is Bodyguard. Let the 20th Century Fox Company earned approximately $80 million. Reynolds and 20th Century Fox smiles, 2 months of time net earnings almost $80 million. Is there more good business than this? After hearing that Chen Geng has prepared to start the second movie, he can't wait to try to convince Chen Ming, hoping that Chen Li can agree to eat investment and actors of the 20th Century Fox, Fernandez Mr., as the Hollywood 8 film production company, 20th Century Fox Company in the production, director, and distribution of energy. You absolutely don't have to doubt, I promise, as long as you can agree. Mr. Reynolds, Chen Geng did not give the face to interrupt Reynolds. Please remember, the next movie is mine. Reynolds understand Chen Geng's meaning. You can think of the words of the general manager to himself. He is hesitant. Reynolds is intended to be stupid to Chen puzzle. Of course, Mr. Fernandez, this movie is you can't deny this. This is not interesting. Chen Wiring laughed and looked at Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds, do you think I will be a person who needs to invest in the investment? Take a few million or $1 or $2 million to shoot a movie. You think this is it a matter? Or you think it is in the Suez of Bodyguard? Will this movie will not find a strong distribution partner? Looking at the face, do you want to ask you to invest in idiots? Chen Geng, Rennes wanted to say that it was born. Yes. Fernandez Chen and those Demon Gap are really different. Before Reynolds comes, the management of Fox Company in the 20th century is very simple. Our 20th Century Fox Company is Hollywood 8 film and television production and issuing companies. You have to make money in this Hollywood site, you have to follow us. For management decisions, Reynolds is disagree. He thinks this idea of management is simply stupid. Fernandez Chen is the exterior of the demon. But the management of the 20th Century Fox is too long. I always feel that one of the 8 major film and television production and issuing companies in Hollywood, it can force Chen powder with its own position and influence in Hollywood and yield after the company made a decision. Zenos, director of the issue, did not refuse the room. It's okay now. Chen Wanto is not hesitant, and there is no gap between the faces of the two people. Mr. Fernandez seems to be left behind by the differences in the identity and status of the two. Looking at Reynosus, who did not speak, Chen Geng patted his shoulders. Reynold, look at our previous cooperation. I am not difficult for you. Go back to tell your company I am full of idiots. I am going to the release of the film. I think, have the Suez of Bodyguard. If I send a film invitation to the gorge industry, Columbia, MGM, no one will you refuse me? Refuse? Of course, no one will be stupid to refuse Fernandez Chen. After the Suez of Bodyguard, Fernandez Chen is no longer countless with some money, come to the Hollywood movie, always think that he is lucky, relying on several movie twice a few times to earn money. One of the fools. As long as he does not take a certain thing in the 8 film and television giants, no one will refuse his invitation. Who will refuse a partner that makes you make a big money? The past month, for the AMC workers, for a month of hell. At the beginning, Fernandez Chen negotiated with AMC's shares and AMC. The AMC's workers had a high hope for this negotiation, and when bodyguards continued to heat, AMC workers know Fernandez Chen only when this movie can earn almost $100 million. Their mood is more relaxed. It is said that Fernandez Chen is ready to acquire 62% to 65% of the AMC car, and the total value of these shares is only $100 million. Around now, Fernandez Chen does not even have to loans from banks. Do not affect the company's original business and flow. You can take this money. No more than this. The workers optimistic believe that the company will soon be able to achieve the acquisition and shareholder agreement with Fernandez Chen, and will soon be able to go back to work. But reality is given all the people who have expected people, they are a good one. Yesterday, Fernandez held a press conference, announced that the difference between the two sides is too big, will suspend the negotiations with AMC. There is a small news. Negotiation it will rupture because the company's shareholders have seen the film of Fernandez Chen through The Bodyguard. I want to slap Mr. Zorland, Mr. Fernandez Chen, of course, so negotiations. Hope how big, what is wrong? When this help became disappointment, he also known that his hopes were all because of the negotiations of the dead shareholders. AMC workers suddenly crazy. They have spontaneously embarked on the streets and started to travel and protest. I know that this thing is unfortunately on the head, but the current shareholders of AMC can pour the big mildew. The AMC workers hold the great portrait of the ugly AMC's existing big shareholders, in the camera in the face of this situation. In the face of this situation. The parent of Detroit, Alex Gadridge, commented on the feat. The fire was the same as Chen Geng's manner, Mr. is $50 million. Do you not be satisfied? Yes, it is $50 million. Directly give money, but in order not to let AMC's workers do not make things, hit the flag of employment, except for tax rehabilitation, the Detroit municipal government, the Michigan state government, and the U.S. federal government jointly to AMC. Of course, AMC after Chen Geng acquires, offers a total of $50 million in low-interest loans for production equipment updates, workers' skills training, etc. At the Detroit municipal government, the Michigan state government and the federal government's view, $50 million are really a lot, and the Chrysler cars that are deep in the first 2 years have not enjoyed this treatment. What do you want? But Chen Li is not dry. $50 million? Oh. Looking at the Alex Gadridge, Chen Wandai said, Alex, you don't tell me that you don't know the proportion of the requirements of the AMC shareholders. Alex Gadridge's face suddenly read, of course. The AMC shareholders requested at least 70%. 70%, that is, Chen Geng this 100 million. Shareholders took the money, holding 70 million times, and Chen Geng wants to make AMC to run again, reform, upgrade at least $50 million in the inside. $100 million plus $50 million. This is $500 million. Chen Geng said to Alex Goodridge, if this is the most ideal situation, if there is any problem during the period, what is not expected, the funds that will be investing again are probably $1 million is calculated. Alex, do you think I am stupid? Take my own money in the future of the politicians? Alex Goodridge does not talk. He knows that those people in Michigan and the White House really think so. Chen Geng's our hooks, some impatient looks, tell the status of the state and the White House, especially the White Honest, this matter is not good. He don't want to have anything. I don't understand. The flowers are not his own money, even this money can't put it into his own wallet. Why don't you want to give yourself a few votes? Mister, cannot say this. Alex Goodridge rushed, so big money is far beyond the permission of the White House, even if it is $25 million. It is also the boss of the White House. Strive. Then no matter, I don't care. Chen Geng, right, Mr. Bush can come for a few days. I don't know what he brought to AMC, but I believe that Bush will be ready to come. Don't forget which currency groups behind this family station. Alex Goodridge's face suddenly. Yes, Mr. Bush is coming. The fool of the president's campaign in the Detroit is known, just for the vote. It is just that the vote is nothing. It is terrible. I am afraid that the bank behind him will borrow money. Give your own boss, if he is really doing. The White Honest is sad. I will tell you what you mean. What do you mean, or want the current Suez, right? Chen Ming Xiao, not to answer this question, but said, you can tell now to live in the White House. If Fernandez Suezful acquired AMC, I will put the HMMWV project into AM General. AM General the company. AMC's AM General is actually AMC's government car department. The 4th Class Navy Marine Corps and the 5 Class National Police Guards are now also used above the parts of the M38 and M38A1, which are provided by AM General. Chen Geng believes that Alex Goodridge is very clear about what you mean. Alex Goodridge does understand what is the meaning of this. He is excited, when Chen Geng nod. Of course it is true. Under the stimulation of this news, the federal government and the Michigan government's response speed really fast, very fast. The latest news passed the mouth of Alex Goodridge to Chen in the ear. In addition to the original tax concessions, the Detroit municipal government, the Michigan government and the federal government will jointly provide a special low-interest loan for Chen for $70 million, which is used to acquire AMC technology, upgrade, production line transformation and employee training. The interest rate of this special loan is scary, only 1–2%. As for the repayment period, 5 plus 3, 5 years. 5 years after the expiration of the expiration, can be applied for 3 years, which can be said to be a soil. At this moment, Chen Li finally made a breath. Tim's long chest stammered standing at the company's door, full of red, proud. From now on, you are the executive vice chairman and CEO of the AMC Automobile. Although this is almost 2 months. His hard work is not human, but it is worth it. The most important thing is boss speaking. He not only became a serious vice chairman and CEO, but more importantly, the boss gave himself the red power of the guarantee. I think I will work hard. I can get it a year. $1 million. His mood is very happy. Just look at staff, which is the same as the red light. Tim Slan's good mood is weakened. What is staff? What is the chairman of the AMC car? Exclamation mark. He is very unhappy. But this is the decision of the boss, and he can't say anything. Mister, the boss team is coming soon. Just when Tim Slan is uncomfortable, the secretary whispers remind him. Okay. Tim's took a sound, and finally checked his own easy to open his own, determined that a new suit pen was quite clean, there was no unclear place, and finally nodded. This is only looking at the direction. Chen Geng's extended Rolls-Royce slowly stopped. Tim Slin was arrested, but he did not prevent staff first step, grabbed his boss to open the door. Virtue! Exclamation mark. Looking at a face smile to Fernandez. Chen acts as an assistant staff. Tim's Boyle's face is red. Small person. Chapter 356 True Smart People Penmark www. At the moment when Chen is going out of the door, I have already waited for the flash of the reporters to flash into a piece. To Chen Weira, there is also a problem that the reporter is in the most inside of the world. Mr. Fernandez, do you have confidence to lead AMC to go out? Mr. Fernandez, what will you do after the AMC car is officially taken? Is there any detailed development plan? Mr. Fernand, as a world-recognized top car designer, will you design some excellent works for AMC? Mr. Fernandez, will you follow a large-scale layoff next? Mr. Fernandez. Countless problems come to Chen Weira, but in the face of such a capital to acquire the billionaires of AMC cars, the reporters still give Chen Mine enough respect, and the opening must be better than Mr. This respected name begins. For so many reporters, Chen Geng is not unexpected, or he is used to it. During this time, the United States has two big news. One is the transformation of Miss Karen Karen, the most famous country singer, with a bodyguard and I Will Love You Forever. Miss Karen Carmen not only returned to the USA headline, I have become the star of the most American media. I also re-return to the superclass song star and enter the line of film and television superstars. With legendary transformation experience, it attracts the attention of countless people. The other is that Fernandez successfully acquired this AMC car. Regardless of how the AMC is falling, AMC is one of the four major car manufacturers in the United States, carrying countless Americans, and even the beautiful memories of American majors. It can be said that AMC is their youth and memories, but now, the AMC car, one of the four major cars, was acquired by a company that did not see the past. Although Fernandez's company acquired AMC car was a US company. It took a time. The US media still inevitably appeared countless nostalgia. The article between the AMC car. It seems that they have a deep feelings of AMC cars. At the same time, the people should inevitably be a little curious about the acquisition of AMC car. What is the guy named Fernandez? How did I have never heard of it? Is this company's boss? How much is he? What other assets and business projects have? And with the deep excavation of Chen Geng, such as he actually is now full of computer hypermarkets in the United States. The boss is now in the United States has already famous used car sales companies and the boss of the car maintenance chain company. The reporters and the eating melon people have not weakened, but they are more curious. Except these, what other assets do he still? For example, I heard that Fernandez 20 years old. Then how did he earn so much money in such a young situation? Is a family inheritance or a talented? Everything, all comes with gaze collector. For the media, what is the things concerned? Is sales, is paying, it is market share, and it is in the end, these are money. So there are so many journalists in front of you, there is nothing strange. And the number of reporters in the scene is more, and the snoring is also inevitable. Mr. Fernandez, how do you earn so much money when you are so young? Mr. Fernandez, I heard that you are still single. What kind of request is you? You are the only investor of this movie Bodyguard. What is the decision of Miss Karen Carpet? What is your relationship with Carspell Miss, which born, stepped on the foot of Losey. The scene is simply chaotic. Fortunately, stunts and preparations. The second 30 of the body fat bodyguards defend Chen Geng firmly guarded in the middle, ensuring that he would not be affected by the reporters, mainly to prevent the impact of the female reporters. The reporter is the same female reporter with the fairy. I am afraid that as long as the boss hooks his fingers, they can't wait to look at themselves, and then let go of the boss to wait. As a private assistant of Chen Geng, Mi Lombard smiled in front of reporters. Now that the reporters already know that this beautiful woman is Fernandez Chen's private assistant. When she appeared, They knew that Miss Mullen was to convey some words to Mr. Fernandez, and immediately closed his mouth. The noisy group is so quiet. I saw a quiet reporter. Milan has a wonderful feelings. I deliberately waited for a moment. Milan only opened. Mr. Our boss will attend. This means. Is it heaping questions when I arrive? Exclamation mark. The reporters suddenly excited. Immediately have a female reporter asked whispers. Miss Mullen, what do you mean by Mr. Fernandez will heap the on-site question? Right? Yes, Milenated. My boss will not only attend the press conference, but also answer some questions, so it doesn't have to say anything in Mullen, and the reporters are shouted to open the road. Chen Li did not heap questions. This is not expected to be expected, or the reporters don't expect this situation. Fernandez Chen then answered her question. Everyone is rushing over, the reason is one, as long as I appeared on the scene, even if I didn't answer if I had a question, I could go according to the who-edible of myself. Fernandez's expression is serious. It is estimated that the AMC car is not very optimistic, or the atmosphere is dignified. AMC Original Shares East is suspected to buy AMC car is dissatisfied with Fernandez Chen, or the atmosphere of the two sides is dignified. The prospect of AMC is not optimistic. And many more. Then publish it, to ensure that sales can increase the big cut. But there is also a press conference, which will receive questions at Fernandez Chen at the press conference. This is an aidant, and the reporters have not spoken, but they can be excited. At the same time, Chen Wangxing looked at Staff, who opened the door. Was awkward. Mr. Staff. What do you say? Just, when the entire AMC car management and his own and Rosemary, Staff solemnly put forward the request of his AMC Auto chairman. Not only Chen Gongyi is stunned, but the Temston and others who have squeezed to Chen Geng and the top of Chen Geng and the front of the coming are also eye bends. Welcoming the eyes of Chen Geng, Staff once again said, Mr. Fernandez, you will be willing to give me a chance to prove my own. I will continue to serve as the chairman of AMC car. I am very grateful. But these days I have been thinking a question, that is I really enough to take a heavy responsibility of leading AMC? When I heard Staff, Chen Li did not talk, but looked at him, indicating that he continued to say. With Chen Ming and his own eyes, Staff is in the past. I think it for a long time. I thought AMC is in the current situation, mainly shareholders and workers, if not the shortcomings of shareholders and the slow response to the market, if not the greed of the workers, leading to the company's finances more nervous. But then I found that the situation is not like this. The shareholders and workers are indeed a bad thing in AMC. The reason, but as a management, we are equally unbaleful. Oh, Chen Multi is really rampant by Staff. How do you say? It's very simple. More than a year. Chrysler's situation and the current situation of AMC cars are similar. Why after Mr. Liaku arrived in Chrysler, the Chrysler's car was quickly twisted. In addition to the boss, you are designed for Chrysler. In addition to being excellent, Mr. Liaku's management is also the main factor. Staff is also a smart person, does not forget the horses that shoot their own boss. However, I took the guard. He immediately said, I am thinking, since AMC car current situation and Chrysler has a year ago, why Mr. Liaku can lead Chrysler to go out of mud. I and the companions can only make the AMC car gets the deeper. The reason can only be one. I am not enough with my team. Our ability is not enough to lead the AMC car out of the predicament, which also proves that I am not suitable for the chairman of the AMC car. Speaking here, Staff smiled and said, this makes me unacceptable. I don't want you to say, I am actually very proud, but I think about it carefully, it is very important. Mr. I don't want you to say, I love AMC. I have worked in AMC for more than 30 years. I hope to retire at AMC, but I absolutely don't want to see AMC car in my hand, since I not suitable for the chairman of the AMC car. For AMC, I should take the initiative to resign, change the ability to come. As for myself, if you are allowed, I hope to be able to serve as a manager. Staff finished, quietly waiting for Chen Po's decision. However, the expression of Timslan et al. Is ugly. In order to stabilize the heart, Chen Li has previously said that it will not be a big adjustment to the management. For example, the chairman of the AMC Auto is still the chairman of the chairman, which is currently the general manager's. Timslan is still general manager. But now, the chairman's staff actively said that his ability is insufficient. I hope the boss will choose another way. What should Timslan? Although I didn't talk on my mouth, I can read a few points from staff. It is a true smart person who can be a chairman of AMC Auto. Why do you say that? It is because of the management of the entire AMC car. Only his staff is a person to see. Yes, you are committed to the current management to maintain stability. Temporarily do not adjust the division of labor. This is right. You can absolutely no promise will let them. I have been drying out. Otherwise I will acquire AMC. In the future, I adjusted the management of the entire AMC, and even if someone is needed, and staff as a chairman is definitely one of those people who are being adjusted. Staff, this guy is smart here. The boss. I know the seat, and I only ask for a department manager's position. Your face is always given to me. Frankly, with staff's ability, the department manager who serves a department is absolutely more than enough. The most important thing is that although his chairman's position is killed, the at least work is not lost, and it is not necessary to refine the job in the future, so you can continue to maintain your own decent life. And those greed is blindled, thinking that the boss will adjust his position. The guys who have been staying in the present position is the real idiots, and the first batch of bosses is absolutely these idiots. And more deeper considerations is that for Fernandez Chen, even if it is in order to calm the people, be a model. When staff actively puts forward the duties of the chairman, only after the company, Chen Tillage is impossible to take him away, but as long as you show enough ability, you can compete for the location of the deputy general manager of AMC Automobile. I finally want to think. I can do it. The general manager must be the heart of the boss, or the professional manager with a strong ability. Anyway, no matter which one is, it is not the best. The smartest smartness is that they know when to do what is the most interesting. Since staff is a smart person, Chen Tong also does not mind a chance to give him a chance. Frankly, in Chen Pei's plan, after you are familiar with AMC, staff and Timslan are indeed the first batch, the object being cleaned. But now this washed object actively put forward the idea of retreating the second line of the public. For stabilizing people, this face is still given. After all, for staff, he puts forward in this occasion, it is impossible to continue to serve as the chairman of his chairman. It's just that the play is still going to play. Chen Geng's brow is frowned. Mr. Staff, I believe in your ability. I am very difficult. Chapter 357 of the Contribution of Workers Penmark www. When I heard Chen Geng, staff is not unhappy, but instead, it is secretly in the heart. Sure enough, Mr. Fernandez is really intended to replace itself. Think about it, what makes people keep yourself on the chairman of the chairman? If your own ability is excellent, you don't show your ability to match this job. Now in order to keep it smoothly, let yourself stay in the present position. You can wait for him to find the right professional manager. Change yourself is inevitable. You can't lose your own smart. Choosing the initiative to resign the chairman, saying that the supervisor of the department can be satisfied. Otherwise 10/8/19 after 2 or 3 months will go to work. Boss. Staff's tone is more sincere. I have considered it carefully. The more of the 2 years of AMC, and there is still a quite relationship with my ability, and a departmental supervisor may have no problem, but such a big company? Facts prove that I am indeed a powerful. You take over the company, I will help you maintain the situation. It is definitely no problem, but if you can, I hope there is a truly bear this responsible person is the chairman of the AMC car. The meaning of this is actually in turn, and stavers tell their boss in this way. If you need me to stabilize the situation, I can continue to do it on the chairman, but as long as I feel that I need to retreat, you just have to say it. I know, I will take the way this is actually praying that Chen Pai, boss, you give me a pension place. The plan before Chen Pegang is really waiting for the transitional work. Let staff leave after the completion of the transition. But since staff is so knowing, Chen Li also gave him a chance, nodded, we will say it later. This is clear that it is default. When I heard Chen Geng, including the original hero of AMC, including Tim Slin, you see me, I see you, I don't know how to talk for a time, it is ugly. Only Sivans have a sigh of relief, but also nodded, don't forget to see Tim Slin and others. Silly X. Tim Slin and others really want to understand a chairman. What is the truth? Of course, they are in fact, after the new boss takes over, will inevitably replace his own people in key departments. These people as foreigners. It is definitely the object being cleaned, and they are just unwilling, so the choice of the next consciousness is put. Of course, it is undeniable that Chen Ming's age also makes them unintentionally produced a lot of misjudgment. Fernandez Chen really is very young. Maybe it is better to bully, especially in Shenpo if promised that most of them can continue to stay in AMC. This feeling is getting stronger. However, when staff took the lead in Fernandez, Tim Slin and the shareholders of Tim Slin and AMC Car finally realized one thing. Fernandez Chen has already grinding the knife. When the reporters face Chen Geng's original management of AMC, the old shareholder is very polite, smile, can be taken behind the conference room. Chen Li is not polite. Mister, although I believe that you have already understood what is now, I still have to remind you again. Now I have 63% of the AMC car. That is, if you need 66 when you have a very individual vote. 7% of the resolutions can pass by. I have an absolute voice for the daily operation of AMC car, so I remind my gentleman who comes to me, don't be self-destructed, in so many people are driven out in front of me. Shameful. The face of many people in the conference room changed. Obviously, before this, it is indeed that some people will plan to find some troubles by this opportunity, but in the face of Chen Li, the guys who are interested in Chen Geng are silent. Yes, this bastard has 63% of the AMC car, which means that 66 is required except for poll. 7% of the equity passed the resolution to formally implement. In the daily management of the company, this bastard has absolute words. Since this, still don't find it out. After all, in the face of so many people is rushing, it's really shameless. Very good. It seems that everyone has recognized the situation. I saw no one jumped out. Chen Geng sat nod. I know some of the gentlemen in the seat. I have some expectations to me, or I said directly, I have some unrealistic fantasies. Think about it to me some conditions, and I will compromise. You will meet some of your conditions. After all, I only have one person. I am not familiar with the AMC car. Are you the land snake, right? No one speaks. Many people have no expressions, but they don't think it is good. For the situation in front of you, Chen Mong did not feel unexpected. All this is in his expectation. I have a purpose today is to tell you, I will do it. I promised that most of the management can stay. I will follow my commitment, but I also tell you, I will never raise the guy who eats idle. All management, I will write a report after going today. Instead, the report shows how you are going to do, what advice on the campaign is future. I think there is any problem with the company. The treatment and level of the position is temporarily maintained, but I will adjust your division of labor according to the report. By the way, I suggest that everyone thinks about how to write this report, because after 3 months, I will be assessing you. The principle of assessment is only one, enhances the mediocrity. As for the mediocrity I gave me, the last troll, Chen Geng said the murderess. In the face of Chen Pai Gong, he is unscrupulous, and many people's face will conscious. Until this moment, many of the reactions after the lack of people, the young excessive boss in front of him, but there were hundreds of millions of houses in the age of 20, and they can take up hundreds of millions of dollars to acquire AMC cars. The cattle, with a Chinese identity, in such a young age, We have made such a big price. Is there a hit to hit? But at this time, there was a voice rang. Dear Mr. Fernandez, I didn't deny what you mean, but I think this is not big. Someone stands out to oppose it, and a senior executives just like the great-grandson have just been excited. Although no one speaks, they all have the ear, and the heart quietly hits themselves. Small abacus. But Chen Pei did not be angry, did not be angry, but some happy. He looked at this glance. No, is the deputy general manager of the AMC Automobile Sales Company, Nelson. Mr. Nelson. Chen Geng nodded. Why do you think that I have reorganized management? Because you have forgotten another group. I don't know what Nielsen's guy thinks. In the face of their own boss, it is obviously a move to the pit, and he is honestly said, AMC workers. Oh, Chen has picked his eyebrows and signs Nelson to continue. Since you acquire the AMC car, you must have a sufficient understanding of AMC past. You must also know that in the middle of the 1960s, the market share of AMC cars reached 16%, but what made AMC car from 6 the market share of up to 16% of the year is now less than 1% now. I don't deny that there is an incompetent, there is a stupidity of the decision-making layer, and there are various means of competitors' secret, but I think that AMC's trade union and workers have made excellent contributions. Probably, it is really planning to break the tissue. Nielsen's neck said to Chen Geng whispered, in the 1960s, AMC car is reliable and technically referred to as the technology. The AMC car at that time took the lead in using the series cylinder components. This is the security device that has related car safety regulations required for automobile manufacturers. After 6 years, AMC car took the lead in standard front double independent oblique back seat, by Fudi, General and Chrysler in advance, almost 10-year. AMC car is also the first to allow users to choose disc brake systems and manufacturers with air conditioning systems, while Ford cars, General Motors and Chrysler have not yet been doing this in 1969. Speaking here, Nielsen's eyes are not red. Many people's eyes are also red. Many people in the seat have worked in the AMC car for many years. They have experienced the most brilliant era of the AMC car in the 1960s. They thought of the AMC of that era, they were proud, and they were sad. Proud. Pride and AMC is worthy of American Automotive Company. This name is sad. How can AMC become this? Exclamation mark. Chen Geng nodded and sighed. Nielsen, Mr. Nelson, please continue. Why is this Ambus AMC that is still less than 1% of the market share now? Do not say external reasons, saying internal reasons. In addition to the management system, the company is difficult to return, rigid, and another reason just in those workers, uncle. A lot of things. What kind of behavior is not what we want? The production of the car is still going to the workers, but what do those workers do? With the support of the trade union, it is not satisfied with their conditions. It does not satisfy their conditions to make hands feet in the production and manufacturing link. The market share of AMC cars is reduced from the original 16% to now less than 1%. AMC car workers are absolutely unforgettable. I think that the rectification of management is very important. But the AMC shareholders have no way to take these dead workers. If you don't want to solve the problem of workers who don't listen to the problem, he didn't talk about it, but it means that it is clear, your end will not have any difference from the previous AMC shareholders. Chen Geng knew that Nielsen is telling the truth. The workers of AMC cars have made excellent in the fading process of AMC contribution. How did they do it? Too much. For example, in the finishing link, the processing accuracy of some parts does not meet the requirements. For example, in the heat treatment link of a part, the parts are not heat treated in accordance with the prescribed process and processes. For example, in the production link, the process is in accordance with the process requirements to twisting 20 cattle, rice, but the workers only twist 15 cattle. From the appearance, seeing this place absolutely can't see any problems. Short-term use is definitely no problem. Can time long the problem otherwise? For example, in the quality inspection link, it is obviously a problem. The quality inspector is careless. I have been booked. Why did Chen Li know? Because these are released after a few years of AMC completely bankrupt abutment. You said these situations. How much I understand some, after all. The AMC worker strike is so big. Under countless eyes, Chen Geng opened. He opened his mouth. Some people were somewhat disappointed, while Nielsen, the eyes were bright. What do you mean? Do you have a corresponding plan? Chen Geng nod. Since I have the idea of acquiring AMC car, I must have enough understanding of this situation. Since there is also AMC shareholders and investors, I may wish to reveal some information to you. Next, Fernandez will conduct a comprehensive rectification of management, workers, suppliers and distributors in the company. And workers are the weight of this rectification. Why is the worker is the weight of rectification? Because some things Chen Geng can be resolutely do not want to appear again. I heard that Chen Geng is ready to rectify workers. Nielsen's eyes are completely bright. Mr. Can say how you plan to prepare. Are you ready to follow IBM? Promote and implement employees. Employees have finalized, and there is a product that appears in the rapid rise of Dongpa's economy. There are countless economic experts around the world, and scholars have analyzed the speed of the East economic economy. The economy of Dongpa will be so fast. The speed of exceeding everyone understands. Employees finalization. The system is the most important pillar, because after obtaining a life-behaved labor contract, the employees don't have to worry about itself, so that they can send enthusiasm for the work of the encountering contract staff. This point of view has been recognized by many Western companies, including Blue Giants, IBM, Universal Power, etc. It has also become the most hot spots in the United States. It is considered to be a good way to solve all the problems of the enterprise. Now Chen Geng said that he can solve the problem of workers. Nelson took the lead in think of this. Chapter 358 is a good way to use numerous times. Penmark www. But when I heard Nielsen, Chen Geng was laughing, despising, disdainful smile. Such a group of baubles. I want to have a life contract. What is your joke? What? Exclamation mark. Do you not implement a lifelong employment? Seeing Chen Geng's meaning, not only Nelson, there are some executives and shareholders present in the scene. In the media and expert scholars, under the continuous publicity and myth of life, the lifelong employment system has become a positive and resolved the spirit of the employee, solving the Labund panacea, especially the shareholders of the AMC car who suffers from labor conflict. In terms of executives, they will treat life employment as the best way to solve the current crisis of AMC. They can see the new boss meaning, they all panic. But have not waited for them to open. Chen Post say, Mr. Don't say, as long as I am core I said, AMC will never be hired for life. The principle of a must be, the principle is not only suitable for management, but also apply in the workers. I may wish to tell you now, AMC will soon implement a performance appraisal system. Mr. I heard that my new boss should also implement a performance appraisal system in the workers. The stunned Nielsen also guards the majesty of their own boss, and hurry to interrupt Chen Pei. If you want to expel those workers who failed to achieve performance, not only faced with huge amount of compensation, those damn unions will immediately put up to find your trouble. Open? Oh. Only those who have the most mindful guys will only expense their workers. On. For those enterprises managers who don't move to threaten workers, Chen Mong is dismissed, and the company manager who uses to threaten workers to work hard. They are even known as a qualified business manager. But Chen Ming's words, let the manager and shareholders in the field, the fog water of the brain, do not use the expense to threaten workers to work hard. What should I do? Some people think that their own bosses may really have a way to work hard, but more still think that their own boss is blowing. Welcome to the more doubt, or look forward to the eyes. Chen Geng did not speak. The opening is Rosemary. We believe that those who have not met the performance assessment for 2 consecutive months, or 2 workers who have 2 assessments in half, their professional qualities and professional attitudes will not be able to compete for current jobs. Of course, since we have signed a labor contract with workers, we must respect the contract. Will not be easy to contract. We also have a responsibility, obligation to improve the professional and technical level of workers, and those 2 consecutive times or 2 years of assessment. If you don't meet the employees, you will be adjusted to the company's newly established Vocational Skill Training Center. Training for Professional Skills. Vocational Skills Training Center. I heard this new unit to be established, and the management of the management is forced, and the shareholders or shareholders' representatives are also forced, but the brain response is fast, and it is immediately reacted for those processes that are not in the work. For the process of process requirements, the establishment of this Vocational Skill Training Center is how mysterious tricks. Since your professional quality and ability are not required to reach the requirements of the employment unit, it is necessary to retraining. Certainly you can take the original salary, as long as the number of the salary of the workers is still afraid that the workers are not listening. Reconscious this, their eyes shine. But if so, they also underestimate their new boss. There is no stop in Rosemary. Continue. During the Vocational Skill Training Center, it is not only to create benefits for the company, but also you pay extra cost. So these workers have no salary, only some subsidies. After entering the Vocational Skill Training Center, there is also a situation in which the performance assessment requirements are not met. These will be reflected in the employee, the new labor contract. After entering the Vocational Skill Training Center, even the lowest hour salary prescribed by the law can only take some subsidies! Such a losses. No. What is the solemn idea? How did Mr. Fernandez think? In the past, we didn't want this approach to deal with those dead workers. At the same time, shareholders are shining in both eyes, and they are annoyed in their hearts. If we make up this trick, AMC will not fall to this step now. Relative to the representatives of shareholders and shareholders, the executives are cold. Compared with those workers, they are actually a high-level work. That is, workers will be sent to this named Vocational Skill Training Center because they do not meet the requirements of performance appraisal. They will enjoy themselves the same treatment. Until this moment, these previously did not impress the management of Chen Gengquan. Even faintly hidden management really realized that the new boss is powerful. People can make such a big one and such a big one when they are so young. Sure enough, it is not white. At this time, Rosemary fluttered, giving the people in their hearts, thinking that he would not go to the heart of the people who don't go to the Professional Skill Training Center. From the following production line Ordinary 1, to the Deputy Director of the group. Everyone is open to everyone in the performance assessment requirements, including the gates of the Vocational Skills Training Center, including the gentlemen of today. Of course, I don't want to see such a scene. After all, it is indeed very embarrassing. Why have the last sentence? Because of a very simple truth, a family is a level of AMC. This volume of the company's decline may just be because their workers have put forward some excessive requirements. It is considered that the fading of AMC is just because the shortest and workers of the decision-making layer. It is not bad, or the stupid is not realized that this is the root of the AMC. The IQ is below the average. Either is broken. AMC. One member of the group, Chen Mi and Rosemary, have deeply known that AMC's current management must have made excellence in the fading process of AMC. Contribution: want to reinvigorate the AMC car, not to the management. It is absolutely impossible. At this moment, watching the expression changes of those seniors in seats, Chen Ming and Rosemary are more affirmation. This knife must wave go. Otherwise it is a nonsense talk of the AMC car. Yeolan Jigson, for the first job, is the Nelson of the AMC car salesman. He is really interested in hope that the AMC car can go out of the mud and go out. Look at the Vocational Skills Training Center. The establishment seems to be very happy to see Nielsen. Chen Mi and Rosemary didn't speak. The two opposed his eyes, and nodded slightly. When you kill the power, you will get a sweetness. After all, I will play a slap or a few bar palms to give a sweet date is a business management, always playing, not for the benefits. The fool will give you work. Sweet is very simple and very rude. A word, money. An English alphabet, money. AMC once again rejuvenates everyone's efforts. The company will not ignore everyone's efforts. The company's principles are also very simple. As long as you make contributions, you should get the return. The greater the contribution, the bigger the return should. This return is more than a higher salary, and more is a bonus. You should have heard that Mr. Fernandez is a generous boss. Many people should know that I will not only take the whole American professional manager, the highest salary, as well as the company's shares, in the seats. Mr. Fernandez will not be embarrassed. Mr. Fernand will take 10% of the annual profit from the management to the management bonus. 10% of the company's annual profit as a bonus. Rosemary is exported. Everyone in the seat can't help it. I didn't have an exception because of my ghosts before my heart. I took out the 10% of the year's profits. I gave management. The layer is separated, not to share the shareholders, which can be a big money. Prior to this, the entire United States, the whole world, never had any company. Announced people who couldn't live in a high voice. Miss Rosemary, if the company can turn a loss, what should I do? Don't you turn this? Rosemary didn't look at the guy who didn't look at it. Company invite you to create benefits, not to ask you to come as a grandfather, even make money to the boss. You can't do this. You still want to take bonuses? Boss, thank you. Did you not help him earn money? This is coming out. And everyone suddenly laughed. It's right, you only have to make money. The company will give you a bonus. Under your management, the company will lose money. The boss does not have you, will continue to send you a salary. It is good. Do you still want a bonus? Exclamation mark. Only Jolson, he once again, seriously asked Rosemary. Miss Rosemary, our efforts is on the one hand, but as a car manufacturer, there is a good enough product is also an aspect. AMC now the products can't meet the needs of the market. Excuse me, is our boss to design new products for AMC? Nielsen's words have not been finished. Dozens of eyes have fallen on Chen Ming's body. Nielsen said many people's voice, our efforts are on the one hand, but the product is another aspect. Mr. Fernandez, one of the most famous car designers in the world, did he have several excellent cars for AMC? Of course. Welcome Nielsen and the peers of all the participants, shareholders and shareholders, nodded. This is of course, but more than this, since then. The AMC design department directly responsible for Mr. Fernandez. Chapter 359 makes a threat penmark www. Today, this will be almost the same. As for how the management is adjusting, how the worker team rectified, what is the new product, how to adjust, suppliers and distributors will change. Wait, it is all in the future. Today, the main purpose is to meet you, let everyone know what kind of person is a boss, and let everyone have a mental preparation of the next change. Also tell some people, if you know, you will resign yourself. Don't wait for me. I will continue so many days. When everything is arranged properly, the rest is of course a press conference. No matter how the sword in the conference room is arrogant, but in the face of the reporter and the media, there must be. Mr. Fernand is very optimistic about the future of AMC. In the face of the reporter's question, Rosemary as a spokesperson said that there is no nutritious nonsense and the set of talks. AMC car is a long history and a deep and thick car manufacturer. Mr. Fernandez's first car is AMC's product. He has a deep feelings of AMC cars, which is why he decided to acquire AMC. Of course, the main reason is to be optimistic about the AMC car, and we all know that AMC cars have encountered some difficulties, but we all believe that when these difficulties are temporary, the future of AMC cars must be bright, brilliant, innocent. American Motors Corporation, this name. However, the reporters must not come to listen to nonsense. In the previous nonsense, there will be reporters to raise their hands. Miss Rosemary, I am the Los Angeles Times. Maria, AMC's situation we all know. I know if you want to ask. In the Renaissance AMC car, Mr. Fernandez has a detailed, specific plan. Isn't our nonsense on the future of AMC? Maria's tone is not very polite, but as a reporter of the Los Angeles Times in the 5 majors of the United States, she is self-polite. In the face of this self-contained, the route will have no difference with QQ question, and it has fully completed the psychological construction of Rosemary. Even the brows did not wrinkled, nodded. The specific plan is of course, and has started implemented. Didn't wait Rosemary, Maria immediately questioned. Can you tell us in detail? Time relationship, I can't say it too detailed, but in general, it is a comprehensive combing and adjustment of the 6 major directions of design, research, development, production, management, supply and sales. What includes workers? Maria recovered again. Of course. Now there is news that Mr. Fernandez a large-scale layoff. Is it true? Layout? Rosemary asked. Miss Maria, who is this news? Anyway, with my familiarity of my boss, the boss never said to me, Miss Rosemary, I can think that you are in Fernandez's official statement. Mr. Fernandez take over AMC car. Will not conduct a large-scale layoff for workers? Rosemary didn't finish it, and immediately asked, this time the opening is not the Los Angeles Times. Maria, as for who? Sorry, Rosemary doesn't know. Maria anger this guys who grabbed their own news and reported at the same time as a kind greeting, cave. Rosemary did not immediately answer, although she was the host and spokesperson of this press conference, but did not mean that all reporters had to answer. But a doubtful look at each other. Mister, I would like to ask you are the brothers of the question arbits the head of Rosemary. Miss Rosemary, hello, I am Chicago Forum, my name is Wallace. Chicago Forum, that is also one of the top 10 newspaper giants, or to answer. Rosemary opened, yes, Mr. Fernandez not a large-scale layoff, I can guarantee this. You can see this words as Mr. Fernandez. Really unfeigned? I heard Rosemary said that this is even as a promise of Fernandez Chen, and the reporters who have seen more people in the scene are stunned quietly. Chen Geng knows why these reporters have suddenly changed so quiet, because it is really the previous AMC workers and the Soviet government involved, and their last strikes have a Soviet figure in it, and scare Americans. Broken, frankly, because the emergence of the Soviet Union, after the AMC workers and the Soviet Union have been implicated, there will be large-scale layoffs after the Fernandez Express. AMC, Americans, US government, American media, USA society is highly tolerant, even if Chen Geng's large-scale layoff is not a big problem. Now, Miss Rosemary is actually announced by such a multimedia site to announce the large-scale layoffs. This is unexpected. The atmosphere is quiet and strange. It is precisely because of this. Probably except for the AMC workers, everyone has an extremely tolerant attitude towards this matter. But Fernandez Chen is not a large-scale layoffs. This is how to do. Do you tell Fernandez and Rosemary, saying in fact, your mass layoff doesn't matter, our media will understand your question mark. Obviously it can't be said. Rosemary said that it was slightly smile, then added, of course, although we will not lay a large-scale layoff, but the company will carry out large-scale adjustments. Reform will involve the adjustment of personnel and positions. Preliminary estimates there will be approximately 30% of personnel redundancy. Okay, 30% of personnel redundancy! Exclamation mark. On the one side, there will be no layoffs, while the people will have 30% of the personnel redundancy after the public admission is completed. How will Fernandez handle this problem? The reporters on the spot suddenly excited. Not only is the reporters on the spot, but even the management of the background is also confused, lying in the trough. Which new boss is this? So, Rosemary smiled and said, some posts, people need workers to compete, do not participate in competition, regardless of the work of this position. If you haven't waited for Rosemary, there is a reporter asked. But Rosemary, still have 30% of the personnel redundancy. How can 30% Fernandez plan? When this question is asked, all reporters are looking at Rosemary on the stage. The seniors of the AMC car in the background have also erected their ears. I want to listen to Rosemary how to say at the conference just end. Whether Fernandez or Rosemary cannot play this matter. Everyone knows that my boss is a successful businessman. Before she acquires AMC, he already has the city's second-hand car sales, car maintenance and scrap-in-law dismantling, and these businesses are in the rapid expansion, so this leaves 30% of employees. Rosemary shrugs. This is not a problem. My boss will arrange these workers in their other industries in the way. As for whether these workers are fun, whether the action location will be from their home too far, no one cares. If the boss has not layoffs, even if it is enough, what do you want? What? You said that you want to stay in AMC. Except for AMC, you don't want to go? Simple. Hard work is that 70% is not good. The 70% of the coming year will not go. It means that you are very bad. Now the boss gives you a chance. What do you want? If you don't even have this opportunity, you will live to the street to be tramp. At all reporters, Fernandez has already done their best. Don't blame them. It's really. Now, it is still a Cold War. The Soviet Union is even in the strategic offensive situation, and the countries of the Cold War have some neurons, because the Soviet figure appears in this worker strike in AMC. A lot. The radical group even publicly expressed his remarks, and thought that the workers who should not be ignored who dare to guarantee that they are not the Soviet Union. The Soviets will die. There is a relationship with the Soviet Union, and people who have related links will die. Even the reporters in the scene are also very people who hold this point. In these reporters, Fernandez is really meaningful than those who hold radical remarks. So all the results are that after listening to Chen Geng will arrange the 30% of the AMC of this honor to the industries. After a short silence, with the first person to take the palm, the reporters sent by the scene, gossip the palm and the applause is getting more and more warm. Thank you, thank you. After gratitude, Rosemary said, I believe that everyone is more concerned about whether Fernando will bring some different things to the AMC car. For this issue, my answer is, of course. Mr. Fernandez is not only a successful entrepreneur, but also the world's top, most famous automotive designer, and a series of automotive products he designed have been unanimously recognized by consumers around the world. Combing and adjusting the company after that, Mr. Fernand will design a series of new products for AMC, so ladies, gentlemen, you can be ready to change. As for the competitors of AMC, I want to say to you is that your good days are not much. I hope you can have fun. In the whole beauty almost all heavyweight media grounds, Rosemary is unscrupulous to Ford, General, Chrysler's three major auto giants and Japan, European automobile manufacturing enterprises. Chapter 360 writes its own name in history. Penmark www. Looking at Cadillac, the chef's table restaurant, who came to the restaurant, was quickly running, and the attentive helping the door. Mr. Welcome to Chef's Table. Do you have an appointment? As the most famous high-end restaurant in Boston, the most significant feature of the Chef's Table restaurant is that this restaurant has only three small tables. 3 small dining tables are 4-person dining table, 3 big table for 8 people table, at the table next to the kitchen. The chef's table is also the reason why the purpose is to make the diners and the chef can be in close contact and can see the chef cooking food. So, the chef will also explain and introduce each dish in the cooking process, from the purchase location, nutritional value to the cooking concept. Moreover, in order to ensure that the chef can maximize the characteristics of raw materials in the process of cooking food, the chef must have a good mood, meaning whether it is a Chinese meal and dinner, just do this 6 table meals, and only the appointment. In short, in Boston, Chef's Table is a restaurant that truly be grid, high-end atmosphere, although high-end and B is also means that prices are absolutely rich. Mr. Fernandez, number 3 table, Mr. Fernandez. Munz said, while plugging in a dollar bill. "Okay, Mr. Fernandez in the third table is, please come with me." Entered the restaurant. Chen Geng's gaze fell on the body of the guests next to the number 2 table, smiled and reached out to the other party. "Mr. Welch, it is." "Yeah, Mr. Fernandez is really good." Jack Welch stood up and reached out and came with Chen Ming. "I really didn't expect to see Mr. Fernandez, Chen. I am very honored." Chen Mongxiao said, "I didn't expect to see you here." "Well, let's talk. Let's talk first." "Okay." Jack Welch accepted Chen Ming's invitation. "Yes, the guests in front of me are the General Vice Chairman of General Electric, Jack Welch, that will be honored in the future, the world's first CEO, the most respected CEO. Guy, is everything today coincident? Of course not. For this coincidence, Chen Gengfu spent $30,000. Tom, of course, excavation just like Liaka can save the Chrysler car. In Chen Geng's view, can save the occupational manager of AMC car. Probably only Jack Welch. But I want to take Jack Welch to take away. This is hard. It's hard. Not a general difficult. Who is Jack Welch? He is now the top giant of the United States, the vice chairman of General Electric. The current chairman Leginald Jones has not only a public saying that he believes that the future is eligible to serve as a General Electric chairman only Jack Welch. If you don't aidently, Jack Welch will take the Leonard Jones, officially become the helm of the world's top giant. If you want to dig such a figure to your own, even if you think that you can think about it. Okay, Jack Welch is willing to talk to himself, indicating that you still have a chance, although it is in the way in such an encounter. "Mr. Fernand, just like a chat," Jack Welch asked Cheng. "I read newspaper said that Fernandez clearly expressed the large-scale layoff, and you also publicly promised to continue to invest huge money to AMC, upgrade improvement in production facilities and management. Is it true?" "It is true." Chen Geng nodded. "This is reported on this today newspaper." Chen Li is not surprising Jack Welch will ask such a problem. "Is there a lot of money in the current situation in AMC?" "Conservative estimate, no less than $50 million in the next year." Chen Li nodded again. This time I arrived in Jack Welch, I just spent more than $100 billion to acquire AMC. In the next year, I will continue to spend $500 million in the future. How much is this, Fernandez? Well, with Jack Welch's most familiar, working for a lifetime of General Electric to do a reference, this is the company's 3 major civil airplane engine suppliers, and the present value is $4 billion. Don't look at me, Weldon. Jack Welch sighs. Chen Jerij shrug. "You know, my upper movie makes a lot of money. It is estimated that this film can also earn some." The surface of Chen Geng is fluttering. Jack Welch is coming to say again, because he doesn't know what to say. Although the movie Bodyguard has not yet been reflected, the media that has already had good things began to calculate how much Fernandez earned. Because I don't know what the issuance contract of Fernandez and the 20th Century Fox, so the data given by each media is different. But even the most conservative algorithm, Fernandez Chen also earns $80 million through this Bodyguard. And I don't know which media is the first to give it out, saying that after Bodyguard, Fernandez Chen's second movie has begun. The male protagonist is the heroine of Bodyguard, Karen Miss Carpen, Richard Gabed. Although everything in this movie is still confidential, it is said that after reading the script, the 20th Century Fox has signed a contract with Fernandez. It is said that the 20th Century Fox is hoping to invest this movie, but unfortunately, Fernandez disagreed. "Well, I believe you can have such a big money." I took a deep breath. Jack Welch asked, curious, "Mr. Fernand, I saw that I would like to design several products for AMC cars. One of them is specifically for multiple children. Is the American family designed? Is this?" Not waiting for Chen Geng to answer, Jack Welch shrugged. "You may not know, I have 6 children. Every time I have a child with my wife, I have a torture. If there is a big enough, meet the car who travels at the same time, it's great, I will buy one." "Oh, yes. There are Miatas that appear in Bodyguard." "My wife loves the car. and the newspaper said that Mayata will be opened next week. Is it true? It is interesting to say, with The Bodyguard in the United States and even the world, the name of the heroine Megan's name is Mayata. The two small sports cars have also conquered a lot of audiences around the world, especially women, and those who are used to the 4 squares around the side. It is completely functional and applicable to the design elements. After that, I suddenly saw such a cute little sports car, which simply inspired the girls' teenagers. Even if many people have adjusted the AMC car to Chen Geng, who makes the United States our national stock country, when the first generation MX-5 is the name of the model. The two small sports cars in Mayata are still bright. Even when interviewing Chen Gengyue, the reporters did not forget to ask Mayata's news, and they also gave a lot in the subsequent report. The space introduces this car and the information of this car. As of last week, Fernandez has received an order of more than 5,000 Mayatas, which is very amazing for two convertible small sports cars that are mainly based on practical and functional. Chen Geng was a bit surprised. He didn't think that Jack Welch would also care about Mayata's news, but he just laughed. Is this a good start, is not? Yes, they said yes. Chen Mong smiled. Nod. Your lady likes me at If you don't mind, I can let the sales staff go to your home. He didn't say it, now say send. It is too awkward. Is it? That's really good. In the face of change, Jack Welch is like color. He excitedly even like a mouse that is about to get his beloved toy, and some are sorry. This. Mr. Fernandez, don't tell you. I also like Mayata. After reading the movie of Bodyguards, I also hope that one day can be able to open my Mayata, open the hood, leisurely driving on the highway by the sea. Okay, I understand. Chen Ming smiled, nodded, to Mayata, no problem. I guarantee that you and your wife are the customers who early or in Boston. Jack Welchton is like color. But the conversation is here, and the meet is inevitable. Mr. Welch, I believe you should understand why I will appear here. Yes, I hope you can serve as the chairman of the AMC car. This is impossible. Jack Welch did not say, Mr. Fernandez, I respect the achievements you have made, but you have to know that I am now a member of General Electric Board, General Electric Vice Chairman. The most late next year, it will be the chairman of Jones to officially become a chairman of General Electric. You are very clear about the current situation of Universal Electrical, and more clearly, the AMC car is now. Please tell me why I want to give up Universal Electrical and choose AMC. Yes, although Universal Electrical and AMC are American old industrial manufacturing companies, the difference is like a cloud mud. Just in the past 1979, General Electric has created more than $100 million. Not the highest history, but it is definitely the highest annual profit in the past decade. And what about AMC? This is known as one of the 4 major automakers in the United States. The automobile manufacturer has fallen to the dealer to refuse to purchase. The supplier needs to set the previous arrears and the current procurement, the workers' wages cannot be sent, and banks also refuse the degree of loans. For Jack Welch, what is the reason why he has given up a thriveful General Electricity, and chooses an AMC car like a rotten mud? Just because of Chen Gil. Give me a break. For Jack Welch, Chen Li did not feel unexpected. He smiled and suddenly asked Jack Welch, Mr. Welch, 20 years later, you think in the United States the field of professional managers and even the entire American business industry is a more respectful, or Mr. Lee, Akko is even more respectful? Jack Welch did not expect Chen Gengsong asked such a question. I didn't know how to answer for a moment. Although I and Lee Akaki is the top professional manager with the United States, there is a little Jack Welch's heart can be sure, that is, after 2 or 3 years, I am afraid that I am respectful and loved. The way is comparable to Lee Akka. If the Lee Akka will bring a mud than the current AMC car, it will be brought to the mud. and it reproduces the brilliance of the past. Although Chrysler is still, it is not possible to reproduce the brilliance of the past. But with the current development trend of Chrysler, no one will deny this, even if he Jack Welch. Of course, Jack Welch will not know that under his leadership, General Electric has rapidly developed a large market value of more than $4.2 billion in a total of more than $20 billion, for a supergiant of a total market value. Jack Welch, who didn't take over the General Electrical board, said, he didn't want to think. Chen Li did not give Jack Welch, saying bluntly said, there is no doubt that Mr. Liaquor, I believe you will not deny this. Why? Because we all know, Mr. Card pulled his tide and saved Chrysler. I don't doubt that you will become a chairman of Universal Electric, but can you get such respect for 2 or 3 years? I am very difficult. Everyone knows that the current General Electricity is very good. You have a better grade with General Electricity. It is a matter of course. As a chairman, you are doing it. It is not good. That is dereliction of duty. I am not right. Jack Welch is silent, because Chen said is the fact. Look at Liaquor, he made him almost everything in Chrysler. Chen Geng's force waved his arm. And you, Mr. Welch, do you want to write your name in history? GM is not allowed to give you money, but AMC can. Jack Welch is somewhat being touched. He knows that Chen Geng said that it is right. It is one of the 3 General Electrical chairmen who takes place. Although it has become a chance of the next General Electric chairman and CEO, but no matter how big it is to lead General Electric achievements, others will only say that they are standing on the shoulders of giants. It will definitely not enjoy the current treatment of Liaquor throughout the United States. Liaquor has pulled the Churchill of the American old car manufacturer in the United States. Created Men in American Business History Miracle. Chapter 361 is too big. Penmark www. My name, my deed, my business operation techniques and philosophy have been written to the global top business elite education institution in Havel Business College. At this moment, Jack Welch has set off a stormy waves. Before this, he never thought about this. Even before he heard that the Havel Business School was prepared to write a few classic business cases of Liaquor to the textbook, although I envy and embarrassed, but in addition to envious of the guys, this guy has gone out of the dog. But he didn't think too much. I didn't think about my own name, my own deeds. My own business management concept can be written into the textbook of Harvard Business College. But at this moment, Chen Pegang seems to be a big drum in his heart. Yes, Liaquor guys can do something. I don't do it. Why he is doing what he did can I be written to the textbook of the Havel Business School, but can I? Looking at the face of the face, the face of the face, Chen Gengxin smiled, but the mouth was then said, with your ability, your talent, I don't doubt some of your business case, enterprise management concept Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch, guess for 2 or 30 years. Gave you a big gap in the world's top university, or give Mr. Liaquor when you are born with Mr. Liaquor, you guess those students' respect for you, or to Mr. Liaquor more respect? Jack Welch didn't talk, because he couldn't answer this question, nor did you answer. I can become the view of the chairman and CEO of Leginad Jones as a General Electricity future, which is already in the ability to express their ability to business and management. But they are in the height of the United States and the world. Say, I still can't compare with Liaquor guys. As in Fair Iranda's words, as one of the 3 successors of General Electric chairman, although it becomes more than 70% of the next General Electrical chairman and the CEO, no matter how he leads Universal Electrical, how much achievements, others will only say that they are standing on the shoulders of the giant. It will definitely not enjoy the current treatment of Liaquor throughout the United States. Liaquor has pulled the Churchill of the American old car manufacturer in the United States. Created Men in American Business History Miracle. Finally, Jack Welch said, he's on the road. You can guarantee that after I arrived at AMC, I can reach even beyond Liaquor? I cannot guarantee. Okay, I cannot guarantee. Whelming Jack Welch's eyes, Chen Gengtao said, I can't guarantee, but I can guarantee that how is your universal electricity is doing again, and I can't reach and surpass Liaka. I am even more powerful in terms of ability, but if you come to AMC, as long as you can lead AMC to go out of the mud, beyond Chrysler, your famous popularity is also respected by the people, will surpass Liaka. AMC now doesn't have a way to compare with General Electric's platform, and once it succeeds, AMC can give you far more than Universal Electrical. Of course, you should also understand that this is very difficult for this, it is very difficult. Jack Welch didn't talk, and his heart was dramatic. He admitted that Chen said to make sense, no matter how I did it in General Electricity, I can't walk out of myself. I've greeted the AMC, and I came to the brilliant compassion. Because I was doing it in General Electric, I seem to have itself in others. They are all standing on the shoulders of the giant. I want to get the glory like Liaka. I can only go out of the original company like Liaka. I will start in the most bad enterprise. The difference is just Liaka is a Ford by Henry Ford, and he is a position of General Electric chairman who gave up his hand and took the initiative to take the initiative. He knows that there is nothing to say in Gendai. It is because it is very difficult, not too general difficult, in order to enjoy this glory, otherwise, what do you have? Exclamation mark. Jack Welch is somewhat being touched. He is not sure if he can reach the height of Liaka, but now, the young man in front of him provides such a chance to surpass Liaka, but he is still hesitant. Just when Jack Welch was too taut, Chen Geng opened again. Familiar with my friends? No, I have never let me suffer. Mr. Welch, according to public information, you are in General Electrical annual salary is about $250,000, plus bonuses, benefits, subsidies, and bills that can help you be reimbursed by the company. I believe that the total amount is not more than $400,000, right? Jack Welch's face slightly touched. Yes. In fact, there are so many private bills, counted, welfare, subsidies, and company giving a private bill, but it is about $300,000. But when this is a billionaire, we must admit, Jack Welch is still better. Well, $400,000. Chenless mouth, he decides this annual salary. Chrysler's shareholders gave Liaka's annual salary of $600,000, counting a private bill for various bonuses, benefits, subsidies, and reimbursement. He is probably from the company gets about $1 million of course, as long as Chrysler's shareholders and Liaka are not stupid, they will improve the salary of Mr. Liaka. But I think $2 million! Exclamation mark. Said here, Chen Geng looked at Jack Welch. I believe that this is probably such a treatment after the chairman of Universal Electric, all kinds of dark invisible, add $2 million every year, top day. Jack Welch is more wanting to cry. Mr. Leginad Jonas' annual salary is $500,000, and it is stuck. He has obtained everything from the company every year. But with this at the same time, the heart has been aware that Chen Mong is to talk to himself to Jack Welch, can't help but curious. Mr. Fernand will give yourself high salary? Although this does not mean Jack Welch to choose to go to AMC, but if you want to know how high the guy who is going to dig himself is normal, because this means yourself in the eyes of each other component and value, the higher the salary that the other party will open to himself. It means that he value himself. Chen Tongjun is a point, $1 million, plus 1% shares are divided into shares. Jack Welch didn't talk, just a little disappointed. It seems that the annual salary of $1 million, as for the 1% of the shares divide, the ghost knows when it can get it, and how much can you take? I haven't waited Jack to talk, Chen Geng said, but I can't show my sincerity. So I will give you a supplementary provision, annual salary plus red, $4 million, and give you $1 million welfare, subsidies, and private billing reimbursement volume. Jack Welch's eyes have grown up. What is $4 million? In accordance with the contract, you can get a $1 million annual salary plus a dividend. This 1% of the dividend amount is less than $3 million. Fernandez Chen has given himself to himself, ensuring that you can make net every year, $4 million. And if this 1% of the amount exceeds $3 million in accordance with the actual amount, plus the $1 million credits, subsidies, and private bills, which means you can get $5 million of annual salary. $5 million, almost 5 times the Mr. Jones. Even if Jack Welch didn't plan to join the AMC car at the beginning, this time I just had a lobby and pleading of the headhunt company. There is also a benefit of $50 million, and then promise in this way and Fernandez Chen Xiang face, talk about it, but now, in the face of Chen Geng to $5 million. His heart can't help but jump. The next consciousness has a little dry lip. Annual $5 million. This is really a big money. No doubt, Jack Welch's heart. He can't do it. Don't say that Jack Welch is still not the world first CEO that is being held, just now, in this capital. Or money. This thing, the country, Chen Geng opened this condition. Let Jack Welch refused. Chen has given a significant increase in the psychological expectation of Jack Welch's heart to his succession, and his goal is to achieve Leginad Jones. Okay, but now, you have a minimum of $1.5 million. Oh. Ha. Laughing 2 times, Jack Welch tried barber said to Chen Geng, Mr. Fernandez, you will be joke. I never joked. Chen Geng's expression is very serious, saying that he is very serious at the moment. How much do I always believe? How much do you have to take? Much. In turn, as long as you show enough ability, I am very happy to give you a higher salary. I never yet. Mr. Welch, if you can lead AMC to surpass Ford, Chrysler and General, let AMC become the world's top 3 car manufacturers, this 1% of the shares are officially owned. Everything. The sound of swallowing water was loud in the restaurant. Chapter 362 CEO Candidate Penmark WWW. Why do you swallow water? Because Mr. Jack Welch is very clear how much this 1% of the shares, GM, now is the whole beauty, and it is also the first car manufacturing enterprise in the world. Whether it is the market value or annual sales, the annual profit is the world's first. In terms of market value, the general market value of General Motors has exceeded $18 billion. For up to 2 years, General Motors may become one of the 10 components of SPP. That is to say, even if any premium is not considered, 1% of the shares of the General car is worth $800 million. But this is just the price of a lot of circulation stocks in the stock market. In fact, if you want to acquire 1% of the General car, $800 million are absolutely not enough. Far from enough. At least 30%. This is $3.4 billion. A very simple truth. Large-scale acquisition will inevitably cause the share price rising. This is still in the premise of such a multi-circular stock. If you don't sell, how much benefits can you bring to this 1% shares? 3 months ago, General Motors began to carry out a financial year to shareholders, which was divided into 1979 fiscal year. 1979 wealthy year, generally brought dividend profits of $2.5 billion. That is, theoretically, if there is a 1% of the General car in his hand, you can get $5.25 million. For any US rich, if there are more than $5 million of more than $5 million in funds for free, it is a very large amount of money. As the vice chairman of General Electric, Jack Welch very clear this is a huge wealth, so he has drooling, can't help but muttered, 1%. Yes, 1%. Chen Mong Xiao, who is very satisfied with Jack Welch's reaction, don't pay a penny, as long as you reach this goal, you will automatically get 1% of the AMC car, you really belong to your personal 1% shares. Jack Welch didn't talk, he only felt the power of his heart. He didn't even dare to pick up the knife fork on the table or something else, because his hand also shakes. Of course, I want to do this. It is difficult, so you don't have to make a decision immediately. Looking at Jack Welch, Chen Weirui, Chen Mengxiao, said, in addition, the AMC design department is directly owned by me. As long as you ask market demand, I can design in line with you products. I think you should have any doubts about this. Jack Welch will suspect that Chen Tong is in designing? Of course not. As a launch of a model in the market, Fernandez Chen designed a car is equal to this car that has become a market representative explosion. It has become more recognition in the industry, so in Fernandez Chen personally leading AMC design department, there is no doubt that is the strongest automotive design department in the US for cars manufacturers. Reconscious this, Jack Welch's heart begins to jump. He suddenly found that there is a support of Chen Li in design, after Chen Geng's support. The biggest problem in AMC cars is management, and this is a good thing to be good at. Boss, do you think Mr. Welch will promise? On the way back, Mylan couldn't help to Chen Geng asked, and if Jack Welch will promise an invitation to his own boss. She is very curious. Chen Geng said with a mouth, he has promised. What? Mylan surprised Jiang mouth, a face of a face, but Mr. Welch is to consider. But it is a self-prize. Chen Mengxiao, if I invited him, he immediately agreed. Isn't it true that Jack Welch is too expensive? Miranan suddenly, what do you mean? He is only in the face. Chen Geng called on a sigh of relief. I gave 20 times the annual salary that he is now annual salary, but also gave him a chance to be famous for universal electricity, and gave him a future retirement. Can keep a long-term food ticket for luxury life. Change it. Will you refuse? Miran's consciousness shook his head, but quickly reacted, but this is hard. It's hard. Chen Geng should have a car manufacturer in the United States. The first 3 car manufacturers in the United States. Can this be difficult? But if it is not difficult, what is Jack Welch? What is this high salary in me? Why do I give him such a high salary? Chen said yes. After listening to Chen Geng's conditions, he just looks at the face of $5,000, and intends to come over. Jack Welch, I can't calm down again, so that when I dinner, he fell into the ground 3 times. Dear, what happened? Looking at the 3rd time by her husband, I couldn't help but worry about it. Is it a problem? Nothing. Jack Welch shake his head, but hesitated. He still explained, dear, I have seen someone today. Today's matter is not small to Jack Welch. He does have the urge to find someone to complain, and Caroline, the wife who married more than 20 years, is undoubtedly the best tone object. See a person? Caroline was a bit surprised. When I saw a person, I made my husband's emotions such a big fluctuation. She can't help but curious. Who is who is this guy? Fernandez Chen, do you know? It is the guy who acquiesced the AMC car. Oh, I know him. Caroline nodded, but his head was more strange to the husband's reaction. He invited me to serve as the chairman and CEO of AMC Auto. Oh, God. If Jack Welch is finished, Caroline Welch is surprised to cover his mouth. She finally understood why her husband is so uncomfortable today, but let her feel shocked by his husband's violent emotional fluctuations. Hidden information. He is invited to Fernandez Chen. If it is not a heartbeat, carefully consider Fernandez Chen's invitation. His husband's mood will not have such a big fluctuation. Packed up a mood, Caroline shocked to Jack Welch, dear, Fernandez, I have a magic for you. Let you give up your Hanson Power chairman's seat? Yes. Caroline completely missed Chen Li to the end of his husband, and actually let his husband gave up the universal electricity for more than 20 years, gave up almost a generic electrical chairman of General Electricity, turn and go to the AMC car's rotten mud. Danius. He didn't make any magic for me. He just told me that if I continued to stay in General Electric, my achievements will never go beyond Liaka. Never go beyond Liaka. Caroline finally realized where there was, and why her husband would have such a big emotional fluctuation. Yes, if the husband's chairman's chairman of General Electric, there is no doubt that he will become an excellent CEO. But that is, like a CEO of General Electric, but is only a victim. Dear, but it is absolutely impossible to enjoy Liakaka's treatment by the world. But if Welch went to the worse amk than the original Chrysler, and successfully took the AMC out of the humans, his popularity in the United States will also surpass Liakaka, this is no doubt. But just these words, the husband's emotions should not have such large undulations and fluctuations. Welcomes the doubtful eyes in his eyes, Jack Welch said softly. In addition to these, he also gave me a high salary. High pay? How high? The annual salary of $1 million, the total share book is 1%, and the dividend of $3 million, plus $1 million US welfare, subsidies and bill reimbursement. Well, if I can lead AMC car to the United States first, the top 3 in the world height, this 1% of the shares automatically belongs to me. Yes, you didn't listen to the wrong. It is a 1% shares. What is the right to divide the right? Finished all of my 1% shares. Understood. Caroline is completely understood. In the face of such a chance to be famous, facing such a chance to earn a high salary, even hold a company shares, how can the husband can't move? Exclamation mark. She is determined to say, no matter what kind of decision you make, I will support you and your children. Jack Welch didn't speak, just nodded. Did not let Chen Pigra have been waiting for too long. No 48 hours of the 48 hours of Chen Geng. The next afternoon, Chen Li received Jack Welch telephone. Mr. Fernandez, I decided. Oh, although the phone, Chen Tong is still picking up his eyebrows. I am very honored. You can invite me to serve as chairman and CEO of AMC Auto. Jack Welch's voice in the phone sounds like a feeling of blindness. I promise that I can get the salary of every creature you open. Chen Li's silent smile, but the heart is still very excited. It is. Finally became. However, you know, I can't resign. I need some time to work. Jack Welch said, as long as you don't aidant, you can transfer it in half a month. I took a deep breath. Chen Mongxiao said, okay, when you come, I will hold a grand press conference. Chapter 363, Unbridled Threat Penmark WWW. The captain of the AMC in the next 20 years, but Chen Ming's mood did not relax, and there is a lot of things waiting for him to get it, such as those who have the same workers, such as those that have been read commercial and supplier. In order not to be confused, in order to maximize or accurately grasp the idea of the first-line grassroots employees, this time with the grassroots employees will be a meeting, it is better to say is a worker representative conference. Participating in the first-line employee of this session, 3,000, all from the first-line employees and grassroots management posts, and the employees in the field are the highest in the staff. It is just a team leader, and even the director of the workshop is there. I know what the workers are most concerned about. Chen Li did not talk to them what ideals, the future, and the addition and subtraction and subtraction and subtraction and subtraction of these daily resources have also been used to use the calculators American industrial workers. These things are from them. They are too far away. Chen Mongzi needs to let the workers know a little. From now on, as long as they work hard, their income will be fully guaranteed, and must be much higher than now. However, Chen Tong also underestimated the downtime of this time and the new Soviet figure on the Soviet man's figure on the workers of AMC. Chen Bang's words have not finished. The crowd is obvious ubiquitual, and the indoor basketball in the museum, it seems to be stuffed into a group of bees. Yes, for convenience, this time the location will not be in the auditorium, but at home of the AMC Car Home Basketball Hall. Everyone sat. Only a few people such as Chen Geng stood. Chen Geng is showing that the microphone is not far from the 5-year-old white old man. I took the microphone, and the white old man asked loudly, "Sir, what do you say? What guarantees this?" Chen Li did not immediately answer, but asked, "Everyone cares about this." Okay. There are too many people, so please give you a hand, if you want to ask questions. trouble everyone holds your hand. The forest of the arms in front of Chen Pills. Okay, I know, Chen Ganglion, standing in the middle of the basketball court, topped up. I will answer this question now. I want to say, I can't guarantee this. What? Exclamation mark. Can he guarantee this? Exclamation mark. The AMC workers at the scene suddenly, and the workers with emotional excited or even ready to take a sleeper. In the face of this case, Rosemary and Mullen's face suddenly changed. Stannon, such as Stonson, at the entrance of the player, had already taken the pistol out. Chen Ming's face is there is no fear, cashing the crowd of exciting, one of his two hands, and even a sarcasm on his face. Mister, you will give you the previous example, what can I guarantee? You feel that I will give it again. What do you promise? In the 1960s, even the early 1970s, how did the AMC's product quality Don't Use Me? From the mid-1970s, how is the product quality of AMC, Don't Use Me more? You are this plays some kind of discreet troll, I don't believe it. Don't have to say more. In front of your previous weaknesses, what do you think? I will give you some promises. Commitment no matter what your work is good. I do you give you a wage? Welcomes a head that has already been low. Chen Geng smiled and heavily said, don't make a joke. Mister, we are all adults. Don't hug this unrealistic fantasy. I will give you a very simple commitment, as long as you do something in your own. When you screw the screw, specify the torque of 20 Newton meters, and strike 20 Newton meters, not 15 Newton meters, 18 Newton me and 19 Newton me, when the heat treatment is performed. Strictly abide by the prescribed operational process. The requirements for 10 minutes of heat treatment process, for 10 minutes, not 5 minutes, nor 7 minutes. The workers who have just been in a group are not from autonomous, they are low in their heads. Chen Geng said these things are what they have returned to AMC. Now these means are broken, they don't leave their faces. They also can't hang on their faces. I didn't have to take the responsibility. In the face of the lower head, Chen Geng continued, I know, some people in you are definitely uncomfortable. Think if the AMC shareholder agreed to us condition, we will not do this. Feel that he is reasonable. Don't deny, I know even now, some people in you are this idea, but what I want to say is that this is a crab. It is also your own self. You told me that if you don't do this from the beginning, don't let AMC's product quality becomes a joke on the market. AMC's market share will fall from nearly 20% in the 1960s to less than 1%. You will receive the full salary and rich bonus from every month, and now you don't necessarily take it every month. Mister, can anyone answer me? Exclamation mark. No one answered, but the lower head is getting more and more. Any person, as long as there is a basic logic, know that all the people's self-adapted, because the company can't meet your own requirements, you will revenge company by doing some small hands in the production process, which seems to be successful. However, in fact, the final victim is still their own. The quality of the product declines, leading to the company's product sales decreased, sales decrease, leading to the company's revenue. The company's revenue is reduced. There is even more no money to increase the workers' salary. Then the workers have become a sharp retaliation company. This is a vicious circle, but first opens this Pandora's magic box. In fact, they own, of course, the biggest loss is also workers. Looking at the low heads of the head, there are more and more bodyguards that have just mentioned the eyes of the blind, Rosemary and Stonson, such as the bodyguards, It is okay. They really pray their own. The boss should not stimulate these simple, muscular workers. This time has such a good luck. Who dares to guarantee such good luck next time? However, Chen Pegang did not hear their voice. Instead, Chen Pegang has made the workers in front of him. Very good. It seems that you understand this logical relationship, which also proves that your mind was basic logic. Then I do it. I have said to you, very well understood. From now on, you will work hard to work, according to the job requirements, I guarantee that you can get the income of the industry's average level if you have done your own points, and I didn't give my promise. I believe that many people know where my home is. I am always welcome to go to my home to find me, but if you don't do your book, the division is also simple. In the 6 months, the 2 consecutive assessments are unqualified or cumulative 2 assessments. Unqualified employees will be adjusted to the Vocational Skills Training Center to re-equip vocational skill education. During this time, you can only lead basic allowance subsidy. What? 2 consecutive times in half a year, or the cumulative 2 assessments are unqualified. They are going to learn, and can only receive basic allowance subsidies. Although I don't know how much this allowance subsidy is, I don't have to know too much. Maybe there is no more income now. How can this? Exclamation mark. The workers who have just been down per hour immediately turned out. Americans, they are like this: you can move my wife, you can move my car, you can move my daughter, but I can't move my money. In the face of the crowd of returning, Chen Li is again sneer again. How? I don't feel uncomfortable. Are you unhappy? Do you have any qualifications? Unhappy? In the sound of the basketball court, Chen Geng's voice suddenly got bigger. I only ask you that there is a basic professional ethics that workers should have. Is this demanding? If this basic professional ethics require you not can, I don't mind let AMC bankrupt again. I believe that many of you know that I have money, so I don't care. Even if this investment is all playing water drift, I don't care. I am also a billionaire, but you? I am very curious, when AMC is breaking again, who dares to hire a group of workers who have 2 bankruptcy to make a company have it? If there is such a cattle, I must go to visit. I really want to know, when AMC is bankrupt, there is no company to be admitted to you, what will it look like? I am afraid that the vast majority of you can only be taken away by the bank, and the streets will be begging for giving birth. Chen Geng's words, that truthfully scared the workers in the scene, so that I just hired the big basketball court. At this moment, quietly scary, user needle can listen to see. It is to describe some exaggeration, but if you carefully observe, you will find that almost all workers are all conscious screen, and the face is unable to hide. They are really scared by Chen Li. This new boss is here. When you are in the face of yourself, unscrupulous means he doesn't mind let AMC bankrupt, let your investment boost. But workers feel faintly understand. I am afraid this threat, not only the threats. Before this, the workers did not discuss their new boss, and they all knew that their new boss had money. Naturally, I also knew that even AMC really broke out again. My new boss, Fernandez Chen, is still able to enjoy luxuriously with his other industries, so that there are countless people envy. A very simple truth. Since you take the threat to the other party is not the other person very important, then this threat is to be so incredible. Well, mister, you have reasonable. As a worker, you should do our own points. We have fulfilled your own points, and I have to find you to pay, but I have a problem. The old worker just opened again, and the microphone has been holding it in his hand. Chen Geng nod. You said, AMC now, we are all clear. My question is, if we have died their own points, there is a good career, how do you guarantee the income of us? Very good question. Chen Geng's like drums applauded, laughed. In my opinion, this is what you should ask, you should care about it. I have worked hard, I did my own points, but as a boss, how to ensure our interests? Directly said, how can I guarantee enough starting rate to ensure that the produced product is told? This is a problem with everyone. I still say it directly, AMC is currently in the market of reputation. I believe this all my heart. I have calculated. I want to guarantee that the income of all workers can reach the industry average. Let everyone's income, and everyone in Ford, Chrysler and Universal peers are similar. AMC needs to achieve at least 12% market share. That is, to produce 500,000 cars, which is probably equivalent to 68% of our existing production lines. Don't tell me, I believe that everyone knows this hard, I don't deny this. How can you do such a high market share? Next, In addition to paying close attention to quality, we re-establish the quality of AMC and the word of mouth. There is a key point, that is, it is necessary to have enough hard, and can sell products in the market. Fortunately, I'm not welcome. I am a good car designer, and several products I have designed are good in the market, so I think, designed a few consumers for AMC, willing to pick up the bag products. The problem should not be great. P.S. Brothers, please wait a few minutes. I still say it directly, AMC is currently in the market of reputation. I believe this all my heart. I have calculated. I want to guarantee that the income of all workers can reach the industry average. Let everyone's income and everyone in Ford, Chrysler and Universal peers are similar. AMC needs to achieve at least 12% market share, that is, to produce 500,000 cars, which is probably equivalent to 68% of our existing production lines. Don't tell me, I believe that everyone knows this hard, I don't deny this. How can you do such a high market share? Next, in addition to paying close attention to quality, we re-establish the quality of AMC and the word of mouth. There is a key point, that is, it is necessary to have enough hard, and can sell products in the market. Fortunately, I'm not welcome. I am a good car designer, and several products I have designed are good in the market, so I think, designed a few consumers for AMC, willing to pick up the bag products. The problem should not be great. Chapter 364, Bitter. Finally Penmark www. Chen Geng extremited to the financial pressure facing AMC for this time and their financial situation. He was also worried about workers who didn't want to deliver their own scrapped car disassembly companies, the aircraft dismantling company, automotive maintenance company and other industries. But the actual situation is that he is worried about him, and Chen has given a sure answer. After that, the workers were almost can't wait to go to other industries in Fernandez. Even if he cited the industries in Detroit and even the Michigan, most people can only deliver to Michigan. Other states, or even other places outside the United States, they can't stop the enthusiasm of the workers. Holding the microphone in his hand, the old worker shouted, "Sir, I don't care about other states or other countries, I just want to know, if I go to your other industrial work, how much salary I can take." "At least $1,000, Chen said. "If it is some hard work, or the technical content is relatively high, you can get $1,500. "Can you get $1,500? Exclamation mark. The whole basketball hall is suddenly lit up with a green eye. For these AMC workers who have only more than $500 of income every month, their income is much lower than the average income level of American workers, and now I heard that the other industries in the boss even can get it equivalent to the United States. The average income of industrial workers, and suddenly it was heart. This old worker is particularly excited. "Really? Can I really take so much?" "Of course," Chen piquantly nodded, "like auto repairman, car dismantling work, monthly salary is more than $1,200. Counting a bonus, the total income of each month is not less than $1,400. The aircraft dismantling engineer's income is even more than $2,000. Of course, my aircraft dismantling company is temporarily missing." Listening to his own boss said that his aircraft dismantling company was temporarily unconfirmed. The basketball hall sounded a huge, full of sigh, the sigh of the old worker holding the microphone, especially the sound of more than $2,000 a month salary. Listen to the huge sigh of the scene. Chen Geng's signy moves. "In addition, we have a cooperative project with Huaxia, need dozen experienced skilled workers. If you are willing to go to China, count all subsidies, I guarantee that you can get a minimum of $2,500 each month, and a month's paid holiday every year. The company is responsible for the full transportation and accommodation cost of Huaxia, and you can choose to let your family to go to China." Look at you. The company is also responsible for the accommodation and transportation fees for your family. The company is responsible for its embedded accommodation and transportation costs. It is a matter of course, but more workers are moving their salary. A monthly salary of $2,500. The per capita monthly income in this U.S. industry worker has just been in 1980. And $2,500 of the monthly salary is equivalent to 3 times the US per capita monthly income, plus a 14-month salary every year. That is, the annual salary $350,000 US. This is the salary treatment of the departmental supervisor of large multinational corporations, so there is nothing strange when the atmosphere of the scene is suddenly fried. Workers are good to send, especially for the AMC workers who have suffered from financial stress. In fact, their requirements are not high, there is a good income, they are satisfied. True trouble or dealers and suppliers, that is, the upstream partners and downstream partners of AMC. Chen Geng first received a downstream partner, that is, AMC's distributors. Treating AMC's distributors, you can take the way to treat workers. During the heyday, AMC has 685 dealers throughout North America, but as AMC's more, the number of AMC has only 267 home. Chen Geng's heart is clear. This 267 dealers are going to retreat or terminate and end with AMC partnership. This noble is, who makes AMC cars do not make money. Given the power of AMC's distributors, this time with the purpose of the meeting, there is only one purpose. Firm dealers continue to work with AMC, let them believe. Although the AMC has indeed been difficult, but after changing the new boss, they can earn money from the cooperation with AMC. Still last basketball hall, but indifferent. The center of the basketball hall placed several strict cars that covered with clothes, and was not like the last employee representative meeting, people less. The top 3 rows of seats were not full. Chen Geng's station in the center of the venue, looking at the dealer in front of the dealer, Lang said, "The dealer friends, first of all, I thank you who still didn't give up AMC in such a difficult situation, although I know that I don't give up." A variety of diverse, even some gentlemen did not give up, the reason is helpless. But no matter what, as a new boss of AMC, I have to thank you for the most difficult time. AMC. Some people in the crowd, yes, if not there is no way, who is willing to do AMC's business. I know that when I am not a long story, these dealers have not stopped the vernacular feelings. After the simple cold, Chen Geng immediately turned into the topic. First, I am sorry to let everyone come here. I know why everyone will be arranged here for this time. And it is very doubtful, not in the past. As for this reason for AMC, it is actually very simple. It is to tell you a little, let everyone look at the AMC, what is the new product of AMC looks like. In addition, tell everyone, everyone's hard day is about to end. In fact, I don't have to say that. Chen said, looked at the car on the middle venue. And then I thought that Chen Tong was the most famous car designer in the United States. As long as the dealers who come today are not stupid, they can guess the clothes. Here is the new product designed for AMC after Fernandez Express AMC car. I know that Fernandez Chen is in the automotive design of the car, and the dealer of this dealer conference is responsible for people who have heard the AMC has not retired after being acquired by Chen Geng, which is because of the trust of Chen Geng in automotive design and looking forward to, now, watching a few cars in front of you, there is no exciting, just in excitement and excitement. There is no unbelievable in my heart. Fernandez take over AMC a few days, it actually put it so soon the car is made. Is he prepared for AMC? But no matter what, just make you earn money. You will say anything. Before I officially uncover the veil of these cars, let's tell you a message. I have convinced General Electric Vice Chairman Jack Welch, Mr. Jack Welch as Chairman and CEO. Sir, you are sure? You didn't joking? Chen Geng's words were exported, and some people couldn't sit. Unlike ordinary people may not know who Jack Welch is, but can be a car dealer, which one is not worth millions of dollars? Although everyone has heard of Jack Welch, I know that this person is absolutely not a small number, such as the eyes. Mr. Jack Welch is not only the vice chairman of General Electric, because of good at management and quality control is selected as a successor, Mr. Jones, who is currently retired. Mr. Jones will officially serve as the chairman of General Electric. Mr. Jones is officially retired next year. The meaning of the words, this is almost stably becomes a chairman of a large multinational group of more than $4 billion, will give up the original seat, choose to come to AMC, which may be inserted at any time. Chen Geng nodded. I know this is really difficult to let people believe that Mr. Jack Welch is really difficult, but fortunately, I did it. I am still difficult to believe. The spot speaking this dealer Tom is blunt. I can't think of Jack Welch to come to AMC. Tom's voice is said to have the heart of the dealers present. If someone puts the General Electrical chairman does not come to AMC as a chairman, and his head must be kicked by the scorpion. Chen Geng nodded. I know this is really difficult to understand in the average person, but I am persuading Mr. Jack Welch. The reason is very simple. The chairman of General Electric is worse than the respective Liaka. If you want to be respectful than others than Liaka, you only have a worse AMC. Of course, there is also a super powerful salary contract. A dealer suddenly fell. No one thought that Chen Li was actually convinced by such two hands to convince the Jack Welch. However, after careful consideration, they have to admit that from the two perspectives of the name and profit, it is probably the only way to persuade Jack Welch say MC, and the money is less, the famous is small. Well, I believe you will not lie in the face of everyone. After a little thoughts, Tom said, this is a good news. I believe that Mr. Jack Welch is coming. AMC will have a flying progress in management and quality control. Mr. Fernandez, now these cars are more expected. Chapter 365 New Product Board Penmark www. At this time, I can adhere to the distributors who cooperate with AMC. Don't worry about it, I have to stick to it. That is all true love. Chen Geng did not continue to sell Guanzi. First we'll take a closest to him, next beside himself the car's clothes are open. The next moment, a strange hatchback court is included in the eyes of the public dealers. Surprisingly, because of this, everyone has never seen a hatchback that is like this. A small hatchback different from the Wolf Fort Golf. The hatch of this hat is very large, and there should be 5 in length. 2 meters, the width is almost 2 meters. And the front of the front is along, obviously the car of the space. The ground clearance of the car is higher than the ordinary sedan, but it is significantly lower than the pickup, off-road vehicle. In short, the more you look at this car, the more you feel weird. You are not like a car, you are not like a cross-country car, or is also a wagon travel vehicle developed on the basis of Europe. Refers to the overall styling of the whole shape next to the first generation of GL8 introduced in China. And Chen Geng said, this car is a multi-purpose car I developed for the US family, multi-purpose vehicles, referred to as MPV. MPV? I just said that. Mr. Tom wrinkled. I looked a bit like a travel car in Europe. This statement is not wrong, because this car is a lot of characteristics that I have extracted a travel car. Chen Geng's head. First of all, it must have a wide comfortable ride of the travel car, which can accommodate 7 to 8 family members, and ensure that they are comfortable in the car. Second, in terms of functionality, when you don't need to carry so many passengers, this car must have a good load capacity. Looking at the car in front of you, the dealers couldn't help it. Some people shouted, Mr. Fernandez, can I take a look at it near? No problem at all. Chen Multicky is stupid to refuse to reject this request for distributors, and if he intends to refuse, what do he do it here? Right, remind everyone, these cars are not real cars, but the wooden model, just to show you the function of this car. No one cares about what Chen said. I heard that I can observe nearby. Where is the dealers who have to bear? There is no clear boundary and blocking between the basketball court and the audience. When I heard Chen Geng, the dealers immediately got up, and I plan to carefully observe this approach to Chen Geng called multipurpose car, MPV. Big. The space inside the car is really big. This is the first reaction after seeing this car, or is the first reaction after this model, and the whole vehicle uses 2 plus 2 plus 3 inches. The 307 design. The second row of the door is still the design of the sliding door, just this sliding door. Let all the dealers are bright in front, compared to the traditional opening and round door. The sliding door is really too convenient. The more you discover, the more surprised. The more surprised. This car attracts your own point is too much. The 3-row seat can be slid. The top 2 seats sitting posture can be a wide range of adjustments. The intermediate wide channel can ensure free movement between the 3-row seat. This is especially important for household cars. This is especially important. Medium console, door, or even at least 10 storage spaces in the seat, no matter whether it is a drink, water bottle or magazine, can always find space. And it is also exceptional, the second row and the third row of seats, installed a foldable small table board that can be collected. There are several specials on the small table board, which is used to place a water bottle, a bottle of the bottle. For the mother who needs to take care of small baby, I have this, a small table board. It is too convenient. The most satisfying dealers are happy. The third row seat can be folded back. The hole hidden in the trunk floor. Then put the second row of seats forward push. You can form a huge, not asked in the storage space of the van. If I have such a car, I can sell my other 2 cars. After meticulous experience, this car, Domin, which was deeply affected by the practicality and versatility of this car, couldn't help but said to another dealer, I said, excited, said, there is always some customers ask me, if there is anyone can go out with a 6-person, and there is enough storage space. Now finally have. Another dealer also came over. The car is a good car. The design is even more. Just don't know how the car is quality. If it is the previous control, you can design it so much. Probably not. The Sommelier sounded Tom sounded in the middle. I am more familiar with Mr. Jack Welch. The guy is simply a management genius. If Fernandez really, Mr. Jack Welch is invited. AMC, I believe that under his management, AMC's quality control and quality management can rise a big step. Some people sigh, my quality requirements for AMC are not high, as long as I can reach 10 years ago. Is it just 10 years ago? Chen Geng's voice suddenly rang. It can't. Mr. Fernandez, you. I heard Chen Geng's voice sounded, and the dealers who have just gathered into a group hurriedly greeted Chen Mong smiled and swayed. Listen to everyone, I will come together, just talk to you through this opportunity. I know that Chen Tong is still going to use this way to tell him some of the ideas. The dealers are not from their own ears. I know the future development concept of AMC, which is very important for everyone. AMC is only one in the future, that is, people-oriented. This people, is our employee, is also our partner, the same more our customers, our consumers, in general, is AMC to market. Consumers provide products with the best quality, stable and reliable, can meet the needs of users, such as this car. Taking into account this wave of birth booms starting from the mid-1960s, almost every American family has 3 children and designed for American families. At the same time, in order to reduce the cost as much as possible, let users not buy our cars. Our MPV uses a carrier body, front-wheel drive design concept. I believe everyone is the final price of this car very interested. Please rest assured that this car is not at all and widow product, depending on the configuration. The price is roughly between $11,000 to $15,000, while 7 and 8 can be selected. What? Just $11,000 to $15,000? This price is greatly unexpected, and they don't have not guess the price, just, the result of discussing each other in private, is, such a multi-purpose vehicle. How to sell get a $13,500. but just $11,000. It's so cheap. Mr. Fernandez, is you really saying? Tom hurriedly asked Chenge. Really $11,000? Isn't it $12,000? Isn't it $13,000? In fact, considering the market factor, we will launch a price of only $9,998, and the market price of the second low-cost model will lead to between $10,888 to $10,998. But this lowest match there will be reduced by the model. Take just Tonga blinked. Do you understand what I mean? Tom suddenly realized the head. Understand? Of course. Not only Tom took the head, the surrounding dealers were all oppressed, but they looked at the head of Chen Geng, but also admired. It is no wonder that Fernandez can do so big. Not a propaganda, telling consumers through advertising. Now only less than $10,000 can buy such a practical car, etc. After consumers can enter the car sales store, the dealer will tell him, if you want to set this car, you need to wait for a long time to manufacture, such as at least 3 but low-level models, it is more than a few $100s than the lowest match, actually nearly $1,000. But there are hundreds of dollars. With $1,000, consumers listen to the feeling in the ear. It is very different. Do you want to consider? Considering that only $100 only need to pick up the car as soon as possible, and the configuration is high. Basically, the consumer of 999 is also protocol, and even higher configuration. Chen Geng said. Next, AMC will pay close attention to quality control and management. In addition to hiring Jack Welch as the chairman of AMC Car and the first Cedilla, we will go to Dongpas Automobile Manufacturing Enterprise to hire quality monitoring and management expert. Although the man-made car does not drop, their quality is really good, or there is a place worth learning and learning. Mr. Fernandez, if you can do it, my old Tom is willing to continue working with you. After a contemplation, the old Tom first opened his mouth. He understands that if AMC cars can really do what they said, there is excellent designers design, management to get verified enterprise experts, and then Dongpa in quality control the help of the first-line management personnel. All the foundations of the AMC car are off. When is this time you have to wait? Chen Mong smiled, nodded. Thank you for your support of AMC, but everyone doesn't have to worry. Look at the second product I designed for AMC. This is a full-size SUV. Chapter 366. Someone is engaged in series penmark www. Communication and mutual understanding is very important. Needless to say, before today, even in a few minutes ago, the dealers of more than 200 AMC cars were quite part of the AMC car, and they were still in the heart of the ship, and it stopped in time. But now, in the eyes of Chen Geng as AMC design, I have listened to Chen Weitong's future development planning and ideas, and it seems to be some time for AMC. Just like old Tom said, we are easy to insist now, so hard to see hope. If you give up, it is too stupid. In the end, the results achieved by this dealer conference is more successful than Chen Geng's expectations. More than 200 dealers have only 2 clear expressions this greatly unexpectedly, knowing before this distributor meeting, Chen Li's goal was to keep the 90% dealer. Until the distributors sent the dealers on the plane, Chen Wantai is a relief. Just think about it. To comfort the supplier, AMC can find a chance to easily. However, there is a saying in this world called a blessing: nothing, good things and cheap can't make you a person. This is not. The news brought by staff gives Chen Geng head again. A layer of cloudy cloud. Is the message reliable? After a while, Chen Geng asked staff. Just. Stavel brought a message related to the AMC supplier. AMC's suppliers were secretly tiered, ready to coordinate with themselves with the next supplier conference if it is really being successful by these suppliers in the supply price, settlement cycle, supply time, etc. The days of AMC cannot be generally sad. Reliable. Absolutely reliable. Staff nodded. Chen Geng did not answer, but looking at staff, it means very clear. How do you know? Welcoming his own boss. Staff, a bit bite, to Chenge. this is that they take the initiative to contact me. I hope I can reveal some of the company to them. Well, let me when spy and undercover. How can they find you? Chen Geng frowned. What is the situation? Staff is born in there long, like a backbone after the brain, Mr. Jack Welch. So, understood. Although Stave is over confused, this kind of thing is a layer of windows, and the Chen Geng Ma has reacted it. Why is the AMC's supplier whisper? Mimi finds staff. In those suppliers of AMC, staff is giving a good chairman, and the heart is definitely filled with grievances and resentment, and the heart must think about how to retaliate. Your new boss, as long as I look for my door, such as the reed tongue, and give him a good reason, staff does not cooperate. The truth is this truth, it is true for normal logic. But these AMC cars have apparently underestimating a hidden website for 7 years of shopping malls on the AMC Auto chairman, who can you provoke, can't provoke, what kind of consequences that can't be provoked, and he is mirror. I quickly wanted to understand Chen Geng. I nodded to staff. Mr. Staff, thank you for bringing personal feelings into the work. Your career spirit makes me very admire. No reward, no award. Even tone is a bit high, but it is this, staff is loose, he is very clear, the boss uses this tone very much, it is not a bad thing, indicating that the boss believes ourselves. If you think about yourself foreigners. The identity, the boss uses this tone, which means that his attitude towards himself, you can think about the job. He rushed to Chen Geng to show his attitude, boss, as long as I am still AMC staff, I am going to have a salary sent to me. I also think that Mr. Jack Welch is more suitable as AMC chairman. The sky is pitiful, this time, Stave's pressure has been great. Since the arrival of Chen Geng's AMC, although staff showed Chen Geng to Chen Geng in the first time, he would not be a stumbling manual attitude, and he only hopes that you can stay in AMC, but Chen Tongyi has no clear words, this matter full of uncertainty. How to arrange me for the boss. After a few days, Jack Welch was officially taking office. He was directly swept away, or the boss was a big compassion. These days have come, this problem will be almost crashing in staff. At this time, those who want to capture greater benefits from the AMC car, let staff suddenly came to their chances. This has Stave. This book is confident. These days, Chen Tong also thinks how to deal with staff, no doubt, let him continue to serve as the chairman or the CEO must not work, and staff's knowledge is also intestinal. Direct people, although Stave's ability is somewhat lack of capacity, but in terms of work, he is called a dedication, and has not been dedicated to the right of his rights. The professional attitude is still good. After picking up AMC, people have not given any obstacles at all, and take the initiative to pay at any time, only to pension in the company. This requirement is not too much. Since this situation is in this case, Stavel still has no choice of returns, giving him a good result. I have done my mind. Chen Geng looked at staff. Mr. Staff, supplier, you should temporarily lead to them. There is anything to report. That's what is the other side? Staff's heartbeat, hurriedly nodded, okay, no problem. Mr. Welch arrived. You temporarily served as a directors in the board of directors. As for specific positions, I also need to consider it again. It means that you can not only stay in the company, but also to maintain the identity of a board member. Recognizing the meaning of the boss, staff's eyes suddenly read, heavy. Nod, boss, please rest assured, I will not let you down. Well, do it. Chen Geng gave him a dictation pill. Although management is inevitably adjusting is not necessarily bad. Staff out. Don't need to cover up the mood of Chen Geng. The expression is blooming, half. He bite his teeth. 2, very good. I haven't intended to talk to you, since you are not kept. Don't blame me. Yes. Before this, Chen Y mind is actually a little embarrassment for suppliers who have cooperative relations with AMC. I feel so long, AMC will give these suppliers to PIT, and they can take care of them, and think about it, or try to take care of it. But now, Since you have started to engage in series, then there is nothing to say. Boss, what are you talking about? Rosemary, who was called in discussing this thing, listening to Chen Geng's instructions, the face is white. Don't joking with me. Is this a joke? Chen Geng didn't look at her. Rosemary does not speak. This kind of thing is really not a joke. I think we should take advantage of them now. Have no series Suez. Grab it in front. First start. Rosemary quickly gave suggestions. As long as we first talk with several major supply to discuss the next cooperation, those small suppliers can't afford to get up. Rosemary is very reasonable, but Chen Li is not going to do so. He puts his hand, according to staff. Several of the series is a few large suppliers. Rosemary. This is not good. Isn't it playing yin? Chen Mong suddenly smiled. They intend to pay with the bottom of us? That happens. I am welcome. Rosemary didn't talk, and a surprised looked at Chen Pai Gong. Boss, this way? Okay. Well done. The eyes of Rosemary. Chen Geng nodded. Since some people want to engage in series, let them go to work hard. I am looking forward to it. When the supplier conference, they want to be full of confidence with our show. It is found that when they are a bunch of scraps, these idiots' face will be like. Although Chen Pei did not speak too much, it was enough for Rosemary, which was enough. She was slightly thinking, and then suddenly realized, what do you mean? Go to work with similar companies on Dongpu? Chen Mong Xiao said. How do you think? What can you say? In addition to tall the thumb, it can take any clothes. Rosemary does not know what he can say. She really didn't expect that this seemingly tricky problem was resolved by her own boss. The reason why the suppliers put them in series to the AMC, and the map is nothing more than the interest. And when the boss showed the show, they found that they couldn't get orders from AMC. When the interests were bad. When they met them, I saw the expression changes on the idiot's face. What is the change? This is really not missed. Go home and pack it. You will go to Dongpu tomorrow. Chen Geng began to give Rosemary layout. I will return to you in the specific contact. I don't ask you something specific contract, but the intention to get the contract. Know why the boss says. Rosemary nod. Boss, you can rest assured. Chapter 367. The Small Devil Penmark WWW. Since Rosemary is representing himself to Dongpu, then there should be no throwing. No matter what, the East is sleeping, the other party is sleeping. Chen Geng has dialed the other side. I will ask Mr. Ying. Mr. Is there? Anyway, as a family of Toyota, no matter when it is, Toyota is too British. It is the need for the avoidance. Please understand the phone. The other party obviously know that people who can call this phone at this time is not more expensive to say that the sound in the phone is still a strong American English, and the tone is a sound. Mr. English has already slept. How are you? Bit. If it is not very important, I can. I am Fernandez Chen, Fernand, USA. Chen Geng interrupts the other party. Some ideas about expanding the scope of both parties want to talk to Mr. Second English. The assistant responsible for answering the call is obviously what this Fernandez Chen is, who has a low and low exclaimer. The next moment, the other party's tone is more respectful. Sorry Mr. Chen, very sorry, Mr. Chen, I don't know if you let you wait. Please forgive. It's okay. Chen Geng frowned. This kind of false with the little devil. He is really unable. Interrupted the other party, said, can I ask Mr. I will pick a phone call? Of course. Toyota Second Ying's female assistant in the phone is busy. You please wait. I will go to the Mr. Ursi. Mr. Don't worry, I called again for 20 minutes. Chen Li did not know that the unlucky little assistant was not yet, only after the call was again connected after 20 minutes. The Toyota Shuang Ying's tone was unfairing. Mr. Chen, what you mean is AMC will increase the cooperation with Dongpu Auto Parts in the future, is this? Why is Toyota Tsu into the favorable excitement? It is very simple, because the current Chen Pang is not the original Chen Tong. The original Chen Tong is a company engaged in the production and design of modified cars, car maintenance and used car sales, and Toyota will not be able to design it. I have a sports car, and Toyota is also needed to go to the foundry. But now Chen Geng acquired AMC cars in one of the four major automakers in the United States, and it is very likely that the supplier of the US military's next-generation light military vehicles, which means Mr. Chen Li and the US government. The high-level official relationship is close. The level has improved several grades. For the display, Toyota English can work with AMC's Toyota's Honor, can be brought to a big before this, without an Dongpu automobile Sacha, you can successfully establish a relationship with US auto manufacturers. This seems to have no relationship with Toyota. It is actually a big relationship. To know, Dongpu is now the largest car spare parts enterprise, electricity, love letter, NGK, etc. Almost all are cultivated from Toyota system out. Toyota not only holds shares of these companies, but also in the cross-shareholding. I have your relationship, saying that the main Car Zero company in Dongpu is not part of Toyota. Toyota is excited. Don't see that Toyota's current production capacity has reached more than 1 million cars, but even in their own opinion, there is still a huge gap between the Donglai automobile industry and the US automotive industry. Now, as long as the AMC has signed a contract with the Carspat colonies under the Toyota system, Toyota can proudly claim that Toyota's products are the best. Toyota's car is the best, because American Dad is using our products. You can quietly pick up the price. Quite a kind of dad finally saw me. Excite, and the people of Dongpu also recognize this. In short, for Toyota, as long as the successful relationship is established with AMC, it is not too many benefits to Toyota. Toyota Shuangying is only the only worry. It is his own little assistant, and it is wrong with Chen Geng. If so, he has died of the little assistant. Well, I am very satisfied with our previous cooperation, and Toyota car in the North American car market is also good. I think may try to cooperate with Dongpas Car Zero industry. Of course, Dongpas Car Zero matching company must have enough guarantees while ensuring quality. Chen Paigong said that I am going to buy a cheap quality and good goods. But for Chen Pigital, Toyota is uncomfortable. If it is not a quality price, why does the father's business choose to cooperate with us? Although there is 10,000 kilometers in the Pacific Ocean in width, the Toyota, which has been hated, has hated Chen Geng, and I am very grateful to your trust in Toyota. What I want to say is that it can work with AMC's Toyota. Please rest assured that Dongpas car parts manufacturer must provide you with first-class quality products in the best price. Well, no matter what you have, we can talk. Well, how are you arranged? If you are convenient, I really want to visit you in the United States. Finally, Toyota is very careful. I may be busy this time. Chen Geng's words were exported. Toyota's Silicon was disappointed, but he didn't wait for him to say. Chen Geng then said, however, the recent sales of Maya 2 is good. Miss Moreau said, she wants to go to Dongpu. This time, you will talk about yourself with you. Okay. I heard that Rosemary is going to Dongpu. When Toyota Silly is coming, it is very busy. He knows that Rosemary is the most trusted person, and the existence of 1 million people in Fernandez. Miss Rosemary talks. This is the same. Mr. E. to Britain. I know the largest number of car parts enterprises in Dongpu, such as Electricity, NGK, Love Letter, Toyota Synthesis. These companies are Toyota companies. I don't mind Toyota in this time. Cooperate with the largest share, but I hope that the enterprises outside the Toyota system should take a minimum of 40%, Dongpu Seiko, and the Kobe Steel. At the end, Chen Li proposed his own request. Although after several years, the company has faking the product data in Dongpu companies, leading to the intention of the Dongpu, and the spirit of traumatic people. It completely collapsed, but before the 1990s, made in Dongpu, the quality is still in the mouth. For this requirement of change, Toyota Shuangying did not feel unexpected. He didn't think this is too much. Even at this point, he is stealing. AMC not only gave Toyota organizers, but also gave Toyota the biggest fat. Facing such conditions, what is Toyota is so dissatisfied? In this regard, Toyota Shuangying is naturally a stacked chest to Chen Geng. The little devil attached great importance to Rosemary's visit. What extent? After a transcul consideration, Toyota Second Ying did not only package a jet business in the name of Toyota, but also let the head of the North America of Toyota Car accompanied by the heads of the North America, and he will lead him. Toyota's high-level meets in Tokyo Airport. But in the face of Dongpu, there is no soil of the nation's auto parts industry. Although Rosemary's heart is a little done, she can be a little, when she first announced the purchase of AMC. Basic principles: first, quality. All enterprises must guarantee quality. Second, half a year's checkout period. In fact, the last one is Chen Mi and Rosemary. But why is it in the end? It is because finally said that the price factor is not my most important. At this point, after saying these, Rosemary is very bad. She feels that the boss is too harsh, and the little devil may be sufficient to agree, but after a large haul, the company asked Toyota a question. Miss Rosemary, is there only these conditions? Rosemary is this too small? P.S. Brothers, please wait a few minutes. The little devil attaches great importance to Rosemary's visit. What extent? After a transcul consideration, Toyota Second Ying did not only package a jet business in the name of Toyota, but also let the head of the North America of Toyota Car accompanied by the heads of the North America, and he will lead him. Toyota's high-level meets in Tokyo Airport. But in the face of Dongpu, there is no soil of the nation's auto parts industry. Although Rosemary's heart is a little done, she can be a little, when she first announced the purchase of AMC. Basic principles: first, quality. All enterprises must guarantee quality. Second, half a year's checkout period. In fact, the last one is Chen Mi and Rosemary. But why is it in the end? It is because finally said that the price factor is not my most important. At this point. Chapter 368. Who is scared? Penmark www. AMC's supplier conference. From the beginning, it is filled with an abnormal taste. Alternatively, in the series of some companies, the AMC's distributor has changed, turned into a conference that took the opportunity to launch. The AMC launched, and took the lead in the AMC. It has always been good with AMC. Li Yi Company of the partnership. Li Yi, the world's top 500 companies, one of the world's largest automotive interior system parts suppliers, one of the top 10 of the global auto parts, and the world's largest car seat, instrumentation system, door panel, roof pepper production enterprises. But now, Li Yi's Vice President Yen is regrettable. Mr. Fernandez, regretted you. Our company's board of directors officially got out of the decision. The amount before AMC previously, Lo did not sign any cooperation agreement with AMC. Chen Geng's face couldn't see any expression. He just nodded gently. Oh. Still, also, because of the influence of the financial crisis, we ask AMC to pay the previous payment in advance. Looking at Chen Li did not explode. Yan's courage is a big bit. Looking at Wen, Chen Mong suddenly laughed. I can understand that if AMC does not agree, Li He is no longer working with AMC. This one. Wen hesitated, still nod, although it is regrettable. Yes. Okay. Chen Genzhou, Mr. Wen, you can go. What? Wen blinked. There is a little confused. What does he mean? You are not understanding. You can understand. You can walk. Your two conditions, anything of AMC will not promise. See Wen Zhang's mouth to speak. Chen Geng lifts his hand, indicating that Yan is waiting for himself. Reassure, AMC is a company respecting the contract. There is a business reputation. So before the last checkout period, AMC will definitely all the arrears will be given to. But before that, I promise that you can't even get a nice card the last repayment period pays attention to. Wen didn't know where Chen Ming's courage. He didn't say it to prosecute, because only AMC will pay the amount before the final repayment period specified in the contract. Leah has no way. However, the AMC actually ignored the threat of Ledger not to renew the contract with them. This makes Win faintly uneasy. He's to hesitate. He tried to look, Mr. Fernand, I think it is necessary to remind you, this means that if you don't pay back in advance, Lima will refuse to renew your contract with you, and Lila is AMC the largest car seat, instrumentation system, door panel, roof supplier. This is a threat to Chen Geng. You don't want to pay back to Chen Geng. You don't want to get a car seat, instrument system, door panel, roof in the roof. I will buy a car seat, instrumentation system, car door panel, car on top of the car. But in the face of Wei Nian's threat, Chen Geng smiled. It is no longer. No longer? What do you mean? Win has no reacted at once. Under his confused gaze, Aniston opened a bag that she carried and took out a document inside to Chen Tong. The document clapping, Chen Geng calmly said to Wine, from now on, AMC has eliminated the previous car seat, instrumentation system, door panel, roof container supplier. Outlighted the old supplier, it means that there is a need to have a new supplier to come to the top, otherwise no consumers will buy a seat without a seat, no instrument, no car door. No car on top of the car. It means that Fernandez Chen's document is a new car seat, instrumentation system, door panel, and roof contact contract. I finally understood the meaning of Chen Geng. The whole person suddenly was stupid. He stunned for a while, and suddenly a thought came. This is impossible. There is no US car instrument, seat, roof and business dare to sign a supplier contract with you. Aniston finally saw the same performance as Win Clown. She impatiently interrupted Wian, smashed his mouth. The United States is impossible, but Li Ye cannot control the company head. Dongpu Company! Exclamation mark. As if a fried thunder sounded on the top of the head, Wen finally reacted. Yes, in addition to the US and Europe's car seats, instruments, car door panels and roof manufacturers, Dongpu also similar enterprises. That is, the dead AMC quietly signed a cooperation agreement with the death of the East people! Exclamation mark. Big trouble. Prior to this, the reason why Li Ye dared to take such a condition to the AMC. On the one hand, I want to take the opportunity of AMC. Although I don't know if Chen Gil is not a good bullying, but not bullying how it will no good to bully. On the one hand, it is also one of the most important reasons. That is, Le Company is actually optimistic about Fernandez, and has the future of AMC cars from Jack Welch. The only problem is that Li Ye's brain circuit is a little clear. Facing the future optimistic AMC car, their idea is not a Browning, but it is in the industry. I want to take advantage of the AMC car. Time. They dare to do this. Lel is not only the world's largest car seat, instrumentation system, door panel, roof and carburetor manufacturer, but also the vice president unit of the U.S. Auto Parts Federation. In the United States there is a light saying in the automotive parts system, although this voice is about nothing in the face of Chrysler, the Ford and the recent financial situation, but in the face of the last breath, urgently need to supply when the merchants of the merchants can live AMC. Lima feels that she still has a considerable say. Regardless of whether Li Ye's board of directors feels that in addition to promise his condition, or if it is ignorant, the AMC car has no choice, no way, who let Li Lyra the best car seat, instrumentation system, door panel the roof of the roof producers, can be made by how they think, and I didn't expect AMC cars to sign a cooperation agreement with Dongpu people. Going crazy. Looking at the big change of the face, Chen Pang's mood is also very pleasant. He does not show a smile on his face. Different. Mr. Wen, tell you a good news. Your Eastwood offer ratio your company is 12% low, and the out is half a year. I don't know if you hear this news. You are not happy, don't you move. Win wants to cry. The baby is not happy. The baby does not dare. Oh, yes, tell you a good news. We are afraid of this blow to the fight. Chen Wirong smiled and lost a stone on Win's head. I recommend these dongy companies to my friend Henry Ford. I want Henry. Mr. Ford should not mind to reduce a little production cost under the premise of ensuring quality. So, if Leela receives a notice of supple adjustment of Ford car, remember to thank me. Win, thank you. Lozi really wants to take a knife to fight with you. Do you know? In the conference room that has just appeared in the noisy and impetuous, the atmosphere is suddenly quiet, and the tension and restless began to be filled in the air. Miss Aniston's huge leather briefcase looks very heavy. Look, it should be a brick. What is the like? It can be a leader in the world's 500, the top 10 giant enterprises in the global auto parts enterprise. And Win's IQ is absolutely no hard injury. After realizing that the decision before Li is very likely to play, he didn't even have to ask the contract in Chen's hand. He didn't think that Chen Geng will release false news at this time. Broad, Mr. Fernandez, just a little joke. Liar. The company attaches great importance to the cooperation with AMC. The board means that the order can be moderately extended according to the actual needs of AMC. The only requirement is that the order of each type must reach more than 100,000 sets per year. Chen Geng sighed and handed the contract in his hand to Wen. Mr. Wen, now you have not figured out the situation. For AMC cars, even if Li Yi is extending our orders, we will also dongpu any cooperation. In the premise of guaranteeing quality, who will refuse to reduce costs? Don't say long-term amounts. Looking at this almost a contract with a 70-page contract, Wenin's hand began to tremble, in the face of Chen Geng's movement. His last sorrow is fortunate to disappear. For AMC car for the company, liar is no longer so important. Mr. Fernandez. He looked at the lips and looked at Chen Li. Please. Chen Geng nodded, did not say anything, just did a please gesture. Let's go, let's go. Don't delay the time of Lozi. Win's eyes suddenly turned a grey. Through this opportunity to extort the AMC, the proposal is coming out to the board. If it is successful, it is certain, but now there is a failure, and Win is already able to imagine how to get a furious board, how to handle yourself. Think of that. You can not only sign the supple contract with the AMC, but also very likely to affect the cooperation with Ford Auto, and Win feels that his future is simply a grey. Those shareholders who passively cheese are not torn. Do yourself! Exclamation mark. Win is gone. The big conference room is already a dead. Win and Li's departure made them aware of a very serious problem. Since AMC cars can find Le's alternatives, is it possible to find their own alternatives? This problem is simply a mental answer. Although the car market in Dongpu is not large, after these years, there is a complete automotive industrial system, and the artificial cost of Dongpu is not high. But there is a set of quality control and management. AMC cars can find their own alternatives in Dongpu. But compared to this, more serious problems are still behind. Previously, the US car manufacturer has not cooperated with Dongpu's car parts manufacturers, because on the one hand, the US car spare parts industry is more developed, everyone can see Dongyong people. On the other hand, all major automobile manufacturers and North America's automotive parts manufacturers have a decades of cooperative history. The executives of each other are more complicated in it, which is even for Universal, Ford, Chrysler. The high level knows that cooperation with Dongpu enterprises can reduce costs, but the internal resistance is very large, and even the resistance is very large. It may come from the board itself. But now, the situation is different. With AMC, the first to eat crabs, the people behind, no matter whether it is voluntary or forced. Have you to eat crabs with a voluntary or forced? What did you say? Don't you eat? You don't eat, others eat, others' products are better than you. There is a bigger operating space in the market operation. You said that you don't eat. Thinking of that everyone in the past is in series. I want to press the AMC, but the real situation is that next. I am afraid that the days of the entire North American automotive parts manufacturers must be sad. Just in this silence, some people broke this silence, shouted, Mr. Fernandez, I am from Jiangsun, and our Jiangsun is very optimistic about the future of AMC, very hoping to make more tight partnership. Jiangsun's self-control? Chen Ming smiled. In the field of auto parts, Jiangsun's self-controlled reputation is not as famous as if Fu, Aixin, Electricity, Bosch, Delphi, is known as silent, but truly understands the company's talent knows. Jiangsun's self-control. The influence in the automotive parts market is not inferior to the front of the front. How is a powerful law for you to give you 500, the world's 500, the world's top 10, the top 10, the top 10, is from Jiangsun's self-control independent, and a subsidiary independent subsidiary has become the world's 500, the world car before the Zero series. Do you say that Jiangsun is too much? Of course. The vice president of welcoming Jiangsun's self-control is a bit of nervous face. Chen Wirong smile said, AMC has always been with Jiangsun's self-control with a pleasant and close partnership, and can cooperate with Jiangsun's self-control is the honor of AMC. I don't know how Jiangsun's self-control plan further deepens cooperation amount. The vice president of talking. The vice president of Season's self-control was pulled. Where did he know how to further deepen cooperation? The reason why this sentence is completely because of the critical situation. Decided to cancel the plan. Who can think of Fernandez? Chen, the dead bastard will climb down! Exclamation mark. Chapter 369. Let them smoke their mouths. Pen mark www. Looking at a face. I don't know how to answer. The vice president of Jiangsun Self-Control Group, Patrick Robbs, and Chen Geng suddenly smiled and suggested, I have some ideas for how to deepen the further cooperation between AMC and Jiangsun's self-control. Mr. Patrick, if you don't hurry, wait until you will take a good chat. Chen Multi will not be silly to the entire US car spare parts industry. In the face of the ladder of Chen Wing, Patrick Robbs naturally rushed down, and even busy nodded, okay, I have no problem. Thinking of Jiangsun's self-control and Li Yi have a car seat. Patrick Robb is not he awkward. Mo Fernandez Chen is just a symbolic from the hand of some seats from Dongpu people, so he needs to let Jiangsun self-control will give most of the seat gaps to replenish. The more I want to make sense, because in addition to this reason, Patrick Roby is really thinking that Fernandez Chen still has any reason to give himself a face, then the problem is coming. It is not necessary to determine the fact that this is the case. Do you want to adjust the negotiation strategy of Jiangsun's self-control? Patrick Robbs have a thoughtfulness of the next time you have the price of the AMC, does not mean other suppliers and qualifications, who is also I don't know how many contracts in the bag of Aniston, maybe have just come out, scare the company, maybe there are 10 pieces, maybe more than 3 or more. I can only have 3 or 5 if you do it, you can get the order of your company, what can you do? This possibly, there is no list of corporate representatives who dare. Why is this? Is this tens of thousands of orders of AMC to these companies? You know, AMC is no longer the American 4 machine manufacturers in the previous year. One of the AMCs, the total output of the total year in the year last year, the total production of the AMC, which can count for one of the 4 major automakers in the United States. The chair is not because their strength is powerful, but because the American passenger car brand is only Universal, Ford, Chrysler and AMC. The fact is that in this case, when God will know when the end of the petroleum crisis is, the AMC's tens of thousands of orders are really such a large car spare piece manufacturer that is not good. Important. Industrial production is to pay attention to a scale. The same product, the greater the total production cost, the lower the research and development and production costs on each product, the higher the premium ability of the upstream raw material supplier. There is AMC this 10,000 orders, you can get a price from the upstream raw material supplier, but if you don't have a few orders, you can only take relatively high B prices, which is normal. Therefore, for these parts suppliers, even if they don't make money in AMC, even slightly small losses, but as long as they guarantee total production capacity, ensure that the premium capacity of upstream raw materials suppliers, the whole is actually making money, I am afraid that I will not be able to go in total production. If AMC does not get orders from the dead Dongpo people, the problem is not big. The whole North America is so many car parts suppliers. You don't buy it here, there is no other place. All major parts suppliers have the bottom of the saw and the AMC anti-orthogonal content consumes. The first consumption is your AMC. Know how much you want the production line to stop one day. Do you have to lose money? But now, AMC has opened new suppliers. This trouble is not general. Almost all car spare parts manufacturers are full of Hart style, and now it is ready to prepare. The major suppliers of Ken Mong-Yiking, Chen Geng looked at the huge black leather bag in front of Aniston, and he bluntly said to everyone, I don't want everyone in the bag of Miss Aniston. Any manufacturer in the scene can find with you. Dongpa's spare parts supplier. Chen Geng's words have not finished. Nobles representatives stood up. Mr. Fernandez, Imho, I personally really believe that you have done this. Oh, Chen Geng picked his eyebrow. Mr. Niue, please continue. Our Nobles is the world's largest aluminium recycler, and is the world's leading aluminium pressure delay product manufacturer. Although automotive business is not our Nobles' main business, but in the United States, our company the aluminium alloy components provided by BIS accounted for more than 40% of the total supply. Of course, this piece of the market is not much. Last year, our total value of aluminium and aluminium alloy products provided by Nobles to the whole American passenger cars, but only $120,000. The total value of all kinds of aluminium products to AMC is only $3 million. But in this segment, our Nobles is a well-deserved boss. Speaking here, Niue looked at Chen Potang, said, Mr. Fernandez, I am hard to believe that you have found Dongpa's partners. Yup. Niue words allowed the major car parts suppliers to suddenly oscillate. Fernandez decisively calculated and cautious, and it is impossible to use the amount of aluminium alloy components that are extremely rare. Supplier? After all, he did a total of $3 million in the entire year last year. In the face of a confident Niue, Chen Li is laughing. He turned his head to see Aniston. Miss Aniston, take us the contract signed by Dongpa Hiroshima Aluminium Industrial Co., Limited, please. See Mr. Niue. Aniston did not immediately took action, and did not answer, but her face is difficult to look at Chen Li. This movement has made many people rose a hit. Is it not actually without this contract? Fernandez can't play. His cowhide is going to be stamped. It is a little dignified, and he did not see panic from the face of Aniston. Just seeing it is difficult. Is it difficult? Why is it difficult? As a person in charge of Nobles car business, Niue fly quickly, is it? It doesn't matter, Chen Geng swayed, said to Aniston, although the content of the contract is confidential, as long as Niue can promise to confidential to the contract and the specific provisions, this is not a problem. Mr. Niue, you are definitely more than the content of the contract released to a third person? Of course, Niue nodded, while the big steps walked to Aniston. I still have a professional morality. I took the Chen Geng in the hands of Aniston, said that it is a cooperation agreement with Dongpa Hiroshima Aluminium Industrial Co., Limited, just a simple turn. Niue is a bit, the contract is true. Then, the cooperation agreement also gave Aniston and returned to his seat. His face did not change, but after Niue's sentence, it seems that there is a storm to scrape in all major parts vendors, because until this time, many people have learned after knowing one thing, a very troublesome thing: if the supply of the aluminium line use aluminium line-induced aluminium alloy is considered, and the target is arranged, the company, a cool gases from the tail vertebrae! Countless people, at least 2/3 of the person in charge have changed, and many people immediately picked up the bricks. The big brother started to call the situation and previously expected tremendous changes, must feed back this situation back to the company. the company must adjust the cooperation strategy and way of AMC. Looking at these faces of parts, the suppliers of the parties, Chen Guangxin thought it was holding. So many people call. The line is enough. It is definitely not enough. This is no doubt. As long as the guys who have an urgent sweating seem to be desperately desperate, it will know that there is no way to cope with this space station. Multiphone calls simultaneously call. Finally, some people can't hold it. Let the phone call Chen Gengzhou. Mr. Fernandez, how do you want to sign a cooperation agreement with Dongpu people? Why do you call us? In order to make us happy? Well, I admit that you have succeeded. Your special M is successful. Okay! Exclamation mark. Along with this sentence, many guys who have been taking the phone have been busting slowly. There is no one care about the guy who is screaming. They care about the front of this guy. Yes, since Fernandez have signed a cooperation agreement with Dongpas Automotive Parts Enterprises, why organizes this part of the partner supplier conference? Is it to make yourself happy? Of course it is impossible, even if it is Ford, Chrysler, General, and does not dare to give the entire US car parts enterprise to give the Pallane. Since this is not the case, the purpose of him is, the reaction is still bitter, and the reaction is already a face of a face. They have roughly guessed that Chen Li is going to do anything. Chen Mong Xiao, his thumb is a pick. I said that I have signed a cooperation agreement with Dongpu people, and I would like to come, and of course I am not happy. As for why I do this, oh, please everyone come with me, let you know why AMC is doing this. Once again, the friends said, AMC is not happy, we are really working with everyone with sincere heart. Give him? Where to? Despite the confusion of the partner suppliers, it is not riddled with the front of the people. Looking at these cars in front of me. Accurately, it is actually a wooden model. All parts suppliers have smashed to breath. These cars, genuine and beautiful. The second reaction that is followed is, hold the grass. Fernandez is Fernandez, which is worthy of the world. The world's top car designer. More people are looking at these cars that will cause sensational vehicles in the market. They already know what Chen Ming and his AMC car are going to do. Yes, just like everyone thinks, these models in front of everyone are the models of AMC. Welcome a pair or excitement, or dare not confidence. Chen piped a nod. I believe that everyone has heard that the vice chairman of General Electric will serve as the chairman of AMC car. Most friends, I want to have a magic and ability to know Mr. Jack Welch, and I can imagine what a different change will be brought to AMC after the captain of AMC. I want to say to everyone, it is, with Mr. Jack Welch's management, plus my design, and the whole American society to reform AMC's tolerance. How long does it think? How long can AMC can keep product capacity to 300,000 a year? Question mark. This issue also echoed in the mind of the person in charge of each part supplier, with Jack Welch's joining, with Fernandez support and design. How long AMC car can restore production capacity to 300,000 per year? What about the above? 1 year, 1.5 years, still 2 years. 2 years, this is the limit. Even if it is the most pessimistic person, I don't think there is Jack Welch and Fernandez Jin's blessing. AMC takes more than 2 years to restore production capacity to 300,000 per year. The above. No one answered. Chen Geng did not expect these guys to answer. He said, I have a more pessimistic, I think it takes about 1.5 years, but Jack Welch is more optimistic. He believes that it is enough to count from him to the moment of the chairman of the AMC Auto. It is enough for up to 1 year. So, gentlemen, do you think Dongpu people meet the needs of AMC? Can you meet the needs of AMCs that will enter high-speed development? No. The answer to the sound is extraordinary. It is simply better than the primary school students answered the teacher's question. Everyone's eyes flashed. They have understood Fernandez mean. Faced with this, AMC is still in the runway, but will soon open the jet engine, fly on the blue sky. You are choosing do AMC's friends. or continue to calculate the little calculation out in your own heart. It is also a sentence. No one in the world is a scorpion. When the annual production capacity of AMC cars is less than 40,000, these dealers are an attitude. When I know that the capacity of AMC cars can reach 30 after 2 years, thousands of people, the future year can even more than 1 million, they are another attitude towards AMC. Mr. Fernandez, I am a Goodyear tire. I think we can discuss the specific details of cooperation seriously. The representative of Goodyear Tires is the first to smoke your mouth. Chapter 370. He is a super unique talent. Penmark www. Without outsiders, Patrick Robbs no longer hide their emotions. With a few irritated to change, Mr. Fernandez, what do you mean by before? Chen Geng smiled slightly, did not immediately answer, but asked Patrick Robbs, Mr. Robb, you, or Jiangshan's self-control, there is no research between the East, the relationship between enterprise production enterprises and auto parts enterprises? Jiangshan's self-control does not need to study these messy things. Patrick Roby is proud of his face, and it is a bit impatient. Mr. Fernandez, what do you want to say? Yes, Patrick Robert knows that Chen Mong and himself said, but he doesn't know what Chen Mine means. As for the reasons, Jiangshan's self-control is really no research in Dongpu auto manufacturer and auto parts. The relationship between production enterprises, for Dongpu, Americans have never seen it in an eye. In addition to the need to cut the sheep, Chen Geng also did not sell Guanzi, said directly, I think the relationship between us needs to be readjusted and set. Excuse me? Patrick Robbs, two hands, he felt that his head was dizzy. What is the problem with our current cooperation model? Chen Yang shrugged. There is no problem. You must say something problem, just to ensure the interests of AMC. When we talk about the supply of suppliers, including Jiangshan's self-control, we will do our best to reduce the profits of suppliers. Patrick Robbie opened again, shrugged. Is this problem? Although you are desperate, if the price is low to some extent, we will not agree. For this bastard, Chen Pai is finally impatient. His expression is finally cold. Mr. Obai, I need to remind you, you are just Jiangshan's self-control responsible for the vice president of the automotive field, and I is the boss of the AMC car. I will talk to you, because I need you to help me convey my boss, instead of letting you decide to make your boss. If you continue to use this, the attitude is talking to me. I don't mind talking directly to your boss. Looking at the sharp eyes of Chen Geng suddenly changed. Patrick obviously felt that he was as if he took a gun, and his heart was tightened. He didn't joyify it with himself. Also this moment, Patrick Robbs really realized what is the problem. I am talking with anyone. Just like Fernandez just said, it's just a senior work, and the other party is the boss of Jiangshan's self-control partner. He will talk to himself, it is already giving his own face. Once Fernandez, Mr. Feely trouble, waiting for yourself. Patrick Robbs can think of with toenails. Very sorry Mr. Fernandez, I finally realized that I was talking about who was talking. Patrick Robbs did not say 2 words, and did not hesitate. Sorry, I don't. Deliberately. Chen Geng lost his hand, meaning that it would be here. I hope to use a more long-term, more mutual trust, able to make AMC and Jiangshan's self-control better and win-win cooperation models to replace this kind of driving element. Cooperation mode, simply, I hope that AMC car and Jiangshan are controlled by the cross-shareholding model, establish a higher trust and long-term cooperative relationship. No doubt, the news of the Patrick Robbie back, let the whole Jiangshan's self-control management have to blow. Fernandez' meaning is to let AMC and our Jiangshan's self-control holding stocks. Yes, sir. Patrick Robbs lowered his head and didn't dare to see a shareholder in front of him. This is the meaning of Mr. Fernandez. What joke is? I haven't waited for Patrick Robbs. One of the shareholders said loudly, our Jiangshan's self-control is the world's 500 companies. We are in the world's 500 in the middle, What is their AMC? Is it ranking 1000 globes? Want to share with us? That damn yellow. What is Fernandez? Finally, considering that the other party is 100 million millions of people who have money than themselves, and now is open, the obvious shareholder who is obvious to Chen Zhong has given it to the words, and it is true. I don't want to go back, there is not much meant. On the scene, there is a count. Who doesn't know what this shareholder said half of the words? The chairman who has not spoken is also the master of Jiangsun's self-control, the master of Jiangsun family. Jiangsun's self-controlled founder Warren Jiangsun's grandson, Jeff Jiangsun, suddenly opened. Does Patrick, Mr. Fernandez say? How much is he asked to cross the shareholding? What? Exclamation mark. The shareholder who has just been killed by Chen Geng heard Jeff Jiangsun's words, almost biting his tongue. What to open? Exclamation mark. Mr. Jiangsun is really moving to this proposal, is really intended to cross the AMC car. How can this? Exclamation mark. He opened his mouth, he was old and old closed his mouth, and with Jiangsun's self-control over 15% shares, 45% of the voted Jiangsun family, only less than 3% of its shares, there is no saying. Patrick Roby is also surprised, but he must control his emotions, and it is absolutely unable to show any distortion in the process of conveying Fernandez Chen. Mr. Fernandez said he does not ask for specific shareholding ratios. This intersection is just to strengthen the mutual trust of two companies, realize the sharing of information, improve efficiency, reduce the cost of transaction and management, and achieve more intentions. So Mr. Fernandez, it means that the proportion of cross shares is controlled below 3%. Well, Mr. Fernandez said, considering that he just took his AMC car out of the cooperation with Jiangsun's self-control, Jiangsun's self-control only needs to achieve cross-shareholding with AMC with the business, and he can promise to do not interfere with Jiangsun's own control, operation and management. Oh, yes, Mr. Fernandez said, if he believes that Jiangsun's self-control needs to improve, he will make recommendations. Listening to Patrick Robs, the brother Jiangsun finally nodded slowly. Intersection with our car business. Do not interfere with our operations and management. It seems to Mr. Fernandez it is really interested in working with us. Jeff Jiangsun's words won the agreement of many shareholders in the board of directors. It is indeed a thing with the AMC car, but only looks at Fernandez Chen taking low share ratio, and not interference company operation. These two are enough to prove Fernandez Chen and AMC cars indeed very well collaborative. Is it not a key point with AMC? It is the benefit of doing this for us. Jeff Jiangsun continued. Of course, Fernandez said that these benefits of improving mutual trust, implementing information sharing, improving efficiency, and reduced transactions are cutting, but they are not enough. Patrick, you seem to have want to say? The reason why the last sentence is Jeff Jiangsun to see Patrick Roby Jiang, which seems to be something you want to say. Mr. Patrick Roby bite the teeth. I want to say, if you really share the share of the AMC, you may be more beneficial to our Jiangsun's self-control. Well, the at least is more beneficial to our car business. Is it more beneficial to Jiangsun's self-control with AMC? Patrick Rob's exit. Several shareholders laughed. Just the laughing of the suspects with racial discrimination, especially the sound. Ha 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 ha. And the AMC crossover share is more beneficial to Jiangsun's self-control? Ha 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 ha. This is the best laugh at the days I heard. Ha ha ha. Jeff Jiangsun didn't laugh, but asked. Patrick Robs asked, oh, why do you say this? I personally compare the future of AMC. There is no way to get back, compared to just nervous. Patrick Robs will relax a lot, welcoming Jeff Jiangsun with a bit surprised. Patrick Luo, it is more than a ripping that is about the future of AMC, first because of Mr. Fernandez, not just because he is an excellent automotive designer, which has designed a variety of AMC in my opinion. The hot products are not just that he invited Mr. Jack Welch as chairman and CEO of AMC, and more important factors is that Mr. Fernandez himself. It's actually because Fernandez Chen is optimistic about AMC. Although this sound is a bit ridiculous, Jeff Jiang's expression is not aware of being serious. Then I said, I don't know if I have seriously studied Mr. Fernandez, but after I learned Mr. Fernandez, in my opinion, Mr. Fernandez is a commercial unique talent that can be comparable to Mr. John David Rockefeller. The industrial span of him is very large, from the scrapped car to the car modification and mass production modified car production, from the second-hand car sales to the computer. But such a large span, he always said, this is very magical. Today, he is simply between dozens of car parts suppliers between the US car parts. Sir, you should know what this means. This is very difficult, very difficult. Jeff Jiangson did not answer immediately, but a slow opening after a silence. Yes, I am very clear that this means anything. Chapter 371 Shell Software Selling Penmark www. Jiangson's self-control is not the only car spare parts supplier who has made a crash hit by Chen Geng, but it is eligible to have a total of only 4 in the number of automobile spare parts suppliers who share the shares of cross-stock shares. This is normal. If Chenpo every car spare parts suppliers in the scene present cross-shareholding requirements, let me not say that most suppliers have this qualifications to Chen Geng carefully, saying, Chen Mong is absolutely not allowed. The crossed shares have affected their ability to control the AMC car. If you cross the stock with all suppliers, I am afraid that Chen Li can take out the shares of each supplier share only a few percent of the total shares. It is a few percent. What does it mean with ER? But there is no exception. In the face of change, the 4 companies are not careful. Chen Geng is not anxious, he is very understanding. This kind of thing involving company shares, even if the proportion is only a few percent, even a few percent, any company will inevitably treat it. It is not possible to come out in a short period of time. Chen Geng also knows this, so he is not anxious, let alone, there is another thing to attract his attention. Remember the company called Gate 2000 before Chen Ziji? Yes, their shell software is made, and is not a test 0, the X version. But after strict testing, it is officially launched with the Trackball 1.0 official version. Watagati did even ran to Detroit to report to their own boss. Looking at the excited non-witness Gupta Galford, Chen Li is also very happy. Watagalt is so excited. Explain it. Explain that your investment is very successful. He smiled. It seems that our Windows and trackball sales are very good. It is very good. Speaking of this sales situation of this operating system set, Chutita Galford laughs simple mouth. Boss, how many sets we sold in the second week? How many sets have been sold in the second week? Windows of Garite 2000. Shell software and the trackball matching the trackball now have just entered the third week of the listing. According to Chen Li, Gate 2000 does not seek short-term profits, to upy the market with low price as soon as possible. The pricing strategy. The combination of shell software exits is $299 in order to cooperate with different motherboard interfaces. Most users need to buy a trackball adapter according to their own computer. This adapter price is $29. That is, a set of shell software adds a trackball mouse, plus a rotor. A set of system pricing is $328, and each sells a set of sets of $270 gross profit. This has made Chen Geng feel your own heart is enough to be a firewood, but including the original shareholder of Gate 2000 and market research, it is believed that this price is simply referred to compared to these two revolutionary products. Normal market pricing. It is also based on this thick road pricing. In the first week of the past, Gate 2000 Windows, the operating system set sold nearly 1,000 sets, with a total sales amount of more than $300,000. This is just the first week of listed, although there is a strong promotion of computer hypermarkets, but in Windows set. In the case where the visibility and word of mouth are not open, it can achieve such an anti-day sales score. Can only say that the attraction of this set to the market is too large, and the positive stamp has a market demand. The sales data of the second week has been sent to Chen Li here, but Chen Li has not come to see. But this is right. His interest is invincible, and it is exciting. The first week is 1,000 sets. The second week, 20 sets. 2,000 set. Cookwit Equirine seems to look forward to seeing this, boss. Can't help but laugh. Boss, you are too small. Our set can be called the revolutionary operating system caused in the market the sensation. Tell you, the second week, we have sold more than 3,200 sets. 3,200 sets? So much? I heard this number. Chen Li was really surprised. 3,200 sets means that the single week sales amount exceeds $1 million. Net profit exceeds $4.00,000. For more than 99% of software development company, this profit level is definitely the number they want to do. Previous, Coveru i2000 is already a well-known software developer, which can be more net profit. Now, this set of half a month's profits have been caught up with their 2 years' profits. Yes, Cooktigalt is also excited, and nodded. Detailed statistics, I haven't seen it, but absolutely more than 3,200 sets. I don't wait for Cooktigalt. And Chen Li took out Windows from the information on the table. The one of the operating system set, 3,258 sets in the second week. The total sales of $105,320 is reflected in Chen Pigger's eyes. Counting the sales situation in the first week of the market, this set of Windows, the operating system set, has just been listed for 2 weeks, and there is a total sales of nearly $1.4 million, and the net profit is almost $600,000. Sure enough, this is the golden age of the computer industry. I am afraid that Chen Geng saw a lot of money, but couldn't help but smile at the moment. Yes, very good. Mr. Igalt, your team is great, exceeds what I imagine. Well, although you are all shareholders of the company, such a good result is far beyond my imagination. This, your team, everyone sent a $10,000 bonus as a reward. As for Mr. Igalt, you, it is 20,000. Cooktigalt did not refuse because of his shareholders, who made Mr. Fernandez were a big shareholder. He smiled and said, okay, I will tell my guys on this good news. Boss, for Coveru i2000, do you have any arrangements? Cooktigalt and his little brothers were completely convinced of their new boss. Although the Windows operating system set, this is 2 weeks, but even if it is a fool, it will not doubt this named operating system. It is actually just a shell software Windows operating system set. The sales performance of the future in the future and the ability to make money. In fact, I don't have to wait until I don't have to wait for Chen Geng in the software architecture forward-looking and judge the 5-body trend of the market. They are now can't wait to get Chen Ming more guidance and instructions in the company's business. Cooktigalt specially ran from San Francisco to the Detroit. What is the idea of listening to the owner 2000? Hiring Chen. Listen on false thinking. The size of the technical team of Garrett 2000 must be expanded. Well, at least 50 people. Cooktigalt immediately nodded. Okay, I think so too. Cooktigalt is very clear. Before developing this Windows, when the system is time, several people and the old brothers can also cope. But with more and more work, not only the Windows system needs to maintain, update, launch new versions, but also develop new software. A few old brothers it is impossible to complete, and it is imperative to expand the scale of the company's technical team. Cooktigalt can take the initiative to expand the needs of the team, which makes Chen Geng very happy. Some things that are worried before, and there is no need. He went to say, there is a pro, I and you said to the office software and the development of game software. Now you can start preparing. Okay, Cooktigalt should have a sound, but it seems to be a little. How? Looking at Cooktigalt, Chen Geng smiled. If there is anything, when will I not talk? Office software is no problem, but the game software. Boss, Imho, This thing really will be willing to buy money. Chaotic Alfred is not reasonable. Now buying a Windows operating system set, all of the business users, the proportion of individual users in it is very small, in the view of Kuchtagall. In the future, computer and microcomputer user groups are still commercial users. Developing an office software for business users, this is no problem. The market will definitely be recognized, but the game software, what people will spend a few tens of dollars, just play games on precious computers. Chen Geng shoots the shoulders of Catwalt. What, Mr. Egalt, I understand your concern. Develop computer games seem to be very unreliable. Before you don't have actual sales data, how much I took out. By developing game software, you can find a place to refute, so I don't plan to argue with you. This time, I will drive the right of major shareholders to promote this project. Yes, given the very expensive tongue that persuades a very expensive tongue, Chen Li decided to change the way to communicate with Kuchtagall, etc. In fact, it is also in this way. Your identity, Kuchtagall Ford, etc. Kuchtagall's face has a bit in a bit. He does understand how Chen Li did not say anything. Trouble, please squand your identity. Just when Kuchtagall had some heart, Chen Wirong smiled and said, as a company, can we let customers take the initiative to open their wallets? The key is that what products we sell, but whether this product can give customers a reason to pay. Wait until the game I have to do, you personally test it. Know why users pay for such a thing. Chapter 372, Generous Boss Penmark www. This one. I have just been Chen Geng, who is a bit of cold Kuchtagall, and the head suddenly comforted. Yes, a product is not good, do it. Don't know. Anyway, it can't spend much cost. Let me say, Kuchtagall is actually known that those technicians are optimistic, but in fact, there are too many examples like a bunch of shitches in the market. The technicians are not optimistic, but selling in the market the hot unparalleled example, too much, although he doesn't look at the personal computer users will spend tens of hundreds of dollars to buy a game on their personal computer, but before the end of the result, who can speak? Looking at Kuchtagall, Chen Pegang knows that after taking the stick, let Kuchtagall, who is the company's true boss, should give him a little sweet jujube. Mr. Egalt, I understand your concern, but I have different angles of the problem and you look at the problem. You are more from the perspective of technical staff, and I stand in the next 10 years, 10 years and even a longer weighted level to look at your industry. Even if you can't understand, you have to understand a question. I am a big shareholder of Gate 2000. The company earned money. I will always be the most points. Which one, you said, will I deliberately let the company don't make money? Is there any benefit to me? Hey. Also, with Chen Ming's sentence, Kuchtagall found a pleasant excuse to persuade himself. Mr. Fernandez said yes, he is the company's shareholder, although, if the company makes money, he can divide to the biggest copy. If the company loses money, his loss is the biggest. In this case, what reason does he do not do your company? I understand the meaning of my own boss. I'm sinking. I finally nodded. Boss, you said, although I have still not optimistic about computer games, but I have to admit that in the market's sense of smell, I am really not as good as you. You can rest assured that I guarantee that I will carefully cooperate with the company's project. Let's go. As the boss of the company, the benefits can be used to take the treasurer. As for the following employees, one is tired. Don't be tired. I will give them wages. It is Rosemary, and the boss comes to talk about it. I have already happened that in her opinion, the prospective development of their own boss in the company's strategy is simply the two extremes in daily management. The boss is not passionate about the daily management of the company, and the company he is a good thing for himself. In Gate 2000, Chen's first thing is frowning. Compared with the last time, the current Gate 2000 is absolutely called a bird gun, and still remember Chen Geng just acquired Gate. At 2000, I rented a single family house directly to Kuchtagall. and there is a single family villa with a swimming pool. But now, in the face of a small software development company, facing 20 people, the space of this single family small villa is still not enough, and there are several marching beds on the aisle. Someone is wrapped in sleeping bags, snoring. The sky is. The magical thing is next to this snoring body. The thickness of the glasses is comparable to the old brother of the beer bottle is flying in the keyboard, and there is no impact to him. It is also magical. Looking at this hall, this is crowded with people. Chen Dynasty muttered to Chawarig Alfred. This condition is a bit hard. Shoot it. Why don't you tell me? Is it hard? Cut. What a gall face is not a face. He shrugged. I feel very good. What is the problem? Look at the snoring shocking body. Then look at the bodies that fly on the keyboard. Chen Geng felt all this to see all the eyes. To the Americans you have formed before views have caused serious challenges. When is the young man in the United States so hard? Boss, in the computer industry, this situation is very good. We are different from those workers in the factory. Our people who develop software are dining. When the inspiration is coming, must capture. Otherwise I will know when this dead inspiration is. I may never appear, so you know, our line, not suitable for the 995, more suitable for flying some work environment. When you talk about these people, when you rely on the inspiration, Cooked Aquarium is actually proud of his face, but specially put down the work of your hand to welcome the owner of Andy and Sam. It is also an agreement. No wrong, boss. Our work characteristics is like this. Everyone is now very satisfied now, not only more than $2,500 salary, but also rich bonuses. In Silicon Valley, I don't know how much software development. Envy us? Want to join us? In this way, after a few years, I will definitely become the work session of the Blackheart boss. And can I get the unanimous agreement and recognition of these practitioners? Chen Multisuit, while silently putting the last sentence of Andy in his heart. In Silicon Valley, there are many people engaged in software development to join the Gate 2000. But now, not to say this, the keen aware of this is a great opportunity to pull up the chance of the heart, and the expression of justice. I don't understand these, but I think, a qualified boss, I have to be my employees. Provide enough comfortable and happy working environment, and now all this clearly has no way to be comfortable, happy, etc. See Cheravati Gaul and Andy. Sam wants to speak. Chen Geng lifts his hand, indicating that they wait for themselves. Of course, you feel that the environment here is very good, but you have to know, Gate 2000 is not only you, it is mine, and here, represent my face. Frankly, the results obtained after the windows, let me have a face in front of my friends, so I can't imagine that when my friend came to visit me, I saw such a scene. My face, where to put it, since you are the best computer talents in Silicon Valley, you should have the best working environment and treatment. I know that for a company, especially the high-tech company, the resignation of employees is inevitable, but I hope that even my employees are going. They will leave the company alone, not because the company's work environment and salary it's too late to leave. So I decided, when it comes, Chen Geng has heavily tone, and Chutitigat and Sam, Andy are the elongation of the next consciousness, waiting for Chen Geng to connect. Frankly, although they don't think they have any problems in their current working environment, even in such a single family house, work in a comfortable environment with hot and cold air conditioners, but when the boss wants to give, when you provide a better working environment, they are still very happy. Who does not want to work in a better environment, which also represents the company's emphasis on ourselves. Obviously, Mr. Finance Chen is very important to himself. I decided, I have to give you a place. Chen Li repeated again, and then turned his head to the Moran who stood behind himself. Milan, go to a writing building, directly package the next floor. The whole layer is used by us. I want to make sure my employee, at least everyone, has a comfortable bed instead of sleeping in the office of the office. Okay, no problem. However, Chen Pang's words have not finished. Cut. What Igalt is hurried to interrupt Chen Geng's words. Boss, Can I say a word? Okay. Chen Geng is somewhat strange to see Cooktagall nodded. You said. First, thank you very much for all this. I said, you are a good boss. Really, I have never seen such a boss who cares about my employees. Cut what Igati said, but we like to work in the people, we like to look up, you can see the green leaves outside the window, you like to open the window, you can hear the voice of the bird, like to hear the neighbor in the dog is called. This hill lets us feel very comfortable, and these things are not those who seem to be luxurious, and the unfolded office will give us a feeling. Yes, boss. Andy took the words of Chertegalt. Don't tell you, I also went to visit my friends who worked in luxury office buildings. Damn, that kind of place made me very uncomfortable. Let me have the species is closed in the prison, and the feeling makes me feel bad. Although Sam didn't speak, he turned his head to explain. He also agreed with Chet Waxtigati and Andy's words. As for Chen Li, that's right, it's okay. He didn't expect that Cooktagall did. They have such a strong contrast to the office building. But think about it. He quickly understood why this happened. In this personal computer, in this year, this market has not been monopolized and ruled by large companies. These young people engaged in computer industry and software industries, their hearts are free, they believe that the sky is blue, their future is once you are, although the conditions here are not so comfortable in the luxurious grade office building, but in them, it is the ideal place in their hearts. If you are a bird, then here is your own hard work. I have a bitter bird, maybe this bird's nest doesn't have a beautiful bamboo wood, the bird cage prepared, good, precious, but in this bird's nest, I am free. How beautiful the bird cage is, beautiful, good looking, precious, can't change the fact that bird cages, in fact, it is the young man in this era, is the situation. I want to understand this. Chen Li knows what to do. He immediately adjusted. Okay, Sam, Andy, there is cooked, you said, I really ignore this, we don't move the office but you can't deny that the space here is really a little. At least, as the boss of the company, we have a responsibility and obligation to give our employees to provide a comfortable bed, not sleeping in the office margin bed. Look there, his body, he is even more miserable, even the position of the maritime bed is gone. Only a mat is sleeping on the ground. This one. 3 people acknowledge that Cheng said it, but in addition, you have to consider that we have to increase people in the next month. Our people should increase to 50, in the next year. Our people can even more than 100. Don't hurry to move, when people don't have much time. Let's see our embarrassing work environment after we look at the company. Will it move again? Chen Geng made persistent efforts and continued. Well, Mister, you are right. In the face of the future, it is very likely to increase again. Cut Wattigart and Andy. Sam quickly bowed, but there is a problem. But boss, where can we move? Well, I hope we can work in such a comfortable environment. Chen Pigang is also thinking about this problem. Since the United States is a single family house, basically a layer or 2 layers of structure, 2.5, and there is still a layer of attic in the 2 floors. It is worthy at the same time. Single house. In addition to his own manor, Chen Li really can't think of anything. Right, boss, Milan, I haven't spoken it, this time I opened. Such a house is not looking for, since this kind of house is not looking for, why don't we think of itself to build a piece? I want to build a way. Okay. Mileni nodded and said, I want to find a person who can satisfy hundreds of people at the same time. The environment must have a quiet house, which is basically impossible. Since we are impossible, then we may wish to find a large enough house, buy it, then apply for reconstruction to the relevant departments. Since it is rebuilding, of course, it can be made according to our positioning and demand, and this wooden board, the frame structure of the house, does not need much. The only trouble is to find a householding house, but it doesn't need too much, and there is twice that of this house covers an area. Chapter 373 I expects trouble www. If you want to find such a room that meets the requirements, it is more difficult, and the residential area where you are now in the current area, is not suitable, but this is not a problem. The housing intermediary everywhere in the United States is to eat this bowl. In order to ensure that this house can meet the requirements of this group of technology houses, Chen Li and even personally take Cook Tagakot to the real estate agent, but in the face of Chen Mining, all the amenities have almost none. The exception shook head, indicating that there is no such a house. Enter you find? Chen Geng did not believe this evil. Finally, after the 10th time was rejected, Chen Dabao was angry. From the bag, I took a stack of dollars. The number is not numbered, the radius is in front of this on the table of the property. Just help me find the house that meets me. This is your tip. Looking at this thick, there is more than 1,000, maybe it will exceed $2,000 banknotes, and this is called Ryan's real estate intermediary, and the Gerbero is a spit. As long as this can be successful, take a small fee on the top 2 months. How to do? Reject, say I'm sorry. It turns out that in the face of the wealth that can be obtained as long as you work, people's IQ can be rapidly improved in the shortcoming, such as the eyes. In the face of such a rich tip, Ryan is quickly turning the brain. Then, this respected gentleman, Ryan's expression is sincere and even let Chen Ming suspect that this guy is not his own boyfriend. First of all, you said, don't say that in Stanford Industrial Park, even in the West Coast, I'm afraid no a real estate intermediary can be met. I only say 2 points. You know how difficult this, a company with hundreds of people working at the same time, computer company, we don't say electricity, water supply, heating these, just say parking, hundreds of companies, there are hundreds of cars, which require a large parking lot. Secondly, the community residents are concerned about security, legal provisions, and a company that employs more than 20 people wants to open the company in residential community, and must obtain the resident of the community, the committee and the consent of more than 60% of the residents. You think, if your company has hundreds of people, considering business dealing, there is still a lot of foreign personnel. From a safe point of view, this is a security of the community is a very big uneasy factor. If Lean is finished, Chen Li knows why you can't find the right residential area. In the United States, the civil residential registration is not too big for the company's address. In the vast majority of the United States, as long as your company is not a production type, there are larger production noise and pollution companies, can register the civil houses as the company is located, which is why there are so many garage companies, or even an address registration is the location of a number of companies, such as Xiayan, Wyoming. A coverage of 1,270 Toms Road covers an area 118 square meters of houses have been registered for more than 2,000 companies. You asked such a layer of ordinary residents to add a layer of attic to how to register so many companies? Well, the house is full of mailbox from the floor to the roof, and each mailbox is laid on the company suite number. A mailbox is a room, such as a company's registration address is 513, 5th floor, Toms Avenue, Xiayanshai, Mengzu, but in fact, there is no 5th floor 513 room, only from the bottom of the upper number 5th row. In San Francisco, especially Silicon Valley, the local government even encourages young people engaged in computer industries. However, residential housing registration has a trouble to have a hassle must be solved. If the company is less, it is not a problem, but if the company's number of people is much more, it is necessary to obtain the community owner committee and most residents. And if the Garrett 2000 has developed to the size of hundreds of people, do not say parking, single security issues can be refused by the owners committee, just like LAN, 100 people who hire hundreds of people, will inevitably many people go out. In this case, how to ensure that the security and interests of community residents are not infringed. If you are in a much less than a small matter, whether it is the owners committee of the community or a community situation, 1089 is a no. The reason why Garrett 2000 has not been taken out, thanks to the number of people they hired, less than 20 people understand the problem. There is a place, and there is a good job. Chen Geng nodded. Okay, Len, since you didn't say no, what did you have other suggestions, right? Yes, I do have a suggestion to give you consideration. I heard this rich big boss. I heard my suggestion. Ryan was relieved, saying, I roughly summed up your requirements for the new company's office location. The main requirements are good. Green is good. It can't be like those letters. Of course, other hardware, such as water supply, power supply, heating, communication and other hardware conditions must be followed. Didn't you? Chen Geng nodded. Yes. At the beginning, I am going to recommend some luxury homes. There are swimming pools, basketball courts. There are several bathrooms, and the rooms that are specially placed more than the apartment. But after thinking about it, I think this mansion is good. It is not especially suitable for your needs. At least this mansion may not stop hundreds of cars, and you can't meet your future to further expand the company's scale. Yes, sure enough, the money is obvious to the intelligence. Chen Mong is more satisfied with Len's performance. It is not that there is no real estate agent to introduce this big mansion to himself, but after 3 considers, Chen Tong still has to do this. Why? One is because the rent is too expensive. On the other hand, Ryan said, the space is limited, and it is impossible to meet the company's next expansion of scale requirements. Otherwise, Chen Li really doesn't mind buy a luxury home. So do you be interested in a seaside nursing housing? Nursing home? Chen Geng frowned. It's not a nursing home, which is the high-grade health center specially served as the rich people. It is designed to live in the rich people such as the rich man. It lives in it. Every month, there is a minimum of $10,000, and the most comrades only customers who can receive 50 health needs. Indoor and outdoor basketball courts, large indoor heated pools and outdoor pools, spa centers, massage center, spa, restaurant, and dedicated helicopters. In short, any you can think of the rich enjoyment of the rich, you can find it here. Ryan's tone is very envious. Of course, if you need, you can completely change it to a company. A high-grade health center that is located on the seaside, specializing in the health services of the rich services. It sounds very good. Silicon Valley is in the south of San Francisco Bay. There is a seaside. The high-grade health center for the rich group is not very unfaithful, and he heard that there is such a place. Watergate Heart, although it is still not known that the situation of this health center is, since it is designed to provide heavier to Daffin, it is never the case of hardware conditions or software conditions. Cookie Alfred is not worried about other problems, just worrying whether it is buy or rent. This price is not cheap. Chen Geng is also very satisfied, but Chen Geng is interested in the information revealed in Len. What do you mean is the owner of this health center? It is seen that the owner of the health center is absolutely ambitious. But since Lean will introduce this health center, at least this health center is relatively bad. Yes, Ryan nodded, although he had never had a hand in the real estate industry before, but he had seen pigs in the real estate industry. I know that the price is important, but the most unbearable is the intermediary to their deception. For ordinary small people, concealing is not the important. Little is not a problem. But for these rich people, any small must introduce. This the business of the health center does not seem to be ideas, you know. You want those rich people who have money to believe in the ability of the health center. This is very difficult, and Mr. Milhouse obviously underestimated this. Everything is difficult. That is to say, Mr. Milhouse is eager to take this health center? Yes, Len nodded, but this is a small problem. Okay, Mr. is the price. Finally said the most critical place. Ryan is almost the breathing, and carefully said, proposed offer. Well, in fact Milhouse began selling this health center half a year, but because of price problems, he did not find a suitable buyer. Chen Geng nodded and did not answer immediately. This project for the rich group service, if the project is completed, the target group is not recognized, and other users will be very troublesome. The amount of engineering is too big. In the United States, There is a place in labor costs, and by such a place to reform, basically equal to 3 artificials, in which case the rich people with this financial resources are not as good as they buy a piece of empty spaces from an unbended head, and it will be much lower in terms of labor cost. But for yourself, it is another thing. Chen Geng thought, said, let's take a look again. Chapter 374, less than penmark www. In the center of the hospital, Chen Tong will know why the boss of this health center will be bankrupt. 3 large outdoor constant temperature swimming pools. The largest one is 500 square meters. Do you dare to believe? Have a private beach with a kilometer of health center. Do you dare to believe? 6 it homes specialized for the rich people, let you enjoy the emperor's distinguished service when you are getting care. Do you have any ghosts in the library of 500 square meters? As for all kinds of service staff inside, it is not necessary to say that it is possible to serve these rich people, except for the chef, directly face the rich service personnel and staff, and the value is basic. Vocational skills is absolutely not bad! 2. It can also be precisely because of the simulation of the hardware facilities of this health center. Chwatagitis' heart trembled, as long as it is slightly transformed. Don't say that it is to meet 100 people in the company, even the company's future scale expansion. It is not a problem with the 300 or 500 people, and how many people can be accommodated in the hall? At least 500 or 600 square meters. But I want to buy this health center. How much? For technology houses that are also happy for $2 million in 2 years before he can think about it. If you need to know more money, you can buy more money, $500,000. $1 million? Still $2 million? But no matter how much money, Kutwatigol did not think that Chen Geng will bought this health center. The reason is very simple. Too expensive. Ryan does not think that Chen Geng will buy this health center, but he is also very dedicated to introduce the situation of this health center. Sir, all of this area you have now seen is 16 square miles, but this is only a first phase of this health center. In fact, around 4. The 5 square miles of land are Mr. Milhouse, the rest of the land. Mr. Milhouse is preparing for the second phase of the project. But the investment of the entire project is far from Mr. Milhouse. The cost of the project has repeatedly overrun, but the priority is not imagined. So, speaking here, Ryan shrugged. Chen Geng nodded and asked Lena a seemingly unrelated question. What is Mr. Milhouse? You should see it when you come, surrounded by orchard. Yes, I saw it. Chen Geng nodded. On the way, the road is all orchard. The entire Silicon Valley area is actually a farmland and orchard. These orchards are Mr. Milhouse, Ryan said. Mr. Milhouse is a nearby Grandfield owner. He has a 15-acre area of 500 acres. This health center is also part of the orchard. Oh, yes. Mr. Milhouse is also San Francisco members of the parliament. I will say it. Chen Gengxin relieved. It turned out to be a big farmer who wants to transform. This situation is normal. The farmers play soil. The farm is tired, naturally wants to try a high new taste, such as finance, such as industries. This is normal, but since Milhouse is also the big figure of San Francisco, naturally want to play more high-end a little. For a city holder, it is not difficult to change a piece of land belonging to your own. It is estimated that the scenes around him have not really touted and flattened with his ideas. Otherwise, this buddy is not so high. But the Mr. Milhouse obviously overestimates his business mind and is also underestimated. This is difficult to do it directly. I know what is going on. Chen Geng's heart has a spectra. He nodded. That is to say, Mr. Milhouse is preparing to sell the entire project and the land originally used in the second phase of the project construction, right? Amount. Yes. Ryan stunned, hurriedly nodded. Milhouse just wanted to sell the entire project. As for the second phase of the project, he thought about it because Milhouse did not think that a bare land can be sold out. But as an intermediary, Leon's idea is, if someone is willing to buy the land of the second phase of the project, is Mr. Milhouse refused? non-existent. For Mr. Milhouse, which is shovel, it is not connected to the land that is originally used in the second phase of the project construction. He has to replanting fruit trees, and the fruit tree still takes several years to produce. With it, it is better to sell it together. Very good. How much is Mr. Milhouse? When Chen Pegang came out, Linerton was stunned. For a while, he was only a tongue of the tongue. Sir, you really want to buy it? Before this, he did not expect this single business to be transaction. Not only Len Chawati is also thinking about it. Even the most familiar Chen Gangsmilan never thought that his boss would buy a piece of land in such a place. This health center is around 10 kilometers. Do I or free see? The land is really worthless, but it is relatively high. Look at the price. If the price is right, I can consider it. Chen Geng nodded. But I still have some problems to communicate with Mr. Milhouse. Of course, I didn't expect this single business to have the opportunity to make Lian, who is determined after Chen Mong is not joking with himself. Mr. Milhouse is $800,000, but the center of the health center is I also saw it, so I think you have a big price space. I will call Mr. Milhouse. The phone is not anxious. Chen Geng went to Milan, and said that she took the benefits of the previous promise to this real estate agent. As long as I answer my 2 questions, this is your money than the money you say. Lane did not hesitate to nod. How much do you think the final transaction price? Lane thought, cautious replied, I heard that Mr. Ryan has spent almost $1 million in order to build this health center. $800,000 is still due to the stop price of the seller. The price is actually a matter of loss. Chen Wirong smiled, did not speak, but a little bit to say that Ryan continued to say. So I think $50,000 to $60,000. Ryan said, you can't be lower than this price. $560,000. This is similar to the price of Chen Psychology. After all, as long as the health center continues to operate, Mr. Milhouse will bear the cost of spending. But if he announces bankrupt, if there is no one to maintain, it will be very suspension. For more money, for the price, for Milhouse, the best choice is to quickly cut the meat and stop when there is a fool, even if the flesh is not eatable. Good, very good. The smile on Chen Geng's face is more beautiful. If I bought a lot of land like Milhouse, how do you think? What you mean is to buy 4 of Milhouse, 5 acres of land? Third, I confirmed that I didn't listen to it, and Ryan finally carefully confirmed to Chen Geng. Amount. This, I am not good. I really thought about it. Rain shook his head. Sir, I didn't dare to marry you. I am not familiar with the situation of agricultural land, so. Well, I am very sorry. But I think about tens of thousands of dollars is enough. This is. Chen Geng nodded. I didn't ask my own boss. Milan gave money to Lan, said, Mr. Milhouse, please let Mr. Milhouse. According to Chen Li's meaning, it is going back to talk, but after receiving the phone from Lan, it is determined that Chen Bai, etc., after his health center, this Mr. Millis persisted Chen Li, etc. People are waiting for a while in the health center, saying that he is immediately arrived. Through this opportunity, Milan's son asked Chenj, Sir, I am not questioning your decision. But why do you have to buy this place? Chen Li did not answer directly, but thought about it, asked Milan, how much do you have now? $10,000. How? If you believe me, I bought these money into the ground, just here. Chen Geng whispered, I can give you this land to change this land, I promise. This will be the best fortune in your life. Milan squatted. She never doubts that their own boss money, whispered, Sir, what do you mean? This land will change value? It's a very good money. Nor does it take to see what the land has risen in Silicon Valley in the Silicon Valley! Exclamation mark. One annual salary of $500,000 software development engineer, only dozens of square sets of second apartments, Google, Facebook or even Apple. Why do you have to spend money to build a house with a few years? Not they think for their employees. but the rent of Silicon Valley is too expensive. Although their employees have a high salary, they can't live in the house. They can't help it. They can only take this way. It is even more than 30 years later, up to 15 years. The land prices in the entire Silicon Valley area will rise to a common price. It can be said that it is the best opportunity to enter the Silicon Valley. Chen Geng did not intend to fry the land, but the low-priced germanium is always a bad thing for yourself. Okay. Chen Mong did not deny this. It will be very valuable, very valuable. As for Myron, believe. This is not your own thing. Chapter 375. OK. Penmark www. Mulhouse arrived quickly, just when Chen Li drank a cup of coffee. When I was stupid, Mulhouse came, accompanied by a helicopter ecstatic sound. I didn't know what model of light helicopter landed on the helicopter on the medical center. Mr. 33 minutes, Mulan said with a low voice next to Chen Li. Okay. Chen Geng mini nodded. When Jirian called Mulhouse's secretary did not reveal where his boss was in place, but the flight speed of helicopters is usually in 200 km per hour. According to this time, it can be roughly inferred. Just in Mulhouse's location, it is very likely to be in San Francisco. After receiving the call from Ryan, Mulhouse can rush from San Francisco. It seems that this health center is really a hot saga who is eager to take off for Mr. Mulhouse. And the passengers on the helicopter were again confirmed by Chen Geng's inference. The helicopter has just landed, and even yet stopped. The cabin door is open. A guy who is obviously an assistant or secretary flying from the cabin jumping out, then quickly ran to another side to open the cabin. Through this movement, we can see it. Mr. Mulhouse is really very popular. Lanny squatted, and the dog legs were extremely, but he was very smart and did not close to Mulhouse, but the side of the Mulhouse assistant. The secretary whispered, and Mulhouse's secretary is in frequent nod, and whispered to Lean said, no need to guess, it is nothing more than Ryan's secretary of Mulhouse. Mulhouse is a 50-year-old American middle-aged man, which is not too like a farmer, but it is a bit of university professor. He reached out and came to Chen Ming. Mr. Fernandez is? Hello, Imho, I listened to your name, it seems some familiar. Chen Geng smiled and said, the computer big store in San Francisco is mine. If Mulhouse is really a San Francisco missionary, Chen Li does not believe that he has never heard of the computer hypermarket of his own. Sure enough, I heard Chen Geng's words. Mulhouse suddenly realized that Lian Lian and Lian Liano said, it turned out to be you. I said how I listened to this name so familiar. Mr. Fernandez, I am very honored to meet you. I know who this young man is in front of him. At the same time, after I know the wealth of this young man in front of you, Mulhouse didn't have I am a San Francisco shelf. As for Mr. Lan, the real estate agent, the eyes are straight. This is the unlikely Ashing looks like a young, is actually the owner of the computer hypermarket? Exclamation mark. Really? If it is not his procognition, and Mr. Mulhouse is also indirectly proof, who dares to believe that he is the owner of the computer hyperbed by the whole American computer enthusiast, without any real estate agents who did not know the big name of the computer hypermarket? Since the opening of this computer hypermarket, the rent of the store around the computer hypermarket has increased by more than 10%, and the computer is relatively close. Even there are more than 20% over. Everyone is busy, and it is not familiar. There is no need to wind around the circle. After a few chills, Chen Geng Path said to Mulhouse, Mr. Mulhouse, just I have seen your health center. Tell the truth. Very good, but price? Mr. Mulhouse, Imho, you have a little sincere. Mulhouse's eyes turned. Did not answer Chen Pei's question, but answered the way, Mr. Fernandez, you see, this health center is definitely the best health center throughout the West Coast. Mr. Mulhouse, do you know why your health center can't open? Mulhouse is finished. Chen Li is interrupted. Amount. Do you know? Mulhouse stunned and quickly asked. The failure of this health center has become a thorn in the heart of Mulhouse, which has always regarded this project as its key point of its own strategic transition. He doesn't understand. His health center has the best environment, most good merits and service staff, the best hardware facilities, why not attract customers? I look at Fernandez now. It seems that he knows how can Milhouse endure. It's very simple. Chen Geng faintly said, a health center, very important. The environment is good. Is there a bad environment here? I am not happy. Milhouse is not happy. Chen Geng nodded, as a living, it is good, but as a health center, especially the health center for the rich services, Imho, it is really bad. Milhouse's face couldn't hung up. Mr. Fernandez, I respect you, but I hope you can give me an explanation. Does your fruit tree hits pesticides? Of course. How can the fruit tree do not fight pesticides? What? I haven't finished it. Milhouse is already annoyed. He finally understood what is the biggest problem in this health center. As a health center positioned in the high-end people, the first question is environmental, but the brain pumping will build this health center. In the orchard, this is a kind of toxin that is kindly to the rich people who come to health. Of course, the influence of the facts may not be as serious. After all, the place you choose is very far from the orchard, but when those rich are coming, watching the branches and leaves on both sides of the road and the fruit trees of pesticides. How do you think about it? Even if I have a good technical level, they will not believe it. Looking at Milhouse, I was angry. Chen said faintly, Mr. Milhouse, I bought the purpose of this health center, not to open a health center, and it is a computer software development company to find office. You are big enough here, the price is cheap enough. But even if this is, in order to ensure my employees' health, I have to put a few acres around this health center. I bought it together, I can let my employees are relieved here. I said, can you understand? Milhouse laughed. Chen Li has already said this, what can he still do? People are the cheap here. This is intended to buy. If the price is expensive, the other party may even say. Milhouse did not doubt Chen Geng and buy the strength of this health center. But I thought that there was no way to slaughter with such a fat sheep. He had a feeling of plasticity in his heart, but it could no longer be wronged. In your own hands, Fernandez can buy this place as the company's office. What can I do? Do you raise a large group of people? I got out. Milhouse opened, Mr. Fernandez, in order to repair this health center, I spent $900,000. Calculating the operating cost of this time, this health center has spent almost $120,000, but I understand that $1.2 million are impossible, so you have an identity, I hope to be friends with you, $700,000, as long as $700,000, you can take it away. Chen Gengshin said, what is $700,000? Refers to the first phase or a second phase. Milhouse hesitated, and finally still smiled. Of course, together with the second phase. He also knows that I want to buy the first phase of the project with a price of $700,000, which is not realistic. Chen Mong smiled, did not answer directly, but asked Milhouse, Mr. Milhouse, you may heard that I have a manor, but you know that I first bought the manor. How much? Well, the surroundings of the manor, there is no big piece of orchard waiting to play pesticides. Milhouse's heart is crash. He can't hate Chen Geng's collar, and you don't want to die in the garden and pesticides. Can you die? Although the heart collapses, Milhouse is more understanding that the orchard of pesticides is definitely the biggest soft ribs of the property. No matter who wants to buy this property, just find this soft rib. Do not catch the death price, then you can't afford yourself. Mr. Milhouse, I am still talking, in order to ensure my physical health of my employees, except for this health center, I have to buy the 5 acres of land, and you need Mr. Milhouse you have to use your own energy helps me change land use. As for prices, I only give you $600,000. I haven't waited for Chen Geng's voice. Milhouse almost jumped. You have to buy a total of 9 from me. 5 acres of land, along with the affiliated buildings on the land, and I have to help you change the land use, and all this? Do you only give me $600,000? Why don't you grab? Exclamation mark. However, Chen Li did not give him a chance. After these words, he nodded to Milhouse, Mr. Milhouse, maybe you need to consider it. If you think about it, you can contact me. Chen Geng's voice fell. Merlin will hand a business card to Milhouse's secretary, watching Chen Geng, this young and beautiful, the front breeze blonde beauty. Milhouse is an envious and hate. On the way back, Kuktig Hall can't help again. Boss, do you really plan to buy this place? How? You don't like it? Or do you think that the garden around you make a pesticide? The impact of your health is too big. Don't like it? Ghosts will not like it. Kuktigakot felt that he was going to be crazy when the face of his own boss. He couldn't help but burst out. I saw. The recent fruit forest is more than 5 or more from the health center. What pesticides can come over? But Kaka, that is $700,000. He is really unimaginable. How can the boss spend this more money to buy a company? Chen Ming smiled and said, I think that a good environment can help employees improve work efficiency. Well, if Gary 2000 has grown, I am going to build the company's headquarters here. Kuxwatigold suddenly realized that he felt a little understanding of his own boss. So you want to buy the surrounding land? Chen Mong smiled, nodded. As for the deeper level, I will not explain it for you for the time being. After returning, when Kuktig Alfred explains the health center of the health center, the whole company has a ghost cry when the whole company has a ghost. The pretty female staff, huge outdoor and indoor constant temperature swimming pool, walking out of the door, a variety of spas and spa. It is also the ultimate dream of all employees, and immediately said that there is a livestock with Chen Geng. If the company I really bought the health center as the company's office address, he intends to sell himself to the company. On the next few days, Milhouse did not follow Chen Geng. Chen Geng also did not worry, followed by a group of technical houses on the company to do the final debugging work on the company's first database S. While discussing the company's office software, text-handed software Word and TCP processing software Excel's framework is to design. And at this time, the small capital of Garit 2000 knows that his boss actually has a gods in computer software. With time, the longer get along there, the more they also admire their own bosses. Also, in the early 1980s, although there are some software that have text editing and table processing functions, such as WordPerfect, but the performance of these software is general. Even in the 80s, the earliest rule of Office software in the 80s, Lotus 123, it also does not reach Chen Geng's requirements. Chenli directs Windows 3, the set of 4.0.0 version of Office. Of course, a group of people's chin. P.S. Brothers, please wait a few minutes. On the next few days, Milhouse did not follow Chen Geng. Chen Geng also did not worry, followed by a group of technical houses on the company to do the final debugging work on the company's first database S. While discussing the company's office software, text-handed software Word and TCP processing software Excel's framework is to design. And at this time, the small capital of Garit 2000 knows that his boss actually has a gods in computer software. With time, the longer get along there, the more they also admire their own bosses. Chapter 376 builds unique soft power of Silicon Valley Penmark www. Looking at the whole colorful page magazine who only live in TV, introducing luxury and rich luxury life, such as the rich luxury manor, followed by Chen Geng, the staff of the Gate 2000 silly, lasting. Some people ask, Mr., will we work here later? Chen Mong smile laughed, nodded. How? You said. This place, really give us? Although Chen Ming's answer has been very affirmative, other employees other than Chawari Gakot are still incredible. Put a super luxury villa group on the beach to myself, this. Even is super rich blue giant. IBM does not have such a luxurious hand. As the boss, let you have such a joke with your employees. You still have to hate me. Chen Li once again gave them a sure answer. After returning, everyone will pack it. After 3 days, it will be the headquarters of Gate 2000 company, but this place has a small problem. I haven't waited for Chen Geng. I have already called, boss. As long as it is not a ghost house, Any other problem is not a problem. This is a laughter that others suddenly follow. Indeed, as long as it is not a ghost house, all other problems are not a problem. Chen Geng is also laughing. I can give you to everyone, this place is absolutely not a ghost house. That's no problem. The big problem is not, there are still a few. One of them is that the location is relatively meta. Of course, the company prepares the dormitory for everyone, one room. If there is a girlfriend, can apply for a single room. In the future, have a wife, children, you can also apply for an apartment. Why is the two people in the case of so many empty houses, not one person? Simple, taking into account the next gate 2000 will usher in a scale expansion. Always reserve some reserves in the future. Boss, you can rest assured, just make me work here, give me a bed. I cannot go home for half a year. If you don't wait, Chen Geng has finished saying it, and someone is called. This is also attracted to attach a sound and the sound. Someone can ask if you can. He is planning to surf the seaside while resting, and even some people make suggestions. I hope that Chen Li can buy a few motorcycles. Boat or water motorcycle. You will go to the sea when you are free. If you have a bikini's sister, it is better. When you say this, the eyes of these livestocks go to those healthcare centers. Where are they? In this personal computer industry and software industry, these personal computer companies and software development companies have said that it is company, but it is better to say that there is a studio, and the employees and bosses are not so formal and strict. Coupled with the age of Chen Ming, and they are young people. When these days come, everyone has become used to this big boss that is almost a gophone. Well, understand your mind. Chen Geng deliberately looked at the beautiful female employees of those who were next to the center, meaning the way I change it, I don't go back. Everyone is a laughter. Chen Geng Zhao, okay, the focus is not said. This place, everything is good. The only place is, see the orchard of the distance? The fruit trees need to play pesticides. Of course, pesticides do not will floating outside, but I am not sure if I don't mind this orchard needs to play pesticides. This is not a problem in a bunch of young people. It is still 500 or 600 meters from your nearest orchard. What is wrong? There is no problem. They have begun to ask their own bosses in anxious to come. When will the company move over? Wait for your own friends to come over. Chenj will understand that these guys are careful. Show off. From ancient times, it is not like this, after a number of years, isn't this? If you change a good unit, you must send V letter, send a special, send Facebook, in the friend circle, good, xiu, then harvest a wave of envy and hate, and must be equipped with two own and beautiful bikini sisters with the same water motorcycle in the sea. Photos. Even if you want to pay for this, everyone is doing a month of dinner. I don't hesitate to eat. I have become my girlfriend. Since the company's employees have no opinion, then the employees of these original health centers in front of them are honest. Chen Li is hoping that these people have left, not only because of these sisters, but because of these sisters almost all skills, have professional fitness coaches, professional yoga coaches, professional masseurs and physiotherapists, have received senior nursing qualifications, have professional doctors team. You are welcome. Don't look at these beautiful women. You don't really look for work, but in Chen Geng's eyes, they are talents. If they can leave them, they are all Silicon Valley and even the world. 2000 The company's unique competitiveness can attract countless young people who have talented people to come to Gate 2000. Standing in this group of beautiful girls, Chen Pils asked with a smile, Miss, I believe you all know who I am. Yes, I just acquired this health center. People, Mr. Milhouse gave you to me. I would like to ask, what arrangements do you have for your future? A group of people looked at each other, and did not understand what this acquired the health center. Chen Geng did not intend to listen to their answer, and smiled and asked, I didn't guess the wrong. You should be going to find a job, okay? But you don't mind, can you continue to work for me? Work for you? The president of the health center, Saccharon did not expect Chen Bigang, who would like to let him wait for him to continue to work, surprised. Sir, Imho, I can guess you are a rich man, very money, but raise our team, cost is very expensive. Of course, Mr. Milhouse is not low, especially if you, Mr. Sacraton, Milhouse will open a salary of $4,000, 2% of the health center 2%, yet something wrong? Chen Li smiled nodded, although this division you seem to be can't get it. $4,000 monthly salary, equivalent to 5 times the level of per capita monthly income, and considering the current price level and purchasing power, conversion, roughly equivalent to 200,000 annual salary after more than 30 years, plus dividends. Basics. It is equivalent to Milhouse to have a $300,000 annual salary for Mr. Sacks. This salary is absolutely low. Sacraton is a bit embarrassed. If you are willing to work, 2% of the dividends are probably can't get it, but you can get a monthly salary of $5,000, 14 pay every year. How? Saccharon's eyes have grown up. Sir, what do you mean? Give me a $70,000 annual salary? Yes. Chen Geng nodded. How? Is there a problem? I don't understand. Why do you want to do this? For Chen Geng's invitation, Saccharon is very confused with his own hair. Don't you plan to continue this health center? This question is not only Saccaronian, not understand, but also the group of Yan in his back. It does not understand. Mr. Chen has been clearly said. Here will be a cover the new address of the company's headquarters Avrit 2000, and Gate 2000 is a software development company, which they all know. A computer software development company, you have to be a group of people in nursing and physiotherapy. What to do? This health center will certainly not run, but I hope that my employees can get the most professionalism, the most scientific, healthy lifestyle. Well, this is also a place that Garrett 2000 is very different from other companies. I said, can you understand? Sacraton is old and old. Frankly, I don't understand too much. If you don't understand, you don't understand. Chen Li felt that he didn't have to make something soft. What is hidden competitiveness to tell him? He directly refers to the core of the problem. So, Mr. Sacraton, how would you choose? I need to consider it. Saccharon hesitated, and the old man said to Chen Geng, understand. Chen Geng nodded and looked at the Yan in front of him. So, do you? Well, before answering me, let me say that I will give you salary and work content as before. It will not be adjusted for the time being. As for salary, on the existing basis, 10%. Oh, yes. Friendship reminds you that although the number of employees in Gate 2000 is not much, there are only more than 20 people, but everyone's annual salary is more than $60,000, and they are all excellent talents of high-level education. Their future is unlimited. I believe that up to 3 years, they will qualify for more than $100,000. Such opportunities can be encountered. I personally recommend you to grasp this opportunity, which can be a potential super huge potential stock. What? This computer software development company only has more than 20 employees, and their employees have more than $60,000? That doesn't mean a monthly salary of more than $5,000! During this time, I have been considering whether I have to go further career. My eyes began to shield. Chapter 377 transforms to a regular army penmark www. Chen Geng thought that the entire team of the health center would take a few people, and he even had a preparation for an F-herd of the people who lost an F-herd, but the result was unexpected. Whether it was because Chen Li gave these Yan Mun painted a big enough, or the salary opened is high enough. After someone else stood up, it is willing to stay. It means that the people who willing to stay will out for the vast majority. Just a few more than a few. I would like to think about it, and after seeing so many people want to stay, I have changed my idea and decided to stay. Chen Geng is a bit surprised, but it is not difficult to understand carefully. In fact, It is not difficult to understand. Although Gate 2000 is a small company, it can't live with money. Follow a big boss, which is better than going out more. Who dares to go out to find a job? You will definitely find a job that is almost the same now. Since the risk is very big, the opposite is, I can get 10% salary, as long as it is not a lot of big or other reason, basically stay. Shoot it. How long does it take to take a good time? Here, Chen Geng asked Chushavatagati. Amount. This. Kutwatig Alpha wrinkled for a long time, and he did not answer. Looking at Kuktigalt's reaction, Chen Geng's eyes were rounded. Cave. Don't tell me, I haven't had a good break in this long time. If this is true, the employees of Garrett 2000 go to the Labor Security Department to complaint. The campaigners crushing staff, which is simply a note, and the Garrett 2000 will be willing to become a film of the pressed employee. Quickly mount the whole American headline. Kutwatig thought. What do he think of his brain? No, of course. Looking at the face of the boss, it is twisted. Chetwatig Algar also knows how serious this problem. Hurriedly explains, the company is of course strictly followed by law, but you know, software development is relying on the inspiration. Live. A busy. Okay, I know. I don't wait for Chewinigal. Chen Mong knows what he wants to say. It is not that I force everyone to overtime. It is a busy, everyone will forget. A beautiful lady. I am sorry, you need to work next. Chen Geng turned away, and the rumor of the original health center said, my guys haven't had a good rest for a long time. Relax. I need some massages, physiotherapy, and spa posts immediately. Well, overtime per person. As for you, Chen Geng turned around and looked at himself, and the Garrett 2000 of the mouth has begun. Let me relax, then give me a glow. 3 days later. Old ancestor has a saying, called the gold cup. Silver cup is not as good as the people, which is even if it is also suitable for Silicon Valley from Huaxia miles. When these young people who have been put by Chen Geng's 3-day fake, they didn't use 2 days. Almost the young people in software development and computer industries were known. The big board of Garrett 2000 bought a health center is a new office address as the campaigner's super luxury villa, like 100 million people. You can surf, play the motorboat and the water motorcycle. Son, drink juice is enviable. Let Silicon Valley's code dog envy. Garrett 2000 big boss. Actually the entire team of the health center has left, specializing in the campaign's employees to provide logistical services and security. In addition to the canteen master and doctors, the whole color is all the young and beautiful, the skin is beautiful, and the massage is technically, the massage method, the front convex backward, that. No ace, you can't imagine it. Whole Silicon Valley. You can't find the second company that can have such a good treatment. Even the giants such as IMB, Motorola can't. Therefore, it is, and the entire Silicon Valley is brush screen by Gator 2000. It's, Garrett has become a other person company in the legend. The existence, it doesn't matter if you have low salary. Well, it means that there is no relationship with low salary. It is simply known that Simazo's heart is known. This is a good thing. Chen Wirong smiled, looking at the frowning of Kutwatig. What are you? There are too many people. Kutwatig continued to look at their own boss. So many people, how do I pick it? Roll. Chen Geng 2 words did not say, it is a foot past, do not know, in the whole Silicon Valley, how many people envy your happiness, how many company boss hate to teeth you. Kutwatig Alfred flexibly hiding, smiled. Okay, don't joking, I am really happy now. But boss, I found that everyone's work efficiency seems to be low. What? It is normal, the company is a group of young people who have been 20 years old. Horman, who didn't have so many beautiful women before, and now there are so many beautiful women. I will definitely not put it all. Chen Geng nodded, he also found this problem, but he did not say, after all, although he is a big boss. But according to its own agreement with Chetwax Techwarium, the campaign's daily management is responsible for them. Cut. What? Igati is looking at Chen Geng. Boss, what should I do? This is certainly not good, but looking at Cooktagalt, Chen Geng has determined a little. Cooktagalt is really not a material suitable for manager. Perhaps before this, Garrett 2000 is essentially a studio. No problem, but when the company's size is growing, it needs to be regular, and then, Cooktaquarium is using the previous kind of We Are Brothers. The studio's style is to manage the company, then it is not good. He is more suitable as a departmental supervisor. Chen Ming consumes me, saying slowly, the way is actually very simple. You can divide you into several groups, give each group to make tasks. Only those who complete the task can go to massage, relax, surf, as long as they completed their tasks, and the rest of their time is their freedom. But if they delayed their work because they do these things, they must be punished, warned, deducted wages, or even, these can. But Cooked, as a boss, although there is not good, I still have to say, I found you really not suitable as a company manager. You are more suitable as a working group boss. You will work hard for you. The team strives for interest. But if you as the company's manager, in addition to the company's turn off, I don't think there is no second possibility. 8 and Chen Geng's expectations, Cut. What? He did not refute his words. On the contrary, he nodded. Do you think so? Chen Pil shrugged, bowed her hand, did not speak, meaning it is obvious, otherwise you think? Since there is already said this, Cooktagalt will no longer hesitate. I also found it. I am really not suitable for managing a large-scale company. If it is just a few people, more than a dozen people small company, maybe there is no problem. But for these brothers who started with me, even if they have something to do, I will not go to hand. Maybe I am really not suitable as a manager. In this case, then I think we need to talk about it seriously. Chen Geng's expression is also serious. Cut. What? If you want Gate 2000, the greater, the future is bright, your brothers will become a millionaire, thousands of people, no longer to make money, either you learn to become a manager, or I will hire a professional manager to help me manage the company, and you will be responsible for technology. You should understand, I will not let this situation continue to go down. I know. Cooktagalt did not stop. He certainly understood this. 2 days a day, 2 months can be okay. But longer, Fernandez must not do. Interest is affected. The biggest damage is him. I have no interest in management. After a while, Cooktagalt thought finally opened. And I also don't worry about everyone, so I am willing to resign to the general manager of Garrett 2000. I suggest that Mr. Fernandez you hire one real professional managers come to better manage and operate. In the last sentence, Cooktagalt said is a bit difficult, and it is still a bit. Chen Wei I did not hesitate, he nodded. Okay, your resignation I did, but I hope that you will continue to serve as the deputy general manager of the company, the competent R&D department, and also serve as the first deputy architect of the software development department, first vice head technical officer. In addition, I also guarantee that after the company officially established the board of directors, you and Gate 2000 startup will be a board member. When I heard this, Cooktagalt was relieved, grateful to Chen Geng's head. Thank you. Although I took my general manager's position, I gave myself more promise, but also guaranteed my own interests of my old brothers. Cooktagalt was finally relieved. Chapter 378 From a telephone master penmark www. Chen Wanto lazy lying on the bedchair, next to the hull umbrella, and a cup of juice and ice bucket filled with broken ice. It is difficult to have a sea view villa, not good to enjoy. How can you travel? Since there is a seaside villa and beach, a lounge chair, no a hot bikini is always a unclear regret. So the bikini beauty has, Milan is dressed in bikini, but also a huge straw hat on the head, half sitting in Chen Geng's beach lounge chair. The only beautiful is in the beautiful thing is that Milan has a somewhere of the things that Chen said. Boss, AMC is called again, ask you to go back. Here, It must emphasize that Miran's bikini and the big grass hat are in the strong demand of Chen Geng. Miran is helpless to dress, although Milan does not exclude bikini, but she should always wear it in work. This is the boss. What is the way? But now, she seems to enjoy the eyes of their own boss under the dark eye. Tell them, I don't want to go back. Look at Ball while unscrupulous. At the same time, Chen Li is in pondering. Do you want something to take a thing on the waist? Ball. The chart is very exciting. The little brothers are not very honest. Looking at Chen Geng and stupid little brothers, the Milan's mouth was unable to reveal, and he did not pay attention to Chen Li's indecent part and continue. I see them are anxious, Jack. After Welsh, Mr. Welch has begun to reform to AMC Big Knife. Chen Geng smiled slightly. Don't I go back? Well, why? For this issue. Myron is also a little curious. Are you waiting for new CEOs and sales responsible people? The things in Garrett 2000 are basically busy. All R&D work is in the right track. And after Kutwata Gall, the general manager of Gator 2000, the family is temporarily connected. The general manager of RIT 2000, but this is certainly not a normal situation. Looking for a new general manager and a sales deputy professment. Fortunate in Windows. The sales situation is great. After listed for 1 month, Windows. I have achieved the sale of the United States. 70,000 sets. Global sales to 10,000 sets of grades. This pretended only the shell software of the operating system quickly oopied the whole American personal computer, and realized that this is a super cash cow. I want to Windows. The campaigner's company now breaks the threshold of Gate 2000, and the conditions that Milan looks into the heart. In this copy, even if it is a fool, I can see it. The software development company of Account X is rising, so the CEO and sales of sales are not difficult to find. It is difficult to find this CEO and sales deputy must understand the computer industry. Understanding the software industry. These days, the boss also interviewed a few people, but no one can conform to the boss. Chen Ming smiled and shook his head. Yes, not. Miran's face. Yes, nor. It is yes, or not. I value Garrett 2000. In my opinion, there is an unlimited possibility of this company, Chen said. He has a very happy expression of his values of Garrett 2000. But then Chen said, but now, AMC is more worthy of my attention. I don't go back. Just giving Jack Welch the booth supports his adjustment and reform of AMC. Once I go back, it is actually telling Jack Welch, reform, and adjustment to this. Miran's eyes were big. She finally understood. So, what you mean? AMC has repeatedly called when you go back, that is. The shareholders can't stand the reform of Jack Welch and adjustment. The smile on Chen Pucking disappeared. He nodded. The deficiencies of AMC. I looked at the head of the skin. Frankly, except Liaka, Jack Welch has risen to the art level. In the business management master, the average person has no way to the current AMC, and I have no way to get it. The situation of AMC is really serious. Every day, he followed Chen Li. Milan's understanding of the situation of AMC. I am afraid than a lot of AMC car executives, but because of this, she is more worried about Chen Po's stocking strategy. But according to the general business management and reform law, like AMC car is so serious, should not be slowly adjusted, just like a patient who is very powerful. It is not possible to directly move the big surgery. Usually need conditioning for a while to move surgery. Chen Geng sighed and said, the truth is this truth, but the situation of AMC is different. If you give the AMC adjustment time, I am afraid that I have passed the best operating period. To put it here, Chen Geng couldn't think about that. The sentence was very popular in China's Earth. The Unsha Cruiser, repaired the Novik. With the mind, Gino is a good car. In that price range, there is no car to be up to the creator, but it is also because the AMC's all-round illness paste is created. Repair Gino. Chen Tong is still hoping to build a not bad Cherokee. Okay, you are a boss, you said. Milan shrugs. The second thing is that the data research company's Gary Kiradil wants to meet you, ask you to convenient. Who? What company? Chen Bai did not respond for a time. Mr. Gary Kiradil is the data research company of CPM operating system. Chen Pangmeng stood up. I certainly know this company, of course. Knowing this guy. Kid. This is Carly Kiradil, this is CPM. Who Gary Kiradil is? Modern personal computer operating system father. What is the system of the CPM system? It is now popular in the microcomputer to popularize the widest system, which has almost monopolized the operating system of personal computers. And even more than 10 years later, the set of Windows in Gate 2000 shell software is running on the CPM operating system. Do you say Microsoft's MSTOS? Now there is no MSTOS. Gat's classmates are still working with his friends Paul Allen, in order to sell a good price in IBM. And a little about MSTOS development history. People know that Microsoft's MSTOS is CPM of capping Gary Kiradil. Although I don't know why Gary Kiradil wants to meet themselves, there is no doubt that this is a good news. Thinking of some possibility, thinking that I actually has a chance to change history, Chen Geng's heart is crazy jumping up. Why don't you tell me? Miran's face is grimacing. Chen Geng. She doesn't understand what I have done wrong. I actually picked up the boss. Forget it. This is not blame you. Chen Yuanxin understood that Milan put this news behind. After all, she doesn't know what Girid, data research company and CPM do. Even more unclear, Kiradil's sorrow in her opinion, whether it is AMC cars things or the things of Garrett 2000, they should be in front of this matter, saying that they also blame themselves, who makes themselves not give her. However, from now on, the situation is different. Chen Geng is seriously deep-sucking, in the future, and the data research company. The thing related to this plus Kiradil is the first priority, must tell in the first time. Okay, I understand. Although I don't know why the boss attaché is this data research company in Gary Kiradil, Miran solemnly remembers this. Flying quickly adjusted the mood, Miran said quickly, the phone is called, saying that Gary Kiradil is very interested in the Windows of Gate 2000, want to talk to you. As for more detail, the other party did not say, just ask when you are convenient. Chen Li was not a young. After thinking about him, he told Miran, you reply to the data research company, say that I and Gatorade 2000 is very welcome to Gary Kiradil, Mr. Garrid, and data research the company's visit, no matter from any time. Tell us, we have just bought a seaside property as the company where the company is located, we welcome them to play. That's it? Waiting for a series of Milan. Some surprised. Chen Geng nod. Yes, that's it. I thought about it. Chen Geng added another sentence. I can give my private call to Gary Kiradil, let the data research company people will tell me about Mr. Gary Kiradil, and tell him, I welcome to call me at any time. The surprise in Milan is simply nothing. This is the first time she saw the boss to give her private call to a stranger who never know. Gary Kiradil replied very fast. How fast? He directly hit the phone from Chen Geng's mobile phone. Is Mr. Fernandez? I am Gary Kiradil, data research company, you can call me plus. Listening to the jumping sound in the phone, Chen Geng's mouth could not help but show a smile. Sure enough. The legend, the biography, this is the least suitable CEO computer master. Gary, I am Fernandez Chen, I am very glad that you can call me, Chen said, raised the phone. Have you heard the sound of the waves? Is there interest to chat with the sun? Okay, just say this. The phone of Carly Kiradil is even more exciting to hear. I will arrive tomorrow. Chapter 379. Persuading Chen Geng. Source Penmark www. Before I met Gary Kiradil, Chen Gengxin was quite curious. After I saw myself, what would Gary Kiradil talk to him? But Ren Shentong thinks. He did not expect that Gary Kiradil's home is so windy. This guy has assessed in 172. Looking at the Gary Kiradil, Chen Li, is speechless. You are not too tired. Chen Geng thinks that Gary Kiradil saga, And Garrick Iredale is not doing it for Chen Dynasties. After giving Chen Geng a strong hug, Garrick Irife said to Chen Geng "Fernandez, you can be a lucky guy, you can work in such a beautiful place. Don't know now Silicon Valley doesn't know how many people are envious of you. I have heard that many guys in IBM intends to hop from you here." Chen Yuan listened to laughed. "IBM people don't come to me, but if you are willing, then I am too happy." "Gary, see it, there are those villas, as long as you come, casually you pick." Garrick Iredale thought about almost half a minute, and he said strangely, "Fernandez, I didn't understand. Do you want to dig me?" "These are all seen by you." Chen Mongxiao did not deny it. "Do you know how much is the sales of data research companies last year?" Looking at Chen Geng, Garrick Irife said seriously, "More than $5 million US. Upon buying a company with more than $5 million, do you know how much does it cost? Chen Li did not speak, not because of price problems, but lying. "I just chatted with you, half carefully, half joked. Would you not be serious?" Although in a few months, Garrick Iredale and his data research company will be slammed by IBM, GATS students, which also leads to the end of the CPM era. The approach of the MS-DOS era, but the current data research company is still the era of Silicon Valley, even if Chigirad is low to $19 US. The price of CPM operating system, you didn't look wrong, it is $19 US, not $190, nor $99, but his data research company still has achieved more than $5 million in sales last year. In the case of a few years, a relatively fashionable word is that the current Garrick Iredale has completely realized financial freedom, and can live with your own mind. For example, he can drive his small plane. Towards this, will he sell your company to himself? I am joking with you. Garrick Iredale has been hammered on the shoulders of Chen Geng. Even if I am willing, more Lucy will not agree. Dilly Makiwen is the wife of Garrick Iredale. Chen Mong smiled, nodded, "I guess it." This stocking of special 2000 companies. The company's management style is appreciated, especially when I see Chen Zhong here. There is still a masseur, physiotherapist, and a professional nurse team. Garrick Iredale not only did not think that Chen Li was so water, instead, both eyes are light. "Fernandez, I think you are great. It is simply a genius idea. Everyone's work is so tired. If there is a masseur to help them relax, then it is perfect." I decided that data research companies should also have professional masseuses. I think these companies in Silicon Valley should be equipped with masseurs, which should be standard welfare in the computer industry. Sure enough, there is a style of Garrick Iredale. Chen Geng heard that the nursery of Garrick Iredale companies, whether it is Garrick Iredale himself or his wife, his employee, is very casual in the company. His data research company has no requirements for everyone's dress. Early times, the office location of the data research company is a tostry small building. At that time, many employees had just finished their children. Everyone worked on the second floor. The first floor was the nursery, and Garrick Iredale also specially hired people to take care of these. Baby, if there is a person in a suit in a data study company, then he must come to the company to visit the company. After some visit, the playmate is finally coming. "Fernandez, your company Windows system makes me amazing. I never thought about the computer operating system. I know. I saw you for the first time when the Windows system, although I know this is just a pseudo-operated system, essentially it is just shell software, but this does not affect it is an epochal, enough to leave its own name in the history of computer development." "Thank you." Chen Geng nodded. He knew that the next plus Iredale had a certain below. Sure enough, there is still below. "But I want to say is that Fernandez, I think your Windows is really too high." Looking at Chen Geng, Garrick Iredale said seriously, "Computer technology should be free and open source, but we need to eat. The company needs profits. Employees need salary to feed their own and family, so I understand and support this industry. The people make money by computer, but I think you have a price set for these products." Although Chen Tillage does not support Garrick Iredale computer to open source and free views, as a go-down god of a set of operating systems, as a person who is working hard to this goal. Chen admires such a computers of such a sad. Chen Geng did not directly deny his words, but said, "So you come to me this time, it is to persuade me Windows open source?" "No." Gary Kiridil shakes his head, "Some are sorry, my own CPM has no open source. How do I think about you? I just help that you can set the price of Windows, let many people can use your Windows and trackball. I know that this package is not high." "Gary, you think that the development of computer technology is driving? Is it a few shocked computer genius, or rely on the big company?" Chen Geng did not answer Gary Kiridil, but suddenly the topic turned, asked him. Gary Kiridil is a bit awkward, and I don't understand what Chen Li is meaning. P.S. Today, this chapter is only 2,000 words. I owe you 1,000 words to give you home tomorrow. How can I do this? Penmark www. Chen Li did not expect Gary Kiridil to answer. In my opinion, there is no doubt in the early stage of computer technology, there is no doubt that individual surprises are engineering development. But when technology is developed to certain the extent, the power of capital will surpass the contribution of individual genius, and the capital is pursuing returns. Gary Kiridil frowned. Imho, I don't agree. Oh? Chen Geng picked his eyebrows. If you insist on thinking so, please raise an example of a few industries, such as, just say as such as, below. Gary Kiridil can't say it. I will help you. Chen Geng smiled, said, whether it is the first industrial revolutionary period of steam engine technology, ship technology, or the second industrial revolutionary automotive technology, internal combustion engine technology and aircraft technology, the initial stage of these technological development is relying on individual promotion of the stunning genius, such as Mr. Watt and steam engine technology, such as Mr. Edison and electrical technology, such as Mr. Carl Benz and Mr. Otto and car technology, internal combustion engine technology, such as Wright brothers and aviation technology. Because they have a huge contribution to the times, these names have been written into history. I believe in you, Mr. Gary Kiridil enjoyed the same treatment, but when the technology in the relevant industry has developed to now, you look, is a big genius contribution to technology, or the contribution of capital is greater. Gary Kiridil Jang mouth. I don't know what to say. He did not seriously think about this problem. Just in Gary Kiridil, he believes that talents are the core elements of technology development, such as their contribution to computer technology development. But now listen to Fernandez. It seems that it is true that it is true. However, the genius is all proud. Sinking for a moment, Gary Kiridil looked up to Chen Geng. Fernandez, I admit some reason you say, but I need to think carefully. Of course, Chen Geng Pressure Roots did not expect Gary Kiridil to change a technique of technology open source because of his own sentence. What did Gary Kiridil supported the relationship with him? He cares about another thing. Gary, do you think our Windows? Top of the topic. Chen Geng asked Gary Kiridil. Very good. Although it is just a shell software, it is not a real operating system. But for users, for beginners, they no longer need to remember hundreds of complex instructions, just need to use your trackball. You can complete most of the operations. For the user, Windows' appearance is simply a gospel, and its appearance, like opening a window that leads to the computer world. Gary Kiridil actually on the word of Gary 2000. This is the meaning of Chen Pai, but if you think about it, Chen Tong is relieved. As long as it is not paranoid, it can distinguish the emergence of Windows is good or bad, and the market's ultimate referee is the most explanation. After the Windows system comes, not only with the trackball suits, but also the sales volume of personal computers in the market. The same year it's already enough to explain everything. When Gary Kiridil said, Chen Geng is a bit embarrassing, but what should I say? Thank you. I am sinking. Gary, is there interests with me, with your CPM basis? Develop a miniature computer operating system for a visual graphical interface. Gary Kiridil stunned, then shook his head. Fernandez, what is your joke? The current level of computer hardware is now there is no way to run this real graphical operation interface. CP/M plus Windows is already the best partner of the current. The reason why Gary Kiradell is added to Chen Li, the reason is here, because the market of CP/M in the market is too much in the market, but Gary, this guy has a bad habit, he doesn't like to sue his CP/M guy, but you like to face the trick of those fake regardless of the counterfeit. How to change his CP/M system, but he can find out the information you reserve in the most core part. Is this awkward? However, Gary 2000 and those fascinating goods are different. People are completely original, and for real original people, Gary Kiradell is respectful. Of course, the current computer hardware level is not, but Gary, have you forgotten Moore's law? This can be an era of computer technology rapid development. You think it will be a year after 2 years or even 3 years later. The level of computer hardware, can you support the operating system of a visual graphical interface? Gary Kiradell did not speak, he suddenly stunned. Moore's law. How can he not know? This is said by the time of fairy tapping semiconductor engineers. Intel Semiconductor founded in the article published in 1965, when the price does not change, the number of components that can be accommodated on the integrated circuit is about 1824. It will double, and performance will be doubled. In other words, the computer performance that can be purchased every US dollar will double more than once every 1824 months. Although Moore's law is considered to be an observation or speculation, the code is so far that the development of computer hardware technology is followed by Moore's law. And now the hardware level of personal computer cannot operate the native visualization graphical interface system, but if the level of computer hardware is doubled on the existing basis, can it run the graphical CP/M system? The problem is not big. I have never thought about this point. Gary Kiradell, the heart suddenly beat. At the same time, the heart is jumping. Gary Kiradell has asked to change. You are not afraid that I open you? He doesn't understand. This kind of thing is like a window paper, not poking, can never see, it will be in poor, it will find that things are so simple. Because of this, Gary Kiradell it is impossible to understand how Fernandez will tell this relationship to tens of millions of people to hundreds of millions of dollars. Don't afraid you open him alone? Chen Mong smiled, and asked confidently, do you think you will be in your pride? Gary Kiradell would. Yes. Gary Kiradell is a proud person, and it is extremely proud, and it can even be a somewhere. If this idea is thinking, it is another saying, but since this idea is Fernandez thinking, even if this idea is worth a lot of money, Gary Kiradell can't keep the idea of taking others. We cooperate. Chen Geng took the opportunity to say, I have the most experienced development of this era. You are the best personal computer operating system designer and architect, Gary. Do you want me to merge my company? After Chen Geng said, Gary Kiradell suddenly interrupted Chen Geng's words and said, not mergers, it is merger. Whether it is a merger or merger, is the final result is not the same. I can't follow my heart again. In the face of Gary Kiradell, who was disgust to him, Chen Geng suddenly interrupted his words, said, Gary, do you not think about it? You are the original Kiradell. Looking at Chen Li, Gary Kiradell, which seems to be excited, Gary Kiradell, what is the situation? What is the original Gary? What is the enthusiasm of 120,000 points to the technology, and the technology has also gives you a huge return, but now, Gary, you look at you, after the CP/M appeared. What did you have done in addition to the constant repairs of CP/M? Chen Geng's face with the face of hate is not steel. Where did the Kiradell in the original? I think he has lost. As long as he has given him all the technology, there is also a technology. A little awesome, it will not be like this. Me. Gary Kiradell didn't know how to answer. He felt that Chen Geng said wrong. You can think about it. It seems that Fernandez Chen said, after CP/M, it seems really nothing to take the works and achievements they got out, and it is indeed like Fernandez. I have been repairing the CP/M repair, I don't seem to be lost in the technology to give my own wealth, but I know that you don't eat it. I will use the truth to convince you. Gary, do you think Windows is not successful? Is it successful? The pride of Gary Kiridil made him no way to talk. In fact, in his opinion, the Windows system of Gary 2000, some degree of success, but also great. Just he is absolutely will not recognize this. You admit it? Chen Geng nodded. But I tell you, but Gate 2000 has not been immersed in Windows in the success of Windows, and we hope to be a great, can be written into history. So we continue to climb to the future. I know that you don't believe, so I invite you to visit several projects developed by our Gate 2000. Does Gary Krill refused to reject Chen Pi's invitation? Of course not. Whether it is the dissatisfaction in the heart, it is a strong interest in the success of the Gate 2000 in his heart. I have to see, your Gate 2000 is not really like you. Towards SoCal. Then he entered the pit. Looking at the final debugging stage, Chen Geniu is the only known, the simplest, easy to learn relational database software. Looking at the text and form processing software Excel, which has just begun to develop, but the body frame has been processed by the software Excel, and watching the same frame, the mine, the Detroit Russian Square. Small game, Gary Kiridil. Yes, although he did that fine and was saying, but it turned out that he didn't say big words at all. No matter what S is still word, no matter whether it is Excel, the game, Gary 2000 did not immerse in the success of the past. They were still working hard to develop new products. Although Gary Kiridil knows of Chen Geng's words, I think this guy's real purpose 1089 may be to make money, but he has to admit that in addition to the game, several products of Gary 2000 are very attractive for current markets, and they can oppose themselves. Your own data research company, Gary Kiridil, has a little low-end head. It seems that it is like Chen Geng said, it can't be pulled in the past. I need to discuss it with Dickie West. The expression of Gary Kiridil has some warehouse. Of course, such a big thing is of course need to discuss with your lover? Chen Geng nodded quickly. I still tell you the conditions here. After the two companies merge, the data research company is also you and More Luxi have a new company 40% shares. More Lucy can serve as the general manager of the new company, but the future, if she doesn't meet my expectations, I will hire a new professional manager. As for your, Mr. Gary Kiridil, you will become the company's chief architect, chief engineer, responsible for research and development. The general frame is like this. Of course, if you have any requirements, you can also come out. Gary Kiridil is fascinated. He really doesn't understand how to start just an ordinary, fucking visit, and finally start talking about the mergers of two companies. Looking at the plane in the sky, cut what Igati rain shoes worry, boss. I don't doubt what you mean. I just want to say, let Mr. Kiridil, really no problem. No problem. Chen Geng nodded. Cooked egg all. His face is full, it is unable to understand where the boss is so calm. Which is from. The next consciousness turned to the assistant Milan, but found that Milan's face is actually the same expression. Is there anything you don't know? Does you like? Of course, there is, just can't tell. Cooked egg Alfred. But even though this, cut what egg all for it, on this indeed, is still a breather, as long as it is not the boss brain. Chapter 381 Strong Pen Mark WWW. Back to the Detroit. Jack Welch's first sentence to Chen Geng is, Fernandez, I found me to get your time. Oh, how do you say this? Asked. Chen Geng's face is smiling. AMC's situation is much more difficult than I think. Chen Geng nodded. This is not very normal, otherwise I will give you such a high salary. Jack Welch. When he scored a belly, he was blocked by Chen Geng this sentence. And, if it is not a bad thing in the case of Klesler, how can you go beyond Liaka? Chen Wiring said again. Depressed challenge. Jack Welch's face helpless. Mister, I finally know why you have so much money. You only know now? Late. The two opposite it, and laughed. Laugh. I completely dedicate it to myself for Chen Geng after going to you. Let go of the practice of yourself. Jack Welch is still very grateful. Prior to this, Jack Welch did work, collected some AMC's information, but the paper was very shallow. After the seat of chairman and CEO of the AMC, Jack Welch knew AMC. The situation is much worse. I'm not polite. The current AMC is an empty shell that is a table, and the bad company is a wind blow. AMC is not. AMC is even if there is no phoenix, you are not sure that you will not fall in your next moment. For such a company as a chairman and CEO, very highly test management capabilities and level, more testing shareholders trust and support. Okay, Chen Weilong has made Jack Welch to his own support, except for himself. In addition to him, in the next month, he did not appear in the company. Mr. Fernandez did not appear in the company, in fact, is the greatest support for themselves. Even if it is Universal Electrical, I have not gained such a big support. After smiling, Chen Geng asked Jack Welch, how is the performance of the Dongpu? I am going to tell you this, boss. I think that the grassroots management position of our company will introduce some Dongpu managers. Oh, Chen has picked his eyebrows. The recommendations of the introduction of Japanese employees and their grassroots management employees are passing before Jack Welch, but those Dongpu people have won Jack Welch's recognition so soon. This can be a little unexpected. It is going to the east to recruit employees, and the smoothness of the successfulness. The AMC car in the 4 major car giants in the United States. The AMC car to recruit employees, and there is a considerable part of the management position, and the work reaches a certain period of time. Will assist employees after getting a green card. The enthusiasm of Dongpu people is scared by Chen Mong. But then I want to think about the national character of the little devil. This is very easy to understand. I can get the American father's green card, take the dollar. This is my original campaigners class long, the ministers have nothing. Since then it is Americans, how can the little devils can't be? Those who carefully and responsible for the Dongpu people have surprised me. Speaking of the campaigners day employees, Jack Welch, I don't want to praise the words. I have never seen such a serious responsibility, the employee of love and dedication, God. I don't know why Dongpu's automotive industry does not develop, but why their product quality is so good. If possible, I hope that our workers will be replaced with Japanese employees. That is impossible. Chen Mong smiled and shook his head. You really dare to do so? Don't say that the father of the Congress, the Detroit government will be very eye-catching. Jack Welch naturally understands this truth. He also said that this is, I have to sigh. And then the topic is turned, Mr. Do you want to see it? This also shows the meaning of showing off and letting the boss. After all, see it. Chen Li is also welcome. He also wants to see how the current AMC production workshop is. What the current AMC production workshop is. Different. Really different. Although only the stamping and welding workshop, the spray and the total assembly workshop have not been going. But the situation of the workshop and the spirit of the workers, Chen Li found that the current AMC and previous AMC are very different. Specifically, in the past, the floor of the stamp workshop did not set up a tool, West lost a part, but now, this situation can no longer see it, very clean and tidy, the work is in order. Where is it place? There is no safety hats or deliberately unable to open the collar, it is lazy, dreaming. Every person is busy. Your own work. A sentence, busy and orderly, busy and unrest. In corporate management, there is a sentence called seeing micro-knowledge, through the management of the production site, can roughly realize the management situation of a company. How is the management level of the management of this company? Now exceptions. Stamping and welding. These 2 craft workshops have proven that they ask Jack Welch to serve as the company's chairman and CEOs are a more implied option. Seeing the expression on Chen Pokong, Jack Welch is actually a sigh of relief. Chen Geng's pressure is very large. In fact, his pressure on Jack Welch is also very big. Holding such a high annual salary and dividends, just bringing the AMC car out of the mud, even if it is recovering AMC's United States, one of the four major automakers. When you respect the identity of the end, you should get over Chrysler. Why? How many salary takes Lee Iacocca in Chrysler? $600,000. Your own annual salary is nearly 10 times. If you have no way to lead AMC to surpass Chrysler, you will become a big joke. You say Jack Welch's pressure on the body not big. But now, it is good to do it. It is Chen Geng, comforting him, said, Jack, you don't worry, now AMC, you want to be stable. To reverse the bad impression of AMC to leave the American people, I said to you, first the task of the year is to adjust and combine the quality management and control system of AMC. As long as this is done, others are not important. I know, Jack Welch nodded, but couldn't help but frown. You can yield now. Every month is loss. Chen Geng-ming, White Jack Welch, AMC is losing money every month. In the case where the bank is not willing to give AMC, it is relying on boss to AMC, as an in-law a high-paying professional manager. Jack Welch's pressure is very big. It doesn't matter, I won't say it. I have already done a year or 2 years of psychological preparation. I know Jack Welch, I have worried. Chen Li once again reiterated the promise of himself. In addition, you should also know that as long as our sales is better, the bank will let go of your mouth. Now, in addition to paying close attention to management, your work is to ensure that our 2 new products will shoot. Jack Welch head, the boss has already said this, what can you say? Only the sleeves are desperate. More weeks did not wait until Gary Kiridale phone. Chen Geng thought he refused his suggestion, so when Chen Geng is connected to Gary Kiridale's phone, said that when he was talking to his wife, Chen Li was really surprised when he would talk about it carefully. Eating surprises, this kind of thing did not quickly promise that the brain was kicked by the brain. Just let Chen Li have some depressed. Gary Kiridale claims to meet the new office address of Garrett 2000. This makes people feel depressed. I just left. This is going back. Milan, you said, let's just build a small airport next to the company. In The King of Biki, Chen Geng can't help but say to Milan, it doesn't need to be much, a small airport that can take off and landing small official jets. Although there is a helicopter ceiling in his company, it can't take a small fixed-wing aircraft in The King of the Air, but from Detroit to Silicon Valley, exhausted helicopters fly. Miran also felt that this advice of Zhang Jia boss was good. Of course, it is so cheap. What is it? This opportunity to repair a small airport, and this small airport, maybe you can attract some people to build a new property around us. That's how it is said. You go to contact Mr. R. City Saigon, ask if he is willing to sell it to some of us. If he is not willing, we will build it on our own land. From Mulhouse, I bought almost 10 acres of land, and the construction of a small and medium-sized airport may be a bit trouble, but it is not a problem with the small airport that can only take a small plane, only one runway. Listening to Cheng said that he intended to build a small runway near the company. Gary Kiridale and July West Kiridale were also scared by Chen Geng's big hand. Gary Kiridale's lips after a long time, I finally asked, Fernandez, do you think it is necessary? In fact, this road can also be used. Like Chen Pang, Gary Kiridale is also driving his team, just compared with Chen Geng's Biki, the 4 of his Forsyth 172. It is more like a toy that even when I saw Chen Geng's small plane, Gary Kiridale's eyes were envious. Chen Gengzu said, now it will use it, you can't do it later, and if our company is bigger, this belt will inevitably follow the development. When it is the car, how does the plane take off and land? Gary Kiridale did not talk. If there are many cars on the road, it must not be able to block the road. But his heart is still a little disappointment for Chen Geng, even a little disappointed with Chen Geng, and feels that Chen Geng is more money. Cooperate with such a person, is it really a good thing? He hesitated. However, Ducey is not the same. The daily operation of the data research company is responsible. Shi Kenshai has discovered something that her husband did not find out through Chen Pi's suggestion. When I tried it, Mr. Fernandez, I don't understand what you mean. After Gary 2000, will this place quickly develop? P.S. Brothers are embarrassed, please wait a few minutes. That's how it is said. You go to contact Mr. R. City Saigon, ask if he is willing to sell it to some of us. If he is not willing, we will build it on our own land. From Mulhouse, I bought almost 10 acres of land, and the construction of a small and medium-sized airport may be a bit trouble, but it is not a problem with the small airport that can only take a small plane. Only one runway. Listening to Chenge said that he intended to build a small runway near the company. Gary Kiridale and July West Kiridale were also scared by Chen Geng's big hand. Gary Kiridale's lips after a long time. I finally asked, Fernandez, do you think it is necessary? In fact, this road can also be used. Like Chen Pang, Gary Kiridale is also driving his team, just compared with Chen Geng's Bicky. The 4 of his Forsyth 172, it is more like a toy that even when I saw Chen Geng's small plane, Gary Kirid's eyes were envious. Chen Gengzu said, now it will use it, you can't do it later, and if our company is bigger, this belt will inevitably follow the development. When it is the car, how does the plane take off and land? Gary Kiridale did not talk. If there are many cars on the road, it must not be able to block the road. But his heart is still a little disappointment for Chen Geng, even a little disappointed with Chen Geng, and feels that Chen Geng is more money. Cooperate with such a person, is it really a good thing? He hesitated. However, Ducey is not the same. The daily operation of the data research company is responsible. Shi Kenshai has discovered something that her husband did not find out through Chen Pi's suggestion. When I tried it, Mr. Fernandez, I don't understand what you mean. After Gary 2000, will this place quickly develop? Chapter 382. Is you jealous? Penmark www. Rectify. Learn. Since Jack Welch, the AMC car has almost no longer don't do anything else. All special rectification and study, this kind of confused with Brahandake-based consciousness, coupled with the harsh day as the robot ending work as an example, 2 months of reorganization. The spirit of the entire AMC's employee has a change in rebooting. But how do you check the actual combat power brought about this change? Only one way, start the production line. Take the production line, produce a batch of products, test the specific product quality, see if this study and rectification have no effect. Just Chen Geng is actually nervous, which makes Chen less strange. Boss, can I not nervous, in the face of Chen Geng? Jack Welch's face is bitter. For this university discharge, big rectification, you have almost fully stopped AMC production activities. The production stopped, the workers' salary cannot stop. In order to convince shareholders, this money can be all taken by you. Understanding Jack Welch, although this college study, the big rectification is the proposal, but the specific implementer is his Jack Welch, and herself. It is also a lot of money in the life of the real gold. It takes such a big price to rectify, but if the quality of the products produced is still in the same quality, there is no quality improvement. More than 10 times higher than Lee Acre, not only glory, but also a heavy, enormous pressure. It doesn't matter, Jack, don't have too much pressure. Chen Ming smiled and patted Jack Welch's shoulders. I lost this money, even if the AMC is bankrupt, you can continue to go to my gate 2000 as chairman and CEO, but as long as those workers are not stupid, they will understand that once AMC is bankrupt, they can't find a good job. Jack Welch nodded silently. In fact, he also knows that this time, the discontinuation rectification of the workers is very affected, and no one thinks that the power of the new boss is so big. Stopping production for 1 month, in order to organize workers to learn. This hard is not only scared by the workers, but also with the entire management. The shareholders are scared, you said, a boss who dared to bear the loss of almost $100 million. Are you afraid? So much money, the new boss eyelids are not litter. Before this, there is no business entrepreneur in the US business. She is so doing this. This is not the focus. Focusing on the meaning behind Fernandez, Chen decided, since I am going to lose such a big money, do you think I will care for the few, or even a half? For the trial production of AMC, not only the entire AMC shareholders are concerned, the Detroit government and even the White House is paying attention. The reason is nothing. There is no life of nearly 100,000 workers. If Fernandez tunes this almost gambling stopped, rectification can be successful, and the US's business community has a retrieval, unprecedented enterprise rectification experience. But if there is a failure, no one believes that Chen Li can afford to stop the finance of another month pressure. There are many media hopes to witness our test production, you see. Aniston reported from Chen Mingyue. What are the media? Chen Geng asked. ABC, Fox, Wall Street Journal. All mainstream media in almost the United States will come, under the gaze. Any subtle is likely to be enlarged by these dead media. Anderson said carefully, boss, I think it's time to get a press conference. There is no need. Promise them. What? Promise them? Chen Li nodded again, and he had said that Aniston said. Boss is crazy! Exclamation mark. In Aniston, don't say that the reporters are allowed to watch, take pictures, if they are not coming to interview. There are too many media. She doesn't want to engage in the press conference after the incident. Suez is good, but if they fail, the ghosts how to bury the AMC and boss on their platform. Aniston worried about the risks, but Chen Mong also value the opportunity to hide in this interview. I know this risk. If it is successful, this is an excellent advertising opportunity. Absolutely can't miss. You go to Mr. Welch, see how these reporters can arrange. Well, even if these reporters requested that, they have no problem in the production workshop, as long as they promise not affecting the normal production activities of workers. Hesitating, Aniston still didn't go. She looked at Chen Geng, said, but, boss, it's okay. Understanding Aniston, Chen Mong smile nodded. It doesn't matter, you have to believe that our time is not in vain. If this month, there is still no way to let our workers change their bad habits. Such workers don't want it. However, his boss, Aniston, is worried. She still feels that the boss' practice is too risky. Jack Welch didn't expect his new boss to be so bold. Listened to Aniston finish Jack Welchton, when he hurried to Chen Geng's office, but after the Chen Geng's office, he didn't wait for him to open. Chen Geng asked, Jack, you also have our big return no confidence. Jack Welch said that he can't say a word in this, boss. What can he say? After half a day, he said, I just feel too risky, and I am worried that there will be some workers say something should not be said, do something should not do. Chen Geng nodded. I understand your worry. This is concerned, but how to say, AMC is not a concentration camp, and the right to talk is not to workers. But relax your heart. Chen Geng comforted him. For us, what kind of workers are a good worker? We don't want the workers to work for us. When others say our bad words, don't forget, this is just one the pennies transaction. We give money, they work for us, as long as he does not say some unrealistic, destroying our words in front of reporters and media. Seriously complete the production task handed over to their production. You still don't allow workers to complain about a few words. Is it? Rest assured, nothing. Carefully ignorant this point of the boss, Jack Welch's slowly nod. Chen Geng was suddenly smiled. In addition, the media wants to use us, why can't we use them? Okay, Chen Geng said. It is actually very simple. You listen to me. Listening to Chen Geng set his thoughts. Jack Welch's eyes lit. Reporters are very excited. Prior to this, no one thought that AMC would be so bold. Not only gave his own interview, but even allowed to go to the frontline production line, interview, video without affecting growth production, which has never been there in the past. Numerous reporters are preparing to engage a big news. It used to not have a reporter to take the production workshop of AMC. Simple 3 words can be summarized: dirty, chaos, poor. Can now, look at clean, clean. Bright production workshop, those pregnant job, a big news, a full-time, all. Is this really AMC production workshop? How to give yourself? Nothing is like a workshop of a car, but it is like a high-tech laboratory. Under countless eyes, the production line of the Amakina plant is finally started again after a month. And whenever there is a car on the production line, waiting for the insights on the side immediately, and the car is full quality testing, and whenever this time is a flashing, in the end, the test results make people very satisfied. Compared with the previous, the quality level can be said to be highly improved. 100 test production the car, only 2 small problems. Don't say AMC, even for the entire Made in America. It is a thing that dare not imagine. In the face of this result, the reporters are in a moment. Even if the result is what appears under their eyelids, they witnessed. They also can't believe, when is the AMC product quality is so good. The effect of stopping production and rectification is really so powerful. Can a company change the blessings? However, some reporters think about this results. Mr. Fernand not only came to master management experts like Jack Welch to serve as the chairman and CEO of AMC, but also to the company cut. There is such a result, not unrest. Just when the reporters raised their hands when they want to ask change, one sentence made the reporters' attention shifted. Does anyone interested in this batch? Chen Mongxiao said, interested now can be single, because the speciality of this batch is sold in the 20% off market price, and it provides a 3i66-mile warranty. What? Exclamation mark. The market price is 8% off, but also provides 360,000 miles of vehicle warranty. Exclamation mark. The reporters of the reporters on the scene are bright. 20% off, the profit is basically rare, almost a cost price is selling. But this is not a focus. Focusing on how these reporters will write in the article, their hearts are almost unconscious. This batch must be AMC pays close attention to the quality, specially produced a group of high-quality models, although I don't know how reliability, but it must be much better than the previous car. The most important thing is to provide 3i6,000 miles of vehicle warranty. It is almost no need to spend the car in 3 years. In this American major car manufacturer but the era of 1 year of 20,000 miles of warranty, the temptation of the 3i66-mile warranty is a great temptation, and immediately, there is a reporter to start. Mr. Fernandes, I just want to change the car. I have to be one amount. My sister said to buy a. The final result is that the reporters present are all famous, but the 100 cars produced in the production are all sold out. Sure enough, everyone loves. When all this seems to be settled, there is a report raised his hand. Mr. Fernand, may I ask, only this batch of car provides 3i66-mile vehicle warranty? Or all the products produced by the future AMC provide 3i60,000 miles of warranty? This is exported, and the scene is still silent, and the reporters look at their own peers with the eyes of silly X. All products offer 3i6,000 miles of vehicle warranty. Ford, General provides a year of 20,000 miles of real car treasures. Mr. Liaka, Chrysler, announced that from next year, the warranty period has increased from 20,000 miles from the previous year to 30,000 miles. AMC, will you provide 3i66-mile warranty? You are stupid. You caught me. Looking at the reporter of the ABC TV station, Chen Ming smiled, nodded, yes, the next month will start. All the new cars, all the new factory in AMC, regardless of the size. All the car warranty period consisting of 2,000 miles from the original year raised to 3 years of 60,000 miles. The reporter did not expect Chen Paigong to really say this. Stunned, he said, Mr. Fernandez, you are sure you are not kidding? Do you think I will use this kind of thing to joking? Chen Geng's expression is serious. He is seriously looking at this reporter in front of him. Seriously? I know that AMC has caused some harm to consumers, I don't deny this, otherwise I have no chance to take over AMC. The reporters nodded. They all knew that Mr. Fernandez said, if it is not the previous AMC himself, He does not have the opportunity to take over AMC. I took over the AMC. I naturally took AMC's liabilities for everyone. In fact, before I officially took over AMC, I had been thinking about a question. When I took the AMC, I have to work hard to improve the quality. How do I save the consumer's trust in AMC's product? Speaking here, Chen Li two hands. After the long discussion with colleagues, I think that the answer is only one: sincere. Only when we have made our sincerity attitude, we can let the US consumers recipient AMC. I believe that AMC is right. But Mr. Fernandez, will this warranty promise, will it cause great pressure to AMC? If I have finished change, I have a reporter whispered. This helps. It is simple. Chen Geng's darkness drunk. This is solemn, stress, of course, but the pressure is also the power of consumers, and I said the truth. If we don't have confidence in yourself, how to give it to such a commitment? Chapter 383 Attraction Penmark www. From next month, AMC's full-service product provides 3i6 warranty. The news reported by the media shocked the Americans. Consumers regard such warranty promises for manufacturers means higher later invisible cost spending. They care that there is no such commitment to consumers before this. More believe that the media said, if it is not a big confidence in this time, there is sufficient confidence. It is not a confidence of your product quality. I believe that AMC will not make such a promise. From this point of view, the benefits of Chen Geng gave the benefits of the reporters. For this sentence, when the sample survey of the investigation institution, consumers showed a very high degree of affirmation. They are willing to reconsider the proportion of consumers of AMC products when they buy a car. 76%. Boss, the results of the survey are very good. Many people are willing to reconsider us. I am going to fine-tune our strategy. The hand pinching a thick newspaper, Jack Welch said to Chen Geng. Oh, Chen Geng nodded and screamed. Jack Welch continued. Living goods for dealers. Jack Welch said simple. Chen Geng immediately understood the meaning of Jack Welch, paving the dealer, which means the latest product in the hands of AMC's dealers. Although the new car is still in the final debug stage, but it can take this stock. The heat allows consumers to experience. Try the new products of AMC. Wonderful is not as good as a. This sentence is not only applicable in China, but also applicable in the United States. In fact, this kind of thing Jack Welch is not needed to report to Chen Wantong Yui. These are what he is inside his chairman and chief executive official authority. As long as he feels that there is no problem, you can do your own. The reason why the reason is also specially ran to talk to Chenj. In fact, it is a concealed thank you for your front. Chen Geng also understood this point. Smiles and sway. Jack, you are the chairman and CEO of AMC unless it is necessary to adjust. Otherwise the company is to say, this kind of thing is not report with me. Donned, Chen Mongxiao said, I spend such a high salary. Please come, just to be easier for yourself. Jack Welch also laughed, nodded, okay. Then I will arrange it. Prior to this, Jack Welch still worried that Chen Mong refused to give himself completely decentralize it. Now it seems to be more. The new model designed to become a US family has spread to the dealer. Anyone who is interested in this car can go to the dealer's test drive. After the experience, many family populations, are 5 seats. The car sits not to meet the Americans who all family members. They started their hearts. For example, Mr. Tom's, Detroit. Mr. Tom's is the most representative, typical American family. 35-year-old Tom's is a middle management personnel of a car spare parts manufacturer. 33 years old Mrs. Tom's is an accountant of a accounting firm. The family of Tom's couple is about $70,000, which can be said to be quite high in the US family, which means they don't need to worry about life. Because of this, from recognizing the present, their couple have raised 5 children. There are of 5 children, of course, is a very happy thing, but the troubles are not small. Although the couple have a car, whenever the two cars can always be able to open all the family's takeaway. While Mr. Tom's and Tom's wants to have a big enough to meet their own 7 people, and there is a sufficiently large carrier space, while also guaranteed enough comfortable families. Unfortunately, there is no such type of car at all in the market, or that can be afforded class car that can be or more members, or it can only take 5 people's cars. So when AMC's new car advertisement is covered with a cloud and when you finger more children, Mrs. Toms could not help but self-heart. Dear, this weekend we went to see the AMC's MPV. At dinner, several children who were allocated on TV were laughed with advertisements from the AMC GL8. Mrs. Toms said to Mr. Toms. Mr. Toms is a little hesitant. He is actually a bit of this car. If his home has such a car, it is too convenient to travel in the future, but the previous AMC gives him the impression that it is too profound. Dear, we have had an AMC car before, you know. The quality of the car is not very good. But Mr. Toms obviously underestimates the attraction of his wife. Once a woman looks like something, she has at least 1,000 ways to convince her husband. Dear, you think more. The car is designed by Mr. Fernandez, master of auto design, and after acquiring AMC, Mr. Fernandez, invited by the vice chairman of General Electric, not only serves as the chairman and CEO of the company, but in order to rectify production order and increase product quality, directly discontinued, but also committed that all of their products in the future, all the products of the 360,000 miles were all warranty. If it is not a confidence in our product quality, you think they dare to do this? Amount. Mr. Toms acknowledges that his wife is reasonable, but it is the saying, the impression of the AMC before him is really too deep. He is hesitant. Let's go see it first, see if you don't spend money, Mrs. Toms said. You also have to open 2 cars when you don't want to go out to play. Amount. The wife's last sentence persuaded Mr. Toms. He nodded. Okay, then let's take a look. The first eyes seeing this GL8, Mrs. Toms is also moving again. Unlike the car in this era, this MPV design is round, full, especially the car paint. The gloss is very high. I don't know what senior paint, bright and even able to reflect your shadow. It is too beautiful. I have been observing this since the Toms couple entered the door. Sales consultants on husband and wife. After determining Toms couples, they immediately greeted, Mr. Beautiful lady, what can I help you? Mr. Toms is very light. Oh, let's take a look. Just walk with your idle boring. The result is like your exhibition hall. Sales consultants smiled. These days, such customers have seen much. Of course, the sales consultant smiled and kicked in the middle of the car, and said to Mr. Toms, and Toms said, Mrs. See, you seem to be a bit tired. Please take a break. Sorry, the 2 chairs on the car are the most comfortable 2 chairs in our store. Moss, please help me take 2 glasses of water, thank you. The last sentence is obviously the dedicated sales consultant said to his colleague. Mr. Toms is hesitant, but Mrs. Toms is a bright. Not only the design of the sliding door, which makes it easy to get up and down the car, even if there are some bays that did not stop the car in the parking lot, not even the car. The place that makes her heart is in front of these 2 wide, soft, looks very comfortable chair, although not sitting. But in the first time of these 2 seats, Mrs. Toms thought the sofa for their own dedicated sofa. Do not say 2 words. Mrs. Toms immediately sat on the seat on the left side of the middle. In the first time in sitting, Mrs. Toms had a desire to be a sound. This seat is really too comfortable. Looking at the wife's appearance, Mr. Toms hesitated, and he still didn't say anything. Lady, there is an armrest on you. The sales consultant did not let the other parties mean, it seems to just let Toms can get more comfortable to rest, and let her put down the handrail on the side of the seat on the side of the door, smiling, and said to her, you can put down the armrest, and there is a wrench here, you can put the legs, then you can put the seat. Yes, that's it, get thorough relaxation with a halfly position. Rest. Is it very comfortable? According to the suggestion of the sales consultant, the leg support, after the backrest, put on the back of 150 degrees, lying in the seat. Mrs. Toms, I can't help but nod. Yes, it is really comfortable. This seat also has massage features. You can help you do a thorough relaxation when resting. Sales consultant said, open the seat massage. How do you feel? Although the seat massage in this GL8 is extremely simple, it will be laughed off the kind of big teeth after 30 years, but in this era, this is the first car seat with massage features. I have never felt this. The black technology of Tom's, Mrs. Tom's, is narrowed. Yes, very comfortable, very comfortable. Her heart did not even rose a feeling. If you lie on the car after get off work every day, what is happiest? I think of this. She reached out and greeted her own lover. Tom's, you are lie on, very comfortable. Tom's hesitated, can look at his wife, it seems to be very comfortable, and finally did not hold back temptation, sitting up, put down the armrest according to the wife just working, support leg support, put down the back, open the massage function. Although I have repeatedly said I just enjoy a free massage, I will never buy. But there is a voice in the bottom of your heart and call, comfortable. Comfortable. It is really too comfortable. Although the sales consultant is completely notified, it is just the two chairs. It is completely inspired by Mrs. Tom's purchase desire. Understand the front row, the two small boards, small table board on the seat back. Experienced the third row of space and comfort. Mrs. Tom's will still have to help. Ask the sales consultant, Mr. Carter, your advertisement said that your product is a 6,000 miles of vehicle warranty. Is it true? Of course it's true. Sales consultants did not hesitate to nod. Until this time, he said. In fact, if you book a car now, enjoy more. You can enjoy the discount of $1,000 on the basis of the transaction price. You can also upgrade to the whole car warranty for 4 years. 4-year 80,000 miles of vehicle warranty. Mr. Tom's screamed with his wife. For the vast majority of wealthy American middle families, an average of 4 to 5 years, if the Carter said is true, it means that almost during his entire car, the manufacturer provides the whole car quality. Really? If so, it is really good. Of course, this is our commitment. Sales consultant nod, and we still have a preferential policy. If you do second-hand car replacement, you can also enjoy a second-hand car replacement allowance for $500. Seeing that the couple is indeed very interested in this MPV. Since the sales consultant of strict training, like a B-52 strategy bomber, open the bomb position located in the abdomen, such as the carpet bombing generally lost the Tom's couple. I have a series of bombs, meaning that only one, bye-bye. Don't buy you will lose. I will earn you. The effect of the carpet bombing is extraordinary. In the face of a series of preferential conditions and quality commitments given by AMC, I have repeatedly told myself to see Mr. Tom's psychological defenses completely destroyed. A fool will calculate the amount to flash in his heart. If it is set up now, it can be upgraded to the 4-year 80,000 miles of the whole car. This minimum of $2,000, but also $1,000, and the second-hand car replacement will subsidize $1,500. It is equivalent to $3,500. It's so cheap. Mrs. Tom's, who is an accountant, will naturally count this out, so she immediately looks to her husband. It's just the final struggle in your heart. Let Mr. Tom's are still hesitant. Oh, yes, this is the manufacturer activity of this week. If you are not booked, these offers are not available. Sales consultant Carter's reminder to people, don't hesitate, you want to have cheap. This sentence is simply the last straw of the camel. Facing his wife's eyes, Mr. Tom's finally nodded, I have no opinion. If you like, then pay for gold. Chapter 384 Deeply Penmark www. 13,275. This is the world's first MPV. AMC GL8 has a pre-sale number of pre-sale prior to the official listing, and in all orders, the order of the medium I model will be 70% of the total orders. After this pre-sale number is statistically, not only the AMC shareholders didn't expect, not thinking, Jack Welch is shocked by the shock. Chin, boss, Is there a Christie family? The second paragraph. What is the number of models that have been expected to exceed 200,000 vehicles? This is less than a month. The pre-sale quantity exceeds 130,000. As long as the AMC controls the quality, there is a good reputation after the listing. The monthly sales exceeds and stabilizes 170,000 vehicles should be no problem. The monthly sales exceeds 170,000, that is, the annual sales of 200,000. The annual sales of a model may exceed 200,000. Mr. Fernandez has designed a total of 5 models to AMC. If these 5 models are listed in 1 year, don't mean for up to 1 year, AMC can achieve lightning. What is it? It also means even if the brand of Jeep is not enough, the capacity of AMC is not enough. Increase production capacity is already available in the schedule. When I think of these 2 possibilities, Jack Welch is a bit awkward. Although he is very confident in helping AMC Twisted, he didn't expect that this day would be so fast. Chen Wei is shaking. Now, the year sales exceeds 200,000 vehicles. I have opened a good time. I may not control the quality of control, and I have to create a good reputation after listed. See you, Jack. I only have 3 requirements for you. Quality, quality, still quality. Boss, you can rest assured. Jack Welch heavy nod. After knowing AMC's previous watched word of mouth, he is very clear why Chen Li is not unirable to emphasize the quality. I assure you that the quality of AMC must be the best car manufacturer in the United States. It's just the best in the United States. You must be the best in the world, Chen Geng corrected. Many people now say that the quality of Dongpu cars is good. It is not easy. This is not. I will give you 2 years. 2 years later, I have to hear the quality of the Dongpu car is not bad, with AMC almost statement. Although Chen Li is saying, it is true that Jack Welch is in the heart of Jack Welch, which is the owner of the boss, to give himself the task, and nodded, okay, boss. The promise will be returned, and Jack Welch seems to have a few more difficult color. Know that this is the colorful color. What makes him difficult? Do not have Jack Welch to open. Chen Li said, worry environmental protection. Yes, Jack Welch nodded. After your transfer, our engine now reluctantly reaches the emission requirements of the Environmental Protection Department, can be backed by the next year, but also to implement more stringent new environmental protection regulations. How do I solve the problem of exhaust emissions? Chen Geng put a patent directly in the table of the AMC Automotive Engineering. Use this. Solve the problem of this technology and engine as soon as possible. AMC Automotive Academy of Engineering. Dr. Michael Sherd looked at the patented document that lost his own table, couldn't help but read the sound. Engine intake continuous vapor technology. After reading, he couldn't help but looked up at his own boss. According to the working principle of internal combustion engine, in the 4 strokes of intake, the opening and closing angle of intake doors is the largest. Michael Sheldo, Michael, Bosch, is a well-known car in the United States. Internal combustion engine expert. Otherwise he is also the person in charge of the AMC Automotive Engineering Institute. As a top internal combustion engine expert, he certainly knows that as long as the engine is reasonable, it is possible to ensure that the engine has the best power, improve engine performance while reducing fuel consumption. However, the problem is that at different speeds, the engine combustion does not have the demand for air, and the intake of the engine is slightly rising as the speed of the speed. If it can enable in the combustion chamber the amount of air has been maintained in one optimum ratio, naturally can improve fuel economy and reach new environmental requirements. The problem is that the technical principles everyone knows that the boss throws this engine continuous variable valve technology. Is it really so amazing? Chen Geng micro, indicating that he continued to look down. This system consists of solenoid valve and variable camshaft phase regulator. According to the operation of the engine, adjust the amount of intake air and the valve opening time, angle, to make the intake amount with the engine by adjusting the engine cam phase. Changes in the speed change, ensuring that the air entering the combustion chamber reaches the best thereby achieving the best combustion efficiency, improving fuel economy, and further exploiting environmentally friendly. Seeing this, the patent schematic shown later, Michael Sheldo can't help but exclamation. It turned out to be like this. Can you do this? Damn, how did I not think? Exclamation mark. His tone is full of annoyance. Although it is just a simple diagram, as the best internal combustion engine expert in this era, the schematic of this patent document is tap that Michael Sheldo is equal to helping him smash the window paper. He immediately realizes that this continuous variable the intake timing technique can really achieve the purpose of improving the combustion efficiency and the oil supply, but also indirectly reach the requirements of the new environmental protection regulations. But boss, this technology seems to launch the opportunity to have no torque when the mid-range speed. The situation is, after carefully analyzed this technology, Dr. Michael Sheldo was somewhat uncertain to Chen Geng. The big man is a big man, and I have seen a little defect behind this technology. Chen Geng nodded. Yes, it is like this. I want to solve this problem. It is very simple. Add an exhaust gas variable gas door timing technology, and the intake variable valve timing. The gas continuous variable gas door timing technology is okay. Change is just that the intake variable gas door timing technology VVT is that it is necessary to make up for the problem of insufficient torque in the middle, medium and low speeds, must be in the intake gas active door timing technology. The external technology of the exhaust gas variable gas door is also the timing technique DVVT. But the current environmental protection regulations are not necessary to officially enter the exhaust gas. Technologies are taken out, and a single VVT technology is sufficient. Indeed it is, although I have not seen this intake exhaust gas continuous variable valve technology composed of the intake gas gate timing technique, combined with the close-up of the hand. Michael Sheldo thinks it is easy to put this into the roughly technical imagination of gas continuous variable valve technology, and boss dare to say this, it is because of his hand, it is because of this. His heart is extraordinarily puzzled. Since this, then boss have you can take this into the exhaust gas? Because this technology is a personal, Chen Wirong Xiao replied, in my opinion, there is a basic displacement here. There is a patent for this intake, and it is enough to meet new environmental laws or regulations next year. I originally have a lot of words. Dr. Michael Sheldo can't say it in a word. Before this, he always thought that the new boss applied for the name of AMC, and I would like to get this patent. I belong to the boss. Just authorize this patent to AMC, in which case it is still. Can you say something? Regardless of the mind of Michael Sheldo, Chen Geng said, Dr. Sheldo, in addition to matching this technology with the original engine, the engine is upgraded. You have to assist me debug and match the electrospray system of the engine. This is not a little face for Dr. Michael Sheldo. This AMC Automotive Academy of AMC Automotive Engineering is equivalent to grab his authority, but Dr. Michael Sheldo is not realized at all. He was given in Shenzhen. Scared. Do you want to cancel the oil rower? As early as some high-end models in the 1960s, it has already begun to use an electric spray technology, but in this era, the cost of the electron spray system does not say, but also how much oil is saved compared to the traditional Chinese oil. This more than a high-end configuration to show off. A car is equipped with an electric spray system, basically equivalent to a motor horn with a car in the future. Our seat is angled on the car, adjusting and massage features. You are not awkward, so I am more advanced than you. How? I am not stupid. Chen Geng Zhao. A set of electric spray systems at least $300. Under the premise of engine exhaust emissions, I am stupid, will popularize the electrospray system. Dr. Michael Sheldo is a breather. It is not necessary to popularize the electric spray system. It is like Mr. Fernandez, and a set of electric spray systems will be several dollars, and the Scorpion will go to the electrospray system. It's just that he is so good. Chen Yang continued, but this technology does not study, In the future, the environmental protection requirements of governments will inevitably become higher and higher. According to the current development trend, I predict up to 5 in the year, governments must enforce automotive manufacturers to fully popularize EFI systems. Let's don't master this technology. Let's not only master the debugging of the electric sprace system, you have to produce the control system of the electric joining engine and automatic gearbox control system. In the future, it is also necessary to popularize the AQ system, but also can produce AQ and TCU systems. Dr. Michael Sherd was scared by the ambition of his own boss. Chapter 385 Pit People and Pit Penmark www. The people's recognition of AMC MPV products not only gave AMC shareholders, and the people of workers of great confidence, but also gave the dealers great confidence. They finally determined that the opportunity of AMC turnover is really coming. Just look at the orders in your hand. There are more and more dealers have started to move their brains. I have been working for so long, it's hard to have such a chance of money. Do not make a dealer direct or various ways to increase. The keen realizes that all dealers are likely to increase the price of this opportunity, and immediately indicate Jack Welch. At this time, the reputation of AMC can definitely not be damaged. Is this necessary? Jack Welch, absolutely. A big boss seems to have a little more mobility. The hot products are affirmative. In the case of insufficient supply, some people are willing to spend more money to pick up the car in advance, is very in line with the market rules. Jack Welch feels that his own boss is too worried about this matter. Those who have a certain extent to a certain level of increase is a very normal thing. Even some companies sell the terminal selling price of their own products on the basis, add some and feel proud. He believes that the American people have been accustomed to this, and Mr. Fernandez is not necessary. Chen Geng only used a sentence to let Jack Welch can rumored. Do you think that now AMC supports this increased behavior? Or, I didn't say the price before, I suddenly announced that I have to increase the price. Do you think consumers speak, or feel the loss of the customer unsubscribed from the AMC? Even if we return 10,000 steps, we haven't said that we have to increase the price. Now I suddenly increase the price, and it is also a behavior that does not comply with the contract. And Chen Geng slowly said, you believe that this behavior has become a universal behavior of various dealers. Our peers will never let this opportunity to fall under our fall. It was very uncomfortable to this question before. Even if you want to take this opportunity to secretly push the boiled Jack Welch cold sweat. Yes, before. He did not seriously think about this problem, but did not mean that when Chen Geng put forward this problem, he did not know the seriousness of this matter. The current AMC can support the temporary increase in itself. It is more than a human disease. Just say Chrysler, Ford and General. Will they be willing to see the rise of AMC? How can it be? Don't look at them. When I EAPT interviews, I said what I am very grateful to AMC. Provide a new model for the market. What AMC can reunite, we are very happy. But these are fat. Who will be willing to see your competitors to stood up? To say that AMC has continued to unlucky these years is only simple because of themselves. There is no Chrysler, Ford and GM's three major car giants to help. Jack Welch, I don't believe it. In this case, if AMC's first the explosive models are done through a variety of ways, and the increased price increases, Jack Welch dares to imagine that the mouth of Chrysler and Ford's bodies will not laugh. Okay, boss, I know what to do, Jack Welch solemnly said to Chen Geng. Next I will put the dealer's private price increase as the focus. How do you plan? First, in the media published an announcement, set a report phone. Any consumers who have paid a deposit, as long as the dealer has changed the price through various expressions, implied, and we will not only the dealer makes a penalty, and it will also give a certain reward for consumers who report. Second, all dealers must set up orders in the conspicuous position, write orders directly, let customers look clear. How many places in our own order? Enterprise management experts are between enterprise management. Jack Welch thinks that several ways to solve this trouble. Chen Geng is very satisfied, but he doesn't forget to remind Jack Welch, note, well, do it, but don't forget that some people may engage in malicious reports. At the same time as you have increased, we must protect our dealers' interests. Some people are so bad. Jack Welch nodded, I understand. He also thought of this. There is no doubt that AMC's dealers have the wave of price increases. They have some companies to help. They don't think AMC will stop this behavior. The reason is simple. AMC the dealers are hard for too long. In order to compensate from their own dealers, more than half of AMC will close the behavior of this price increase. When it comes, my chance is coming, especially Chrysler, self-playing Lee Akers due to love. After that, even if he is with Chen Tong, with AMC, this time the AMC's price increase, Chrysler is behind the back very good. For this reason, Lee Aker even prepared a series of combination for change. But I hope that more disappointment will, watching AMC in major media, television stations, and radio issuance prohibits distributors in various ways. Directly, changed the way privately, consumers can report this behavior. Chrysler and Lee Iacocca are all forced, lying in the groove. Yu Fernandez Chen wants to be so embarrassed. The AMC's announcement not only completely eliminates its own pressure, and won the media called, and also pitted Chrysler. So, because in the announcement, AMC clearly said that they think that this price increase is unethical. And when Chen Li is the Chrysler family designed by Chrysler, it is still the most popular model of Chrysler. In many places often need to increase the price and then pick up the car, and the media that took the AMC's public relations fee is very welcome to make a fixed question on their own platform. AMC clearly said no, it will be directly, the increase in the price increase, how often it is indirect. Changeable Chrysler. Mr. Lee Iacocca, all the American people are waiting for your answer. In the face of the result, Lee Iacocca and Chrysler are all forced. How did this fire to the head of Losi? However, Chrysler and Lee Iacocca do not give it, otherwise it will passively. P.S. Brothers, I can't live. This chapter is only 2,000 words. I owe everyone's 1,000 words to give you home tomorrow. Chapter 386 Penmark WWW. In this copy, Lee Iacocca didn't know that he was actually given by Chen Li, although the mouth keeps in the mouth gave. Cuttle. The greetings Chen Pozuzong 18th generation, but it is very light and easy to understand that this great, extraordinary pale weakness, even if he is on the day, Chen Tong will not fall a mill. But it is yourself, it may be tired. So after a few times, Lee Iacocca stopped and asked to the vice president responsible for sales, what is the attitude over there? Sales vice president smiled, family is the only model that we can support the price-priced sales. Although only halfway, it is very clear that this is very clear, good fortune is difficult, I want to give up the dealer to give up private affair. It is not a general difficult. Lee Iacocca's headache is a temple, he wants to marry a mother. The vice president of sales couldn't help but. The dead Fernandez, too much, I dare to swear, there must be an AMC shadow behind the report. At the end of last year, Chrysler had already turned into a profit, and the foundation of twisting is that the number of dealers in Chrysler has increased by 120% than Lee Iacocca, and the number of dealers expanded 1-2 times. Why do there so many car dealers choose to cooperate with Chrysler? It is because Chrysler family. It is a car that is also able to sell more than 20,000 models of explosive models. It can be said that for the entire Chrysler group, the family of Chen Geng design launched a solid foundation for the rise of Chrysler, in the past, now and in the next 3 or 5 years. Family. They will be a strategic model of the Chrysler Group. In view of the huge success of this model, the group has begun to consider building this car into a depressed car, and now, Chen Poiva actually focuses on the Chrysler Group. The most important pillar is now. It is no wonder that Lee Iacocca and the entire Chrysler high-rise violent righteousness they have forgotten. From the beginning, Chrysler is actually no good. But all this is not critical. When Chrysler family, the news that needs to be increased to pick up the car is published after the media is published, Chrysler must solve this big at. In the end, the top professional manager, after the initial anger, Lee Iacocca immediately realized that since the situation has come to this step, now discuss these completely without any meaning, soon adjust your mood and psychological status, swing hands, okay, don't say this, even if we collect it. Fernandez 2 hours does not help solve the problem. Now the top priority, how to solve this trouble. Many media are waiting for us. Media is waiting for Chrysler. Yes. The media is not only waiting to see how Chrysler will respond to this matter. In fact, they even hope that Chrysler does not respond to this matter. So, this thing final interpretation right. It can be all in these dead media. Sales vice president nodded, waiting for instructions from boss. First, we must release an announcement, saying that self-private expedition is completely distributors' personal behavior, regardless of the Chrysler Group. The Chrysler Group is completely unique, but this harming the behavior of consumers, the attitude of the Chrysler Group. It is consistent, clear, resolutely oppose any form of increased prices. Second, Chrysler is very shocking for the media report. We will thoroughly invest this, but we believe this is just a private behavior of individual dealers, no have representative. Third point, if there is indeed a dealer made a self-private price, the Chrysler Group will punish the dealer and compensate consumers. Lee Iacocca soon made 3 indications. A person in the conference room looked at his head, and his heart was unable to admire. It's amazing. These 3 statements come out. Any media can't say what we are. After tens of thousands of steps, even if there is a dealer to increase the price, then it is not related to Chrysler, which is the personal behavior of the dealer anyway. Whether the real situation is, Chrysler is really unaware of this situation. Hold an email, but we are unknowing. However, the vice president of sales is somewhat hard. He certainly knows how the real situation is. Chrysler does not know the price of dealers. What is it possible to open? How is this? Now that the annual output of Chrysler cars is about 800,000, family, the production capacity ounce for about 250,000. Which means family that every Chrysler dealer can get. The number of approximately accounted for more than 30% of their total consumption. 30% is also a line of Chrysler to the dealer. In order to encourage dealers to sell more, those high sales dealers can get up to 35% family. The quota makes the dealers who work hard to make more profitable. Those who have fewer sales may be family. There is only 25% of the quota. So, it is not only less recommended, but also a price increase in income. The increase in the income can be all returned to the salesman. So he asked with Lee Iacocca asked, head, the dealer, what should you look care? If the dealer is not increased, the dealer that has already tasted the sweetness is definitely not happy. Lee Iacocca has not been thinking about, tell them, first wait for the wind in this show to say, at least half a month. No increase in the next half month. Okay. Also, for those users who have increased prices but did not get the car, let them pay attention to the appreciation. If there is a more bold guy, do a good caress. Tell those guys, Chrysler will not let them suffer. But now this trouble is needed to take it together. Okay. Sales vice president, nod, then ask, if someone is not fortunate, even if he knows what to do, this decision must be done by the head. Waiting? Lee Iacocca scared. These bastards have earned so much money. If this time does not want to build difficulties with us, is willing to have difficult people with us. Sales vice president suddenly had a lottery. With this sentence of the head, he knows what to do. Right, boss. Under the old, who came over from Ford car, he Hopard, deputy dean of the Chrysler Automotive Engineering, opened. Fernandez opens us a new door. So, do we want to go to MPV? Yup. Haven't waited for Howard. The eyes of Chrysler in the small meeting room lit up. How did this forget this? Exclamation mark. When the AMC called GL8, the MPV model of multi-member homes is located, and immediately caused the sensation of the market. AMC is such a bad brand appeal to get 130,000 pre-sale orders, which make Chrysler's seniors' envious eyes red. If this product is from Chrysler, 130,000 pre-sale orders? Turnover, you said. See such a new market space. Chrysler is not angry. It's really a ghost. Lee Iacocca nodded. The previous studies can be launched. Talent study? Lee Iacocca's decision. So many people are somewhat disappointment. In their view, such a large blank market, it is equal to the big money. Not. Now there is no many manufacturers to take a few new products. When I quickly kill in and grab money. Did you wait for other manufacturers to do the product? But Lee Iacocca is so arranged, naturally his truth. First, you must understand, 130,000 this figure is AMC himself announced. Do you make sure this figure is true? Who do you dare to guarantee that this number doesn't have water? A group of people. You look at me, I look at you. All the foxes of the year, which was previously pre-sale of the pre-sale digitally stimulated head fever, and the eyes were red, never thought about this problem, but now I think about it. The more I want to feel the words of the head, I really make sense. Who dares to guarantee that this number does not have moisture? After all, this kind of thing I have done it twice, one of them is going on. There is what kind of cat is greasy? Everyone doesn't have a road. Lee Iacocca is a sudden turn. Of course, I believe that Fernandez's judgment. I think this pre-sale number announced by AMC may have water, but the moisture should not be large, and 7 or 8,000 vehicles should be a comparison. Rely on the number, but since this is a new market, we can't hold our thoughts. If we want to have a deep tillage in this market, you must take out a competitiveness is enough to be with GL8. The product, rather than rushing to the horse, launching a so-called MPV on the basis of the existing chassis, which is not good for us. Said that Lee Iacocca came to a circle, solemnly said, to do, we will do real MPV. Looking at Chrysler's statement, Chen Genglian is too lazy to have two sounds. No new intention. I really have no new intention. Dress up a vocal innocent look, said that he did not know on the dealer's increase, it was the personal behavior of the dealer. Before Chrysler's statement did not come out, Chen Li has already thought that the Chrysler will respond. Now, Lee Iacocca is still really disappointing. Boss, this is it? Aniston is very unwilling. Is it? Chen Geng smiled. You let the dogs who habled meat will go back and drink thin porridge. Do you think possible? Aniston's eyes suddenly lit. What you mean? Chrysler's dealers may be unhappy. Who will not be happy? The loss of real gold and silver. Who can be happy? However, Chen Gengzhao, but this is nothing to do with us. This is what Welch needs to consider. Everything is done, then you can be your professional manager. When I said this, Chen Geng is really curious. How does Jack Welch responded? Jack Welch did not let Chen Geng disappointed. Just in Chrysler, a consumption in New Orleans in Leslar, a consumer in Leslar's New Orleans City Tribunal. In the lawsuit submitted to the tribunal, the Chrysler dealer in this New Orleans forced him to install a value of $1,000. If you disagree with the decoration, you can't guarantee his car time. But if you install decoration, you can pick up your car in half a month. He thinks this Chrysler dealer uses yourself to family. The love of this model, forced yourself to buy yourself, don't need things. This way is a strong buying strong sale, violating the US consumer protection law, put forward the demand for this dealer to compensate $20,000, etc. Bala bala. This news came out. The whole of the United States was sensational. Chrysler's front feet were announced that there were no form of increase in price, and turned to the court to tell the court, this ear is playing enough. But where is this? Jack Welch's combination of boxing to Chen Geng proves why he is qualified to take the first high salary. After Louisiana, there are many states. Consumers filed a lawsuit to the local court, and the goal of the lawsuit has no exception of Chrysler's dealers. The cause of the litigation is the product or service of these dealers to buy some products or services they don't need, otherwise they will not mention the car. In just less than 3 days, similar lawsuits have launched more than 10, for Chrysler and Liakaka. This is a slap in the face. This is a series of slaps. Chrysler's public relations department is of course not a furnish, but in the face of more and more lawsuits, their phrase "this is the personal behavior of dealers," not related to Chrysler. The statement is very pale. And I really give Chrysler a heavy blow, and 50 in New York City have purchased Chrysler family. Chapter 387 Dawn before the patent change Penmark www. Before the official listing, the AMC has formulated more than 180,000 GL8 orders, but how much GL8 is available? Say you to scare you, you can only produce 8,000 units each month. This is already the maximum capacity of the production line. Why is so few? Of course, because of the poor. In the case of banks refuse to loan, order special stamping molds, measurement, fixtures need money, and the AMC does not make money. This production line improves and order stamping molds, special meters, special fixtures funds, and before the date of discontinuation of the big study, the funds of the workers have given the money to workers. They are borrowed by Chen Geng to AMC with their own joint credit bank. It is not Chen Li. GL8 forms a greater capacity, which is also very large for Chen Geng's capital pressure. After the precise calculation, the joint credit bank experts tell their own boss, if you want to ensure that the chain is working properly, this is the limit. Therefore, the first month of the listing, calculated that the goods were taken to the dealer first shop. GL8 sold 1,078 vehicles, and after a month of fermentation and reputation formulation, when the first month, AMC saved, the amount of GL8's order is not increased, reaching to 70,000. This result came out, AMC up and down, and AMC's distributors, suppliers are jubilant. Jack Welch deliberately followed Chen Geng and then looked with Chen Geng, boss. GL8 is successful, is a great event for our suppliers and distributors, so I prepare organizations a celebration will celebrate. This is a good thing, it's a celebration. Chen Geng nodded, know why Jack Welch specializes in this, he has agreed to it, no problem, I will definitely be present. Jack Welchton's face, after the sales of GL8, the sales department immediately passed the sales bodyguard to boss. And he believed that boss had long known that the specific sales of GL8, ourselves running with boss and then mentioning this matter, not only for this celebration, or two. Slightly, Chen Li said to Jack Welch, Jack, with our friendship, nothing is can say directly, so, okay, since Fernandez has seen, Jack Welch will no longer hesitate, nod to say, bank boss. Can you find ways to coordinate over there, and help us coordinate some loans? Needless to say, Chen Li also knew what Jack Welch wants: money. Watching the huge demand for GL8 car on the market, then look at the capacity of his own company, any professional manager will fire. In fact, Chen Li is also preparing to talk to Jack Welch. I talked about this thing with the Joint Credit Bank, and the Joint Credit Bank can coordinate 2 billion special technical reform funds, but the Joint Credit Bank it will supervise the movement of this fund. The boss has given 2 billion technical transformation funds! When Chen Li came out, Jack Welch was shocked. He hesitated for a moment to be careful to change, boss. According to what I know, the strength of the Joint Credit Bank seems. Although the previous loan is provided by the United Credit Bank, but by that opportunity, Jack Welch also knows and learns the strength of the Joint Credit Bank, a small bank with a net profit for the previous year. Can they provide such a large amount of loans to AMC? Will it be the boss' private pocket? The private pickup is of course impossible. No capitalist will be stupid on this, but if there is Chen Meng's guarantee, the United Credit Bank disassembles a special basis for a large bank such as the Rich Bank, that is not big, especially special funds dedicated to improving GL8 production capacity. However, this kind of thing is not necessary to tell Jack Welch. Chen Geng Mini, The first, this fund will be placed on the AMC account within a week. Jack Welch silently and asked again, what about that interest? The same as the previous loan. Okay, then I have no problem. Since the boss is reluctant to explain the joint credit bank, such a small bank with such a loan to provide to AMC, and the interest rate will not ask Jack Welch to see the interest rate than other banks. Other questions. As a professional manager, his own task is to lead the AMC to go out of the predicament, developing and growing, so that others have no relationships with themselves. Okay, AMC finally has a pillar product that belongs to his own heavyweight. As long as the quality is grasped in the process of production, even if there is a bottom gas, as long as the new AMC's new product can said again, AMC's supplier distributor, you can make big money by AMC, eat Scorpion. Great. Especially those dealers who have not returned to the network now. I am excited to tears. I finally got to the AMC. Which day? I didn't give up. I didn't give up. Liz's good day finally came. These guys, I have been touched by my own persistence. So when Jack Welch's red light stands in front of the centers of the wine, the warm applause is not surprising. Thanks. Thanks. Jack Verkey, a slightly owed, squatting around the partner. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best here. Well, just look easy on everyone. The smile. I will know that everyone will have fun tonight. The last small burden, immediately provoke a warm applause. Also, earning money, and in the expected future, you will make more money. Make money, just happy, natural. When you applaud, you will be in your own reason. After the applause gradually, Jack Welch said this. I know that there is a public opinion on the media, thinking that we are blowing. GL8 sales is not so high. Then I tell you, last month, GL8 the upper card is more than 10,000, and the AMC's public relations department will officially announce this news tomorrow. Jack Welch's voice fell. Applause seems to be aware of a little more. The upper card is actually 10,000. There is no more exciting good news than this. More exciting. And there is nothing more convincing than on the volume. In the face of this iron, those who have previously believed that AMC in the pre-sale volume of GL8, the so-called critics, analysts have to shut up, but also to give everyone a deputy pill. Finally, I will tell you a good news. AMC has received a loan for $200 million. This loan will be all used for the adjustment of the production line and improve GL8's capacity. And GL8 will be capable of GL8 after 3 months. Rid to 130,000. After half a year, we strive to make the GL8 monthly energy can reach 20,000. There was no such applauding voice in front of the two applause. Not, because if AMC really mentioned GL8's capacity to 20,000 per month, for everyone in the field, it will be too comfortable in the future. Applaud. Effort to applaud. At this time, Jack Welch shouted with a passionate voice, now, we have the most implying, the most handsome boss, Mr. Fernandez speaking. Everyone welcomes the applause loudly. Is Fernandez come? This is not unfortunately, the supplier representative tonight. The most representatives of the dealers are their boss, not their general manager or president, because they know that Chen Geng will come, so these suppliers, the dearers of the dealers, not only came, not only their family, and the daughter of the 17th-year-old and 20, and the people who were self-employed and the women were brightly brigade. Fernandez Chen still is not married. What? Exclamation mark. You ask these girls to oppose and resist their parents' package to do their friends. Question mark. Enjoy joy. Who is Chen Tong? Now that I have been worthy of Ivan, I am now known for the most gold-free diamond Wang Lao. Now the most golden diamond Wang Lao, countless American girls' mind, as long as I marry him. No. Don't say it is married to him, even if I have a child with him. I mean that I have a lot of wrongwa, which is not enough, can get such a relationship with Chen Geng. Blind opportunity. I don't know how much American girls' dreams. Refused? From the absolute number, it should be, but at this wine tonight, it is absolutely number. Feel the following, as the female wolf is generally like to swallow your own eyes. Chen Geng's heart is really a little trembling. Skewers in front of the microphone, Chen Pultyface blooms a perfect to impalpable smile. Thank you very much. Everyone is a friend and partner of AMC, so I am polite. I will not say, I only simply said, if you have seen, the situation of AMC has begun to improve, and I promise you, the future of AMC will be better and better. The second point, I am not too kind. I don't pursue absolute profits. I don't pursue absolute profits. I pursue that I will win to win with my friends. I hope everyone will make money in the process of cooperation with AMC. Made big money, I firmly believe this. At the scene, some people may understand my work style, know that I have no bragging, or I don't know, so I think I am bragging, but it doesn't matter. I don't know how to do things. I can ask someone to listen to others. Take a look, I am listening to me. Is it like this? I have a blow. Finally, I wish you all a happy tonight. When AMC puts the number of GLA test top cards from the Federal Ministry of Transport along with GLA test next production capacity to improve planning, those who think that AMC's sales on GL8, analysts, the face is swollen. The market is cheered for this decision of AMC. The most direct reaction is the share price of AMC, which has been continuously rising this month. After this news announced, it has risen 3% again. Compared to Chen Geng just took the AMC. The AMC's share price has doubled 3 times. Although the share price of AMC from the peak period has a very long distance, it has made those who have previously been scrapped in the bottom of the valley. Those guys selling AMC stocks can't hate. For the auto industry, the listing of the AMC's GL8 is a big event. If the car can succeed, it means that AMC has opened up a blue sea for everyone, and the meaning of the automotive industry is not absolutely nothing in Columbus, New Mainland, but for others. They don't care about this car. MPV is. What is the difference with MVP? Tasty. There is that idle manager. It is better to study new stuff, such as IBM. Through these years, we believe that the size of the personal computer market will be larger. In 1978, our IBM 5100 sold 100,000 units. In 1979, we sold 50,000 Taiwan 5100. And this year is only half. We have sold 160,000 units. IBM is currently chief executive EXS Force waving arm. It seems not to be happy. This seems to be a very exciting figure, is not? But I am completely happy. Why? Because of the little guys of Apple. It is the little thing in the toy. This year they sold 200,000 units. Mr. Half a year, 200,000 units. According to the development speed of the market, they may even sell 500,000 Apple this year. This shows what? Description in the market. Our IBM's 5100 is not as good as Apple's toys. For great IBM, this is a huge shame. I deliberately asked this board, not to save the dignity of IBM. IBM's dignity has been there. I want to say, the new market of personal computers has been opened. IBM should be, and must be the boss of this market. It is like weekend computing in large computer markets. We should increase investment in personal computers, develop new models and new products, and put jobs little guys on the foot, like crushing a bug stepping on it, so that everyone knows that anyone is said to be in this market. After a while, it is silent. Watson, that is, the chairman of IBM, said, you are right, IBM must to be the personal computer market. If you have any guys, then do it. Chapter 388, Extra Cases Penmark www. IBM is finally can't help. Is it necessary to enter a personal computer market? Looking at the feeling of enthusiasm on the newspaper, I didn't call Apple, etc. IBM CEO, Chen Geng, wrinkled into Sichuan in the IBM CEO of the personal computer market. Word. If there is no agent, or no agent, IBM plans to go to the horse's personal computer product, which is the subsequent model of IBM 5100 launched in August next year. IBM 5150. IBM 5150 is recognized as a personal computer in the world's first true sense. Although there are now many personal computer products in the market, not only with famous Apple I, Apple II, IBM's 5100 and so on. But now the so-called personal computers sold in the market, but it is a personal computer. It is better to say that a high-grade typewriter that can connect the fax machine and the printer. Why is IBM 5150 recognized as the first true personal computer in the history of computer development? It is because of the 30 years. All personal computers have followed the basic design of IBM 5150, display, host, keyboard and other input devices. Even for the user's future function extension, the expansion slot is reserved, and IBM 5150 first created in the field of personal computer. But Chen Geng is not this. There is more than a year from IBM 5150. And it is not intended to be hardware. It is not anxious. Chenless intention is another thing, and it is also a completely later piece of Microsoft things. The CP/M dispute between the GATS classmates Msose and Gary Kiridell. IBM attaches great importance to this product, so they decided to carry an operating system for IBM 5150 for IBM 5150. As the current personal computer operating system almost absolute rulers, and CP/M should be the best choice of IBM. But GATS classmates, this will not study the operating system. He is studying BASIC. Why is it finally better than Gary Kiridell, but study BASIC's GATS classmate? In addition to the mother of GATS classmates, the current CEO of IBM, except for the directors of the same foundation, and a deep relationship. So in the current situation and the original, Gary Kiridell Data Research Company has incorporated its own data. Staring at the newspaper, for a long time, Chen Geng takes the call. Prepare the plane, I am going to San Francisco. The private plane is convenient. Chen Geng's empty King 200 directly landed on the people near the company, facing their own Cook Tagati and Kiridell. Chen Li did not follow them cold, but asked, Microsoft should develop a new personal computer. Do you know this news? Boss rushed over, just telling this thing with you. Cook Tagati and Gary Kiridell have a look at the eyes, and the two are somewhat surprised. When I received a call from Miran, I learned that Mr. Fernandez had to come to the company. Two people got together for a long time, can rely on how they think that boss is actually for IBM new products. Boss, this news we know, but this is nothing to do with our company? Cook Tagati asked carefully. Gary Kiridell nodded. He didn't think this relationship with himself. Do you really think it doesn't matter? Chen Paigong asked. In the face of his own boss, Cook Tagati and Gary Kiridell is not very affirmative. The boss saw this news and rushed. Mo, he knows what internal news? Boss, what do you know? It's just that Chen Geng's relationship. Cook Tagati hippie smiles to Chenj. Do you tell us? Gary Kiridell is also excited to look at Chen Tong. Like the idea of Cook Tagati. The boss must know what, otherwise he can't hurry. I really know a little internal message. Whelps the eyes of Gary Kiridell and Chawatagalt. Chen Li did not sell Guanzi. He nodded. IBM is ready to carry the operating system for this product. Is it equipped with an operating system? The news brought by Chen Geng did not let Gary Kiridell and Chawatagalt were disappointed. The two could not help but look at it, and the face was high. But I haven't waited for them. Chen Geng's voice rang again. How do you think we have won? Chawatagalt said. Of course. CP/M is the most mainstream operating system now. Although Gary Kiridell didn't talk, he was obviously what this means. Chen Geng's tone is scattered. Do you think I am coming to congratulations? What is the meaning of the boss? Exclamation mark. Gary Kiridell and Chawatagalt are not idiot, and the information revealed in Chen Gendai is scared, especially Chawatagalt, and watching the owner. Snappy face. His chicken skin is got up. Boss, this kind of thing you don't joke. This time, I don't have to open the mouth Gary Kiridil first opened. Looking at Cocteau, Gary Kiridil shakes his head. I understand, boss. If there is not enough grasp, he will definitely can't come in a hurry. After saying that, cut what Gold said, Gary Kiridil looked at Chen Mong. Shen Sheng, boss, according to our CPM is the best choice for IBM. Tolerance polite, CPM is the best performance, most stable and reliable, and the cheapest price of the current market, but since you appear here, then IBM is not so thinking. Chen Geng nodded. It is accurately that IBM CEO, X is not so thinking. In the face of the doubts of the two people, Chen Geng simply said, Gates, the bias, you should know. Gary Kiridil nodded. He certainly knew that kid. He and Paul have talents. You can transplant BASIC that can only be run on the small machine to your personal computer. This is very great. But what I mean is IBM ready to give this important project to this kid. This is not possible. Gary Kiridil is embarrassed to question the news of his own boss. It is not that he really wants to question Chen Tong, but from the basic logically, this matter is indeed unreasonable. CPM is the best use, most stable and reliable personal computer operating system. After the data research company is merged with Gator 2000, CPM plus Windows plus Trackball. The visual graphics operating system combination is already a combination model of the best personal computer operating system in the market. IBM is ready to develop a strategic personal computer. They do not choose the most mature, most stable, most reliable and best use CPM, but choose to make experience from no personal computer operating system, too basic. The kid made this thing. Then let everyone return to the era of entering the instruction. Is the brain of X by the Scorpion? Normal logic. As the CEO of IBM, X's brain is absolutely impossible. IBM chooses to cooperate with Gate 2000 should be 10-9 stable things. But since the boss is so rushing, Gary Kiridil's expression is very dignified. IBM did not reject us, refused to be the IBM CEO. Chen Geng was very pleased with Guerrilla noticed this. He nodded to explain to the two, CPM plus Windows plus Trackball. The combination is the best personal computer operating system combination, even if IBM does not dare to ignore us. Under powerful pressure, IBM must give us the opportunity. But why did Gates and Paul have a chance? Because the relationship between Gates and X is very good. She persuaded that X is a chance to Gates Microsoft. In this process, X will use the right to make the right to crush us. I can think of exacts how to do, such as a personal computer that is equipped with our operating system than $1,000 for IBM personal computers with Gate's operating system, and X will say that the market and users will not don't like our operating system. Why did Chen Li do so affirm? Because X is doing this, and he does more, historical, equipped with the IBM 5150 computer of CPM in Gerardale, compares to Gates Mzo's personal computer. The price is several times, not $100,000, it is a few times. And the purchase price of the CPM operating system is only one of Mzo's. IBM, or X of X, is it in pit, Kiridil? How is this? It mounted to the IBM 5150 of the CPM system. Cut what Gold is all people, his stage of AI's way. This. Boss, this is not possible. Simply like him, I can't think of this giant of the IBM's computer. Not only Cut what Gold is imagined, but Gary Kiridil also imagined. He hesitated. Boss, if XX do. He can't explain the past there. And Imho? Gates did not study the operating system. He is already studying. Okay. Now there are many companies in the market. In order to save time, catching IBM time nodes, Gates' mother gave Gates money, let him acquire a family copy our CPM system company. Gates modified on the CPY version of the CPM system. Ready to hand over the CPM system after this secondary copy to hand over IBM. After that, Chen Ming shrugged. His face was a ridicule. As for Gary Kiridil and Chu Swatigat, The whole of the two people is stupid, lying. Can you play with this? This is too exaggerated! Exclamation mark. So what you mean? Kutwetigati asked carefully. Chen Li did not answer, but said to Giri Kiradale, let Dulai come in. Now she is the general manager of Gate 2000. Multi-Siwai, that is, the wife of Gary Kiradale. After the merger of two companies, due to the balance of interest, Dulai West Kiradale became the general manager of the Gate 2000 after the restructuring. Not only for the consideration of balance of interest, it is also good to operate more. Before the merge with Gate 2000, Kali Kirad's data research firm is Duxi responsible for daily operation. Gary Kiradale is responsible for technology research and development. Compared to Kutwetigati, Dulai is a true management and corporate management talent. Just listening to Chen Geng said, there is still some regrets in the West. I think if I don't merge with Gate 2000, the data research company may make a big profit by this opportunity. You can listen to Chen Geng's introduction, especially the CEO of IBM, ex of the Microsoft with Gates, is ready to join hands to take a message, and she took a fine sweat when she was up. If it is not the old boss, in advance, explore the conspiracy of X in advance, and the data research firm is wrapped. However, as long as IBM and Exxons are going to do, the next response is not difficult. After the unintentional slime hair, I reopened, since we know the practice of X, I mean, in the early stage, we temporarily do not know. Wait until IBM after the product is listed. After a while, we directly give the IBM a lawyer letter, and apply to the court to apply for prohibiting order to apply for the court, prohibiting this computer from selling this computer. I think, since IBM is so heavy for this personal computer, you will definitely try to make us don't prosecute. When you want to put the IBM round or slam, it is to see what we mean. P.S. Brothers, please wait a few minutes. You can listen to Chen Geng's introduction, especially the CEO of IBM, ex of the Microsoft with Gates, is ready to join hands to take a message, and she took a fine sweat when she was up. If it is not the old boss, in advance, explore the conspiracy of X in advance, and the data research firm is wrapped. However, as long as IBM and Exxons are going to do, the next response is not difficult. After the unintentional slime hair, I reopened, since we know the practice of X, I mean, in the early stage, we temporarily do not know. Wait until IBM after the product is listed. After a while, we directly give the IBM a lawyer letter, and apply to the court to apply for prohibiting order to apply for the court, prohibiting this computer from selling this computer. Chapter 389, Arrogant IBM Penmark www. Dulai West Kiradale's words of Chen Pang have some doubts. How can this thing may be so smart? What else is it in Fernandez? Unlike the original Yuan Lao such as Cantonese Galt, which has been conquered by Chen Wan's precision judgment of the market. They are also different from Chen Geng's technical forward-looking husband, Gary Kiradale, for more than Chen Geng's understanding, more only through rumors rather than personal experience. This judgment of this partner of his couple is very suspicious. This is also a matter of human people. But there is no altar, and more Lucy will never do again. Why do you ask? Well, very simple. IBM people want to come to talk to themselves with the CPM operating system and IBM Corporation, and IBM is also a big person. IBM Global Purchase Headquarters Global Executive Vice President Bittim Michael Kuhn, Vice President, Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology. This is a proper IBM core executive. After receiving the IBM CEO office, please Gate 2000 for the facts of Bittim and Michael Kuhn. Dulai West is stupid. She didn't expect IBM to CPM actually pays attention to this extent. In the shock, she would be a little regret. I feel that my couple will eat the old nose. If the data research company is not merged with the Gate 2000, all the benefits are both husband and wife, and now I have to take good deeds. Give Fernandez a big pen. But very quickly, more Lucy will not think so. Bert Dimek is proud of the arrogant, a bear, I don't know how many people want to cooperate with us IBM. Now you have this opportunity. Don't hurry to call Dad. Nausea honestly said to her, Miss Dussy, CP/M is a good operating system in today's market, so IBM can give you a chance to cooperate with IBM. But the premise is that you must put CP. All source code of M is open to IBM, otherwise no will. Duxie still didn't think about how to eupheminomate. The door of the office was suddenly pushed out of the outside. His husband Gani Kiridale pushed in, his face special. Dimek and Michael Cook said, anyone else wants to get the source code of CP/M, even if it is IBM, no exception. More Lucy is a strong standing, Gary. Dilly West, you know me. Gary Kiridale looked at Dilly West. Don't say that Mr. Fernandez is at it. Do you think I will put the source code of CP/M? More Lucy does not speak. For the husband, CP/M is like his child. Will there be some father to send his children's custody? Gary Kiridale looked up at Bet Dimek and Michael Kuhn, and said frank and honestly, Mr. Bet, Mr. Michael, can then gate 2000 attitude after to go back Mr. X, capable with IBM's computer giants as Gator and CP/M, but wants to open source from IBM to IBM, then there is no possibility. Looking at the Kiridale couple singing, Michael Kuhn and Bert Dimek didn't know what to say, but let them helpless. They did not finish all the requirements. History has a deviation here. The original IBM is just the source code of CP/M of Gary Kiridale, but after the data research company at home Kirid, after the merger of Chen Geng's Garrett 2000, IBM is not only in the source code of CP/M of Gary Kiridale, but also in the Windows of Gary 2000 source code, patents and trackball. Relevant patents. The ambition of X is very large. He hopes this opportunity to put CP/M source code and patents, Windows, the source code and patents and the patents of the trackball mouse are all got. You ask IBM, not afraid that too much to die. X is completely not worried about this problem. He feels that Blue Giant, the volume is concerned, even some worry is not enough. Michael Kuhn and Bert Dimek, who were killed by the family, Kiridale, naturally not say that Gator 2000 is good in front of Ixt, such as Bert Dimek, as if Chenpo ever wears like a lot of money. It is unhappy, boss. Gary 2000 is very rude to refuse us. It is hard to imagine they refuse IBM. X's expression is a bit surprised. It seems that it is impossible to believe that there will be such a thing. Does anyone refuse to cooperate with IBM? Although some people can't understand. But, Michael Kuhn-Boart, the fact is true, whether it is Ixt, or Michael Cook, Bert Dimek, I don't think IBM has any problem with the source code of the IBM to CP/M operating system. Okay. After a silence, X Square shrugged. There is a sentence in Chinese, called there is no Jiangtu, we will not eat the pig. Since the GA can't hold this opportunity, then we find anything else all right. Michael Kuhn and Bert Dimek have opposed their eyes. How to listen to the meaning of boss. It seems that he is ready to prepare for two hands. But the two are smart. Do not ask the plan B of their own boss. What is, if boss thinks it is necessary to tell himself, it will be very herself. If boss doesn't say to himself, then explain that he doesn't want to know this plan B content. So, no matter whether CP/M is temporarily, Bert Dimek asked, X is faint, IBM has given them a chance, but they didn't catch. In this case, I don't know how my own boss is. I don't know where I don't know my own boss. Two people who have fun. Bert Dimek and Michael Kuhn just walked. X was touched. Mrs. Mary, hello. Hello, Exarchs. On the phone, Mada, who received the phone of X, sounded very happy. You are busy, so what good news should you tell me? Oh, I really have a good news. That Mrs. Mary has smart, otherwise she is impossible to become a directors of the same foundation with X. She is slightly thoughts, immediately trying to ask, is me last time and what you said? Yes, that's that thing. X also did not wind the gather, directly put the situation to Mrs. Mary. Mrs. Mary, I learned about your son. He can be amazed in software development, but as the CEO of IBM, I need you to determine again, Bill and his company really have the ability to develop a personal computer operating system. Yes, Mary's heart jumped in his heart, but he did not hesitate to say, I understand my son, I know his talent. As long as you are willing to give him a chance, I guarantee that he must have a task you handed to him. You know, not anyone can transplant the BASIC that can only run on the small machine to your personal computer. Yes, this is the reason I am willing to give him a chance. X was slight, then said, Mrs. Mary, you can ask Bill, if he is interested. He can think of the ability to take over IBM. He can come to my office at 2 p.m. tomorrow. I will tell him. Mary's tone was obviously excited. I immediately told him. Thank you. She is clear. As long as their son finally got the contract for IBM's new personal computer to develop operating systems, their son has the foundation of the rise. You are welcome. We are friends. Zara laughed, but suddenly the topic turned. In addition, this computer must be listed in August next year. No YXness will have this sentence, Mary immediately said. I guarantee that Bill will never delay and affect you, so much the better. As for the benefits of your own transactions, Mary did not say, did not ask, this kind of thing. Everyone has a standard price code. Believes Mary gives yourself, will only have more, never less. Ended with X's phone. Mary immediately picked up the phone and played the son. Bill, dear, IBM's project is now yours. If you hear your mother, GATS students can't believe what they have heard. He knows that IBM is ready to develop a new personal computer. He also knows that IBM plans to install the operating system for this personal computer. After all, there are so many newspapers and media reported, but he still can't believe this good thing. It is possible to fall on your head. Even before this, the mother has repeatedly speaking to himself. She will strive to give IBM will give themselves for the contract of this personal computer development operating system, but in fact Gates have not hugged too big hope, even if he knows the mother and IBM CEO, is the directors of the same foundation. But how is it? Mr. X is impossible to take this kind of thing to practice. Who can I think? My mother actually did it! I am afraid that I have listened wrong. Gates is almost instinct. Mom, don't joking with me, dear. Do you think I will open this joke with you? Gat's classmates are stupid. Is this true? The mother actually convinced Mr. X. Let himself develop a personal computer operating system for IBM! Then, the next moment, his voice was shaking. Mom. Okay, dear, don't excite. Mrs. Mary understood that his son at this moment, she said to her son, I know what you want to say, it is really very big from BASIC to the operating system, but this is not a problem. Now there are many operating system development company. You just acquired a family. I can't make it on the basis of them. How can you do this? Bill students have a little bit. But the next moment, he wants to smoke two mouths. Why can't you do this? Now the market is imitated. Even simply directly copy Gary Iredell's CPM operating system development company does not have a 50 family, and find a home to buy them. Then modify it. Used to deal IBM is not enough. Why do you want to write a set of systems from zero myself? I want to understand this. GATS students feel that the whole sky is fine. Mom, thank you. I know what I should do. That's good. Mary laughed very pleased. Since you have confidence in this project, remember to go to Mr. Exton's at 2 o'clock tomorrow. He is having to talk to you. Okay, my mother, I will arrive on time. Donned, GATS classmates solemnly. Mom, I will not let you down. Although I don't know what my mother gives IBM to give up CPM, but it is not important. As long as I get IBM's operating system orders. Hey, what did Gaten 2000? When Mrs. Mary gave his son, Chen Li also received a phone call from Dai Lucy. After listening to the situation of many Lucy, Chen Geng's tone is very relaxed. Okay, I know. Do you know? Do you know? Exclamation mark. This is it? Nothing? Exclamation mark. There was no matter what Chen Geng gave himself, even before this. She already knows that Chen Pei must have IBM's internal news. Can Chen Li's calm and calmness still make her extremely adapt? You know? What answer is this? She asked under her consciousness. What should we do? Wait. Wait? Yes. Wait. When is it? Wait until IBM's new computer is listed. I didn't expect Chen Geng to my answer. It is like this. Silent for a while. Duxi finally opened the mouth. Sir, I hope that your decision is right. Chen Ming smiled and said, Delete West, you have to understand, if this project is lost, I have more than you and Gary. Do you think I will deliberate money? Multi-L West. For Chen Monglai, this is a temporary. Everything is going to wait until IBM 5150 is officially launched in August next year. There is still more than a year, so Chen Tong is not I am in a hurry. For him, the urgency is to go to China as soon as possible. Yes, the total installation line of the car project cooperated with the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory finally installed, debugged. Whether it is a big happiness, such as Chen Multi, this is a great event, such an important moment, Chen Multi is going to live. P.S. Brothers, adjust the time difference. Today is this chapter. Chapter 390 is burned in the pot. Penmark www. Huixia has attached great importance to Chen Pai. Paying attention to this matter, people who specialize in the embassy came over and Chen Geng communication to receive the reception. Yes, you didn't look wrong. It is the brigade of Ding Navy. After knowing that the relationship between Ding Navy and Chen Pai, Comrade Ding Navy has become in China and Chen Geng communication human, as long as there is something that needs to communicate with Chen Geng, ask if you ask, the first reaction above is Ding Xiaoding's past. So open the door, put the Navy, the frame. The above means, arrange the reception in accordance with the level of the Minister of Foreign Government, but if you have any requirements, you can mention the Trinity of the Ding Navy. This is here to tell Chen Ming, even if the level of the Republic of China is also possible. Mirren surprised to see their own boss. Huixia will give their own boss foreign government ministers and even higher level reception standards. It's amazing, my boss. I know this is a good idea of Huixia, through this action to highlight the attention of myself, but after careful consideration, Chen Tong also shook his head. There is no need. Ding Navy is surprised to look at Chen Li, do not understand why Chen Li will refuse. Chen said, I am not the same as before, the Loki is a good thing to me, and I don't have to pass a welcome ceremony to prove our relationship. Although Chen said very simple, the King Navy immediately understood Chen Geng's meaning. Now him, no longer is a fault, now Chen Tong, has become a American dream. The representative, I don't know how many byways gaze in his body, and his one move will attract countless media, and he is a good thing for him. Although Chen Bang's expectance of the Navy's expectations, Ding Navy felt very happy. In his opinion, this is a more mature performance. After determining that Chen Geng is so thinking, Ding Navy immediately nod. Okay, but it is not like it this way. How do you see the leadership of the deputy ministers to meet? Deputy minister level leadership? Chen Wyogo thought, nodded, it is also too high profile, it is easy to cause some trouble, but too low, it is not that. The deputy head leadership, not very small, just good. Drilling the level of pickup leaders, the Ding Navy's face suddenly sobbing, watching the Nangjun's look, Chen Geng suddenly laughed. Lao Ding, do the relationship between us. What is the words you say? This is not interesting. That I am welcome. Although there is a bit of fever on the face, it is not a person's own thing. I have said that I have to relate to the future of Huixia, even if I am embarrassed, I have to say it. Ding Navy smokes the nose. Is it such a thing? Did you have a foundation for international students in Huaxia? Yup, Chen Geng nodded, and the Navy continued to say. However, why he is a very good native of Navy that is such a attitude. Is there someone to play this foundation? Can't it? If so, the courage of these guys is too big, really when he is mud. But this is not allowed. Forget it. No matter what, I will listen to the Liaoding and say it. It's so. If the Ding Navy did not detect the subtle changes in Chen Geng expressions, then said, Peking University and other domestic colleges and universities have heard that after you have such a foundation, ask me to ask you, what this foundation will start working. Speaking of this, the comrades of Liaoding are finally sorry. Also, such a thick face asking her an acquaintance, even if it is not to help himself. The comrades of Liaoding still feel that he can't do it, particularly on this old foot. I understand what happened. Chen Geng smiled when Chen Geng, what am I doing? Looking at Chen Li's look, Liaoding commented secretly sightful. Frankly, Chen Geng said that when he would set up a foundation for the foundation who specializes in China to go to the United States, many comrades are not believed. Many people think that Chen Geng pressure roots are painted in Huaxia on their mouths. After all, millions of dollars in a year, don't you do? Even if Liaoding's understanding of Chen Geng's understanding, he is in his heart. It is also half-sized. Or that sentence, this can be millions of dollars. Not a total of millions of dollars, but $1 million every year. According to some of the sounds that do not have to be light, don't say that there are millions of dollars every year, even if there is a total of $1 million in the hands of the old man. Ha, ha. Looking at the concerns of the old Ding's face, Chen Gengxian is safe. His heart, I said this, no matter which college, as long as they play this foundation's idea is to let the domestic students come out. I welcome, as long as someone is hitting, him going to do. Chen Bang's words have not been finished. Ding Navy is anxious, hurriedly explained. Chen Dong, you can rest assured, no one dares to play this money. Some people are staring. Chen Wirong smiled and said that Liaoding is not anxious, waiting for himself. The leaders of these colleges and universities are looking for you. Is it to ask me that this foundation can sponsor the achievements of the target school, but the results of the score are ranked behind the public study abroad? That's what I mean. Ding Navy made a breath, hurriedly said, brother, you don't know, these children have learned more. If it is a result of achieving the target school, it is of course, if it is because the results are arrived. But no, it's a pity that it is also a pity. Speaking of this, Ding Navy should inevitably excited. I understand, how much I know this situation. Chen Tong's hands pressed down, indicating that the comrades of Liaoding should not be so excited. You can rest assured, I speak, this foundation will definitely play. Well, this time I am trying to negotiate with the domestic education department. Quota allocation issues, you know, I have limited power. Chen said very representative, assuming that a new score for international students in the United States is 400 points. But this time, the situation of China's foreign exchange is limited. It is impossible to send all more than 400 points of students to learn. Then it will be taken to give away. Limit higher standards, such as drawing a score line, which means that only more than 420 points of students can get the quota of public study abroad. But in fact, this situation is already good. At this stage, the country given by the country is usually this: only 100 places can be given from the highest score, 100 people, 100 in the future, such as 101. Even if there is 420 points, you can't get the qualifications for public students, who makes you less than the 100th place. When I encountered this situation, it was really cold every day. It's not a good place, nor the country refused to send more students going out to learn, see the world. It is really poor. Can't get so much money. Listening to Chen said that he went to the country this time, it was necessary to discuss the specific quota allocation with the comrades of the domestic trading system. The whole people who were excited with Ding Navy were some difficult, and a stacked said, Enough, enough. Brother Mr. Chen, you have this heart, put this thing as a heart. This is enough. I am not qualified, but still on behalf of the domestic student, thank you. Comrade Liaoding is too excited, and there is no way to not be excited. The situation in the country is in here, there is no way. Who makes the most of the people in the country still eats soil. However, for these capabilities reached the requirements of abroad, it is limited to the students of the country, but the students studying abroad have been completely changed. Whether it is a student, return to China or stay in foreign countries, their achievements, it is all in China. But now, the door to the public study abroad is close to them, but there is another window to open them. Ding Navy is convinced that every time a student is now, it is a seed for the revival of the Chinese nation. Although 2 seeds are not counting, but there are fewer formulation, building blocks, total 1 day, this amount will lead to a qualitative change. Chen Li is doing these people, and when it starts, work is contemporary, the benefits in the Qianqiu evaluation, you need to report this situation immediately. Chen Li did not expect it, just because of his own move. When he arrived at the Capital International Airport, he will meet his own Trade Department, not only the Ministry of Foreign Trade, several machinery industry leaders, as well as the Ministry of Education, Central and Cabinet Office, etc. Is it scared? But where is this? There is a group of people who killed Chen Geng also imagined in the crowd, Mr. Liu Da, Mr. Huiking University, Mr. Liu Da, Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen, Mr. Li Dongguang, President of the Harbin Institute of Technology. More than 10 the main leaders of the top colleges in the country can say that the most influential people in the domestic education community are all previously followed. I am afraid that Chen Geng has a wide range of knowledge, but this is a burst of embarrassment. Not only Chen Geng was scared, after knowing the identity of these people, Milan was hard to walk, and her conscious twist looks to her own boss. Boss, your face is too big. Welcome Chen Meng and Myron's surprised eyes, deliberately accompanying Chen Geng's Liaoding to Chen Geng explained, everyone is in this way, thank you. Although Ding Navy does not know, you can see what dozens of domestic top colleges and universities, secretary, vice presidents, Chen Ming, don't know what Ding Navy said. Except for the education of Huixia, what else can you make? For true scholars, Chen Whiteo faces to respect, and these people in front of you are the most respected group of Chen Geng. He doesn't hesitate to bend the waist. I didn't expect to work for the teacher, it is really awkward. Didn't call their position, but didn't call their official identity, but directly returned to their most original identity, teacher. This seems to be no respect for these domestic education sessions in front of you. But these big guys in front of you, we can see the problem. It is impossible to see it. No one can listen to Chen Li's teacher. The meaning of his own deep respect. No one thought even in the central government, it was also a guest in everyone. He should always be young and arrogant. The unmanned Chen Power is so polite to himself. And I just got rid of Stinky 9 in this teacher. No need to have a group of people, Chen Li's respect for himself to make the principal, secretary and vice president of the major universities, secretary and vice presidents who have been in the colleges and universities of their own schools. Huaking's principal, Mr. Liu Da, Mr. Liu Da, Mr. Liu Da, who took Chen Geng's shoulder, said, since you call me a teacher, then I will not be polite with you. Xiao Chen, you see this? The quota, can you give more Huiking too? Lying in the trough. The surname Liu's leadership, the leaders of major colleges who have not responded at the beginning, after the reaction, full UDA, don't face. The behavior is all in the heart, and you are also a member of the scholar, you have to face a member! Exclamation mark. But the next moment, many people happen to bite the tongue. The foundation may be a bit troubles here, but Chen Hui wants to think, saying about Liu Da, I am privately sponsors 10 places. Originally, I just said that Liu Da, the eyes were fiercely rounded. Mr. Chen, you are true? Do you think I dare to say so many leaders? That. Is it 10 every year? Well, 10 every year. Looking at whacking and fluttering, I gave him a big benefit. The big gods in the Chinese education community were speechless, but I recognized students. I actually had 10 additional international students every year. I know that have such benefits. Nima. I also rushed to my head. Just in the principal, the secretary was ready to move, and when I couldn't learn, Chen Wirong smiled. Teacher, you don't excited, my campaigner's situation is better than before, the money of the fund will also be more than 1 year, about $2 million every year. Chen Geng's words have not been finished. The president of Harbin University's Liu Dongguang is $2 million per year, equivalent to almost 200 children going out every year. Although I don't know if I have a number of places on my head, even one. Liu Dongguang also feels that this will be worth 10,000. Not only Liu Dongguang is so thinking, but the leaders of other colleges and universities are also thinking about it. As for the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education, at this moment, it has been excited to face red. No matter which university is given, the meat is rotten in Huaxia. Chapter 391 Attache's Importance Penmark www. Mr. Chen, do you have any requirements for the use of this fund's study? Chen asked this question. A deputy director of the Ministry of Education, unequal Chen Geng answered. He is full of rushing to tell. Mr. Chen is not misunderstood. I mean, if you have any requirements we can cooperate with you as much as possible. After all, we can go out to several students, for the country, for the nation. It is said that if Chen wifed, the evil will make this reason. What is the science? What is the Mall 302? This is the more let Chen Geng don't misunderstand. The more his intention is. It is also true that it is also difficult for this small daughter. It was originally used in the political language of the domestic officialdom. Everyone speaks absolutely impossible, especially in the deputy, the administrative level. Who dares to tell such a bones, straightforward, that is to be suspected of having a political wisdom and political IQ, but the problem is to Shang Chenmeng, then there is no way. People don't understand a human life and official states' skills. What can you do? In fact, even if you have been saying, this is still worried about Chen Li, I don't understand what I mean. It's so good to understand. Wang director is polite. I have no requirements. Chen Geng said, I only hope that these places can maximize their ability to meet the requirements of abroad but are limited to national financial resources. The deputy director of Wang Director Chen Gong understood his meaning, so he could only try again, and nodded again. Of course, this is certain. Hey, but Mr. Chen, you also know, sometimes there will always be some special cases. This. You ask if you can leave some mobile places? If you don't wait for the deputy director of the king, Chen Li asked directly. Oh. A vice friend of the secretary of Wang is a bit embarrassing. Can you not say it directly? But at the same time, the deputy director of the Wang continued himself in his heart, this is not bad. Can you still ask in American? Simple. Oh. Laughing too, it is the default. I understand. There is always some special circumstances that it is difficult to avoid. Chen Geng nodded. He is not a stupid, although he doesn't want to see this situation, but also knowing that this situation is inevitable, it is better to pay for it. It is better to pay a small part of the price to make others good. This is the agreement. The deputy secretary of Wang suddenly slammed a sigh of relief, and he was happy and embarrassed to Chen Geng. Mr. Chen is really embarrassed. Let you laugh. This is nothing. This situation is always difficult to avoid. Chen Gengzu, but I have to say that I still have two. Deputy Director of Wang Jiwan, you said. First, I can only give you 20 mobility places. No problem. Secretary Wang did not say it. In fact, he thinks that there are about 10 mobile places, although it doesn't know how much doesn't know that the official is. But it is not like a joke, and the brick is lost in the streets of the capital. 4 of them are deputy director, and 1 is the director, and the official is always a few, and there is such a need. It is a few in a few, and the 20 mobile quotas cannot be used, but since Chen give it, he naturally doesn't waste. The capital cannot be used here. Can a few municipalities can't use it? There are still so many of the provinces below. Moreover, don't you have a few friends? Second point, the score can meet the admission conditions of the school. This is absolutely no problem. When I heard Chen Pegang's second request, the deputy director of Wang sent a sigh of relief. This requirement called, if you don't reach your admission criteria, you want this place. Okay, then I have nothing to say. However, Chen Pang's words have not finished. Milan suddenly opened, boss, I think you want to study for these special circumstances. Chen Geng picked his eyebrows, but he didn't speak, but to indicate that Milan continued. He believes in the reason at this time, must have the reason that must be doing this. He is very clear that his personal assistant personality is very clear. Milan is very clear. As for the Wang secretary for scratching his ear long, Chen Li is invisible. In Milan, I only need to be responsible for my boss. As for others, she is too lazy to see a look. Directly ignoring the deputy director of the King of Scratching, Milan said, interviewing them, on the one hand look at their speaking conversation skills, this is very important to their future in the United States. Second point, it is also understanding their situation. When there is necessary, they will provide some power to them when they encounter difficulties. Help. Beautiful. Chen Geng hated that he would not show his thumbs to praise his little assistant, not because of other, it is because of the beautiful Mi Dunk. What is Milan really mean? Not what their English conversation skills and communication levels are not necessary to travel to these motivation. Help, but tell his boss, since we pay money, we must have enough returns. Where is the return? Of course, in these mobile quotas. On the parents. Milan's meaning is clear, I can give you the benefits, okay, this is no problem. But I give you the benefits, you must let the people who have got the benefits know who gave them benefits, and it is not to press people on your own head. They will return to me in the future. Of course, don't misunderstand, not required these motorized quotas. What is illegal and even betrayed the country, but sometimes. Special offer and proceed according to the regulations. Save time, energy, money, and opportunity cost, can be scared. Since Chen Minutes can understand the meaning of Milan, Wang deputy director naturally understands that he will not only understand, but also deeper. It is annoyed in their heart, how can you think about things, how I don't want to think. Which one of these dead foreign devils is good? These dead foreign ghosts are definitely given you a cow, you have to pay a piece of money. No, it is a return of $10. The deputy director of the king is more understanding. It is late to say that it is late. If there is no reminder of Chen Geng, the reminder of the dead secretary, this matter may be just like this, but in this damn woman said this after the words. Chen Li did not seize this dead. It was a ghost. It's really this, it is not thoughtful. Chen Geng patted his head, and some embarrassed to ask the deputy director of Wang, Director Wang, this is no problem. No problem at all. The deputy director of Wang bite a little smile. The original benefits are the Ministry of Education. Relying on these 20 mobility places, the Ministry of Education can change the benefits, but now, the life is Chen Geng to cut. I took a large piece. I thought of this. The deputy director of Wang was painful, but he couldn't help but he can't say anything. This is really painful. And Chen said this, the deputy director of Wang is in a hurry. It is said that it is a hurry. It is better to say that it is falling and escaping. He feels that Chen Li may be like the foreigners who come to Huaxia. More money, so vocal, but also in the idea of mixing a good impression there. But now, the dead Chen Tong is a silly. More money, so confused, stick the root is a monkey. Compared to the deputy director of the death of the rupture, Chen Geng's mood is more happy. He is happy to pick a thumbs up to Milan, do it. Of course, I am going to give me a salary. The care of the alma mater is different. After Liu Die clearly stated that Chen Geng was collected by Chen Geng, Chen Li was not only the skin, but also took the opportunity to go to Hua. And he also donated 3 deck to Hua King small machines and 3 Apple II small machines, and clearly propose requirements, with Fairn's company has a relationship with the campaigners. Cooperative relationship must be divided into a DEC small machine and 10 Apple II. There is at least one DEC small machine and 10 Apple II. As for the remaining DEC small machine and 10 Apple II, that is the Hwang himself to be assigned. But even if this, Hwang's leaders are also happy, no complaints, no matter which system is assigned. Isn't we in our Hwang? The meat is not rotten, and it is rotten in our Hwang pot, not in the case. So in the future, Hwang's students are nostrils in front of the scholars of the Northern University of the next door. Do you have DEC and Apple II? Do you know how much you want to buy these 3 DEC small machines and 30 Apple II micros? In the face of Hwang's Yaoyangwei, the Northern University of Peking has no way, but who makes Chen Li are not the students of Northern University. In desperation, at the time, I went to the airport to give Chen Mingz's Peking University. I became the pump of the students. Hwang's principal knows that I will take a student. How do you not know? The matter of the international fund is just a small unusual small episode. The real heavyhead is still a cooperative project with the SAIC. Must not lose. Don't be lost. This is simple, but it can be troublesome, such as the SAIC's side of the finals of this general line, held a grand celebration ceremony, and will invite many heavyweight leaders and partners. On the spot, there is not only the leadership of the Magic City and the leadership of the central ministries, but also can be D and national leaders. Leadership. We all understand that this celebration is to see the heavyweight leaders and invite them to them. What is better than a few new century sedan from this assembly line to the leadership way? There is no doubt that there is number. But the training of workers has not been completed. What should I do? After a discussion, a perfect program has been introduced. Fernandez offers a full set of parts of 10 new century sedan, and then assembled on this total assembly line. Of course, there is no problem, just the full set of parts of these 10 new century cars is not too scattered. In addition to the 4 wheels, the steering wheel and the seat have not been installed. All other places are all installed, including lamp groups, leaves, door, etc. All have installed, debugged in place. At that time, as long as you put 4 wheels, steering wheels and 3 seats, this 10 new century cars are alive. Well, it is so scattered. This is when Chen Li is still in the United States. SAIC is communicated with Fernandez. When Chen Geng arrived in the Magic, the 10-wheeled new century car has arrived in the warehouse of the Magical Auto Manufacturing Factory. Accompanied by Chen Geng to the warehouse, the current Magic Automobile Manufacturing Plant. The former director of the Magic Machine, the secretary of the Magical Machine, said to Chen Geng, "Mr. Chen, you can rest assured, these cars we bought, our factory specializes a row of militia, the 24-hour Tolad turned latte. I promise that I will not have half." Prior to Incorporated, Chen Li also found out the militia soldiers who took a whistle with a gun station. He heard the enemies said that Chen Li was still shocked. No. As for too much, I am angry with Chen Geng, and the enemy has confidence that Chen Geng's expression, "Mr. Chen, I will tell you that the 10 cars, we look down on the eyes and bottom, just in this way, the leadership of the city still don't worry, this is the first in China, which can produce the world's advanced horizontal sedan, which is very significant. It is absolutely not allowed to have slight mistakes. This is a political task." Chen Li was speaking. He is very clear, a little something and political task. Hanging hooks, then no matter how much it is not too much. What is the view of the Chinese people in this era? Not too. Chen Geng had to say, "Okay, no matter what, pay attention to it is not a bad thing. It's this truth." The enemy smiled and nodded, and he immediately turned, "Yes, Mr. Chen, what is your requirements for this ceremony?" "Nothing. P.S. Brothers, please wait a few minutes." He is very clear, a little something and political task. Hanging hooks, then no matter how much it is not too much. What is the view of the Chinese people in this era? Not too. Chapter 392 is coming to play Autumn Wind Penmark WWW. As mentioned earlier, this project has a significant significance of Huaxia, and there will be a heavyweight central head. Although it is just a wheel, a steering wheel, a seat, but the pressure on the sake is very high. I have a big trouble. It can be buddy. In order to ensure that there is no loss, the MVA automobile manufacturing plant has detected the total assembly line. The operation of each system confirmed that it was guaranteed that the chain was not lost, and in this case, Chen Geng was invited to Fudan invitation letter. Invite Chen Tong to Fudan's students to do a speech. Let the invitation letter. Chen Dynasty's face helplessly looked at Evil. What is the invitation letter? This is clear that the autumn wind knife. Fudan, this is to see Huaking to get the benefits. Evil is awkward. Indeed, I can see that this invitation letter in Fudan is here. The meaning of drunkenness is not in the wine, since Yu Chen Geng is now in the devil, no matter whether you eat our Fudan invitation. Since the invitation has been sent, then how much always wants to say it. I really need to say, but how to say it is, first, I can't let other colleges and universities have samples. If you learn Fudan to play the autumn wind, your day isn't there. The days of major colleges and universities are not good. Once they realize that there is a guy who is stupid, they don't know what is called, but on the other hand, the future magic will become the most important according to the ground in China. It is essential to ourselves with magic and magical college groups. How do this go to work? I really test my handle ability. This, after some thinking, Chen Geng said to Ensers, the leaders of the dynasty, troubles with the leadership of the city and the leaders of the major universities of the magical, said that I intentionally follow the previous and Huaking, Harbin University, Western cooperation model, colleges with magic surges in new materials research, power technology, computer technology, and aerospace technology. Fernandez companies will study in scientific research equipment and instruments, scholars, funds, and abroad waiting for many aspects. What is the meaning of asking the demon and the leaders of major colleges and universities? Encyclopedia immediately understood that Chen Li was really meaningful. I want to eat white, but if everyone can cooperate with each other, mutual benefit. Give more, no problem. Is there a problem? Is there any problem? I heard that Chen Jirani is willing to work with Huaking, Harbin Institute of Technology, Western Engineering University and the university in the magic capital area in the field of new materials, power technology, computer technology, aerospace technology, etc. Not only can provide research equipment, instruments, it is also possible to provide scholarships, funds and opportunities to study abroad. They are excited when they are called together, and the leaders of the magic universities in the universities are excited. The vice president of East China president took the table. No matter what you don't do, our East China is doing. Who can't do it? Old Li, can you speak some? Fudan's vice president did not be a good white Lao Li, and immediately looked at the hatred. Dynasty is long. Mr. Chen Li does not say a part of cooperation. In this way, not only the leaders of colleges and universities, but also the main leaders of the estuary, the Magic City Education Bureau and the Magic City, but also look at him. Mr. Chen did not say, just put forward such an idea. Evil shakes. As for the specific cooperation mode, Mr. Chen means that if you have this meaning, wait after the magic motor factory is over, everyone will discuss together. This is okay. Oh, right, Encyclopedia's head almost forgot. Mr. Chen also said that if everyone talks, he can set up a R&D center on the edge of the devil. R&D center? Several principles. The vice president's face can inevitably bring a few points of disappointment. What does the R&D center do? In the eyes of several education sectors, the R&D center is like countless research institutes in China, although it cannot be said that the research is useless, but it is too small to follow the possibility of stamping. Looking at the disdain and unmealed in the face of the educational circles, Ku suddenly smiled. The American Research Center and our domestic research center are different. People's research centers are serving business. Companies arrange the task to the R&D center. After the task is completed, when the results are applied, the R&D center can even get dividends. Lao man. What do you say? Can you have a dividend? Yes, Talk about this dividend. How much can you do? I have never heard of the leaders of several colleges and universities in this kind of good things. When the eye is awkward, it will be rounded. In this educational funding, even the daily salary of teachers cannot guarantee the age. If there is a stable way to make money, for all major schools, this temptation is too big. Although encyclopedia is very enjoyable, this kind of professor is even class feeling, but very clear. He did not dare to tell, and he said, "How do I do it? I don't very clear." Listen to Mr. Chen Ming, roughly, such as he released a research and development project. Usually these R&D projects will soon be put into actual commercial applications. The R&D Center will provide all R&D funds and equipment. Give a R&D date. There will be bonuses in advance. Waiting for this after the project application. After the actual situation, it will give the R&D team a certain proportion of dividends. I don't know how much, but Mr. Chen said, as long as everyone works, the annual dividend guarantee is more than $10 million US. Not only a few big tesses in the Magic Education Unit, but the eyes of the leaders of the Magic City are straight, and a deputy mayor of the meeting will not be held, and the trembling asked Comrade Ivias, Mr. Chen Li really said this? The dividend of the year really has thousands of dollars? Elderly nodded. Mr. Chen Li is so saying, what is it can be so much? Mr. Chen dynasty means that as long as you work hard, complete 80% of the R&D task, you can take so much. After saying, encyclopedic has been added, but Mr. Chen also said that the R&D mission is definitely not easy, and it is impossible to make a light and easy to make money. It is impossible. No one speaks, but in the college leaders, there is accounted, all the heart. This money is not easy. This point is that there is enough mental preparation, more than $10 million US a year. It's easy to see the ghost, but the problem is before I went to find such a chance to earn so much money for a year. You must know that this money can enter his own small gold library. In the construction of a faculty and dormitory, I will give you some bonuses every year. I will send you 2 bags a barrel of oil every month. I can all expect this, no matter what you don't do. Anyway, our East China is dry. Li Vice President Li, a big leg, the big voice. Our East China Institute of Technology is not high, just guarantee the research and development of the project. There is a 5 or 60,000 dividends in 1 year. Everything is good. Magic Regional Science and Technology key colleges help to establish cooperative relations with themselves. This is not expected to Chen Li, but the leaders of the Magic branch of the Chinese Academy of Sciences have been a bit. It's unexpected to Chen. In the face of the Chinese Academy of Sciences Magic branch, the song director rose red face, and the hope of branch, have you joking? As the management institution of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the R&D institutions of the R&D institutions, Zhejiang Province. The Chinese Academy of Sciences Magic Branch Management Institute of Magic Microsystems and Information Technology, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Magic Silicate Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Magic Optical Precision Mechanical Institute of Chinese Academy of Sciences, Institute of Magical Appliance Research, Chinese Academy, Magic Technology Institute of Chinese Academy of Sciences, Magical Organic Chemistry, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Magical Life Science Research Institute, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Magic Skywater, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Magic Drug Research Institute, Chinese Academy of Sciences German Institute, Chinese Academy of Sciences Hujian Structure Institute, Institute of Materials Technology and Engineering, Chinese Academy of Sciences, Magic Urban Environment Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Magic High School of China, China Academy of Sciences, Aeronautics and Technology Research Institutes, etc. Total 15 research institutions. This total of 15 scientific research institutions represent the highest scientific research strength and level in China in the relevant fields, respectively. In the late 1980s, the Chinese Academy of Sciences in some high-end areas are not much poorer in the world, and if they can establish cooperative relations with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, for the promotion of the technical strength of finances and related units, undoubtedly it is a qualitative leap. Before this, I never thought about working with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, don't want, but I didn't want to think. Heard of excitement in his heart. Chen Geng makes his expression is not so excited. Vice President, I want to know if this is your personal meaning, or the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences magic branch mean. Well, the Chinese Academy of Sciences is special, so what do you mean by your superior authorities? Deputy Chief of Mo smiled. Mr. Chen, I said, if there is no allowance of the superior leader, do you say that I can come to you? It is also. After confirming this, Chen Geng's machine is disconnected. Vice President Mo can cooperate with the Chinese Academy of Sciences is my honor, so that although the specific cooperation details need to be discussed slowly, but in order to express their sincerity, I personally will take 100 every year. $1. Donated to the Institute of Subordinates with We Have Partnership. What is the holding? What takes to take the shelf? In going to see the ghost. As for the Deputy Director of Mo, I heard that annual donation of $1 million to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the magical branch. I will lose it to the Pacific Ocean, and asked, Mr. Chen, what you said is $1 million per year. Yes. Nothing special requirements? No, it is given to you. You want to spend how to spend. It is determined that Chen Geng donated this money does not have any additional conditions, and the Deputy Director is only one thought. It is right. This time is true. $1 million per year, converting into RMB is more than 2 million, coupled with the various subsidies, allowances, subsidies, and flat stalls to each researcher, and there is a minimum of 4 or 50 hundreds per month. What is the dollar? Only $5 or $60 in this per capita salary. The income of more than 4 or 50 money per month means the employees of the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences magic R&D system, and the income is doubled. Can double. This day is not a little, but a big better. The meat can eat every day. P.S. Brothers are embarrassed. Please wait a minute. 10 minutes. Before this, I never thought about working with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, don't want, but I didn't want to think. Heard of excitement in his heart. Chen Geng makes his expression is not so excited. Vice President, I want to know if this is your personal meaning, or the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences magic branch mean. Well, the Chinese Academy of Sciences is special, so what do you mean by your superior authorities? Deputy Chief of Mo smiled. Mr. Chen, I said, if there is no allowance of the superior leader, do you say that I can come to you? It is also. After confirming this, Chen Geng's machine is disconnected. Vice President Mo can cooperate with the Chinese Academy of Sciences is my honor, so that although the specific cooperation details need to be discussed slowly, but in order to express their sincerity, I personally will take 100 every year. $1. Donated to the Institute of Subordinates with We Have Partnership. What is the holding? What takes to take the shelf? In going to see the ghost. As for the Deputy Director of Mo, I heard that annual donation of $1 million to the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the magical branch. I will lose it to the Pacific Ocean, and asked, Mr. Chen, what you said is $1 million per year. Yes. Nothing special requirements? No, it is given to you. You want to spend how to spend. It is determined that Chen Geng donated this money does not have any additional conditions, and the Deputy Director is only one thought. It is right. This time is true. $1 million per year, converting into RMB is more than 2 million, coupled with the various subsidies, allowances, subsidies, and flat stalls to each researcher, and there is a minimum of 4 or 50 hundreds per month. What is the dollar? Only $5 or $60 in this per capita salary. The income of more than 4 or 50 money per month means the employees of the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences Magic R&D system, and the income is doubled. Can double. This day is not a little, but a big better. The meat can eat every day. Chapter 393 Everything from Jane Penmark www. Old Mo. This, I really give us. Looking at this check in front of you, several leadership of the branch are trembled. Let's do it. This is a solid $1 million. Don't see the US dollar and RMB's official exchange ratio 2.51. Everyone knows that this redemption is not to react the real exchange ratio between the two currencies. On the black market, the exchange ratio between the two currencies has long been more than 10:1. But even if it is like this and there is no market, if the factory can create $1 million in foreign exchange reserves for the state a year, it is to be branched. But the big money is so big, Chen Li is so gives us. Even the leaders of the branch are also a wide view, and they can look at this check in front of them. They still can't believe it. Yes, Mr. Vice Preserve Head, I know what everyone didn't say. I don't have to ask. He will take the initiative to say, Mr. Chen said, this is he donated to our magic branch. How to use it all. I have said it, there is no additional conditions. This is good, this is good. Listening to no additional conditions, many people are looking at each other, the faces are merit me. This money can be dominated by himself, it is great. Even some people can't wait to start suggestions. Everyone takes this money to do what is used. For example, the housing of the branch is more tense. First cover 2 dormitory buildings. I haven't waited for them. And the deputy director of Mo said again, but Mr. Chen will put a suggestion. Okay. Everyone is a glimpse. Is there a suggestion? If you are in your life, the royal dean is still reacted quickly, and asked, what suggestions have been made? He hopes that this money is used as much as possible in improving research conditions. It is best to add some research equipment and instruments. After a while, I don't know who is whispering, improve research conditions? Say it easy. It's some people have opened, and they will be attached to. This money gave us. How should we use it? Do you have any questions? But not. Chen Li is so rich. Why don't you give you a few computers, even if we donate a few dormitory buildings? Listening to the discussion of the following comrades, although the royal ceremony did not speak, it was screwed into a group of, the consciousness of the following comrades, let him have a little annoyed. However, the Dean of Wang has not spoke, but the deputy director is already anger. Oh, I didn't expect Mr. Chen Li to give money to improve research conditions, but also sent it. On this attitude of some comrades, I still have those patriotic Chinese overseas Chinese dare to donate money! Exclamation mark. Before speaking, the people of the little words immediately collected the sound, and if they were a cold, they realized that this problem did not think so simple. No, in this world, paper will never be able to package fire. If you pay Chen Gang to the branch, the money used to buy research equipment and instruments is moved to do it, and who dares to donate to the branch in the future? Does the money, in order to clearly in front of you, it harms the future of the future. This is what only fool can do. Monsieur, deputy director, did not think about it, pointed to them, angry, hey, you are the interest. Mausenschleit. As long as our branch is successfully reached with Mr. Chen Geng, do not say how many research funds can be obtained each year, the dividends from each year will be not less than this number. When you want to cover how many dormitory buildings, how many bonuses do not send. No one said 3-4. Today, I will first be here. Who dares to think about our branch? Don't blame me for your love. After listening to the vice president, I took the practice of the majesty and dare to talk about the majesty of the Mo. There was a kind of impulse that smoked my mouth. Vice president said yes, it is really a mouse light. But more people's eyes are bright, and the Dean of Wang, the peer of Wang, who took the deputy director and asked, Old Mo, Really? Mr. Chen agreed. The first thing that is just told is to give the check to everyone. Everyone is shaken by this value of $1 million. And I am looking for this money. I have forgotten it. The vice president came to Chen Li this time, but went to the magic branch to find a stable financial source. Yes, the deputy director said, Mr. Chen promised in principle, but he said that the specific cooperation details should wait until the things on the side of the steam are over. Yes, Mr. Chen Li said that it is necessary to establish a technology research and development in the Magic Center. Director Wang nodded. Of course, he knew that Chen Li came to the magic this time. Naturally, it is clear that it is really not talking to himself. But since Chen Li has intended to establish a technology research and development in Magic the Center, the cooperation with the Chinese Academy of Sciences Magic Branch is absolutely not just talking. I have determined this. His expression gradually became serious. Comrades, all the deputy director, everyone heard? Everyone is working for many years old. Comrades, all understand this opportunity for our Magic Branch. I don't say more. Just say one, on this matter, who will not go with the branch? The branch is not going. This is the collective decision of the branch party team. The last sentence, the voice of the prince said. But no one does not think there is anything wrong with these words. As long as the cooperation with Chen Geng is reached, the ticket, the house, the paper, the title. Everything is. You can say that with Chen Pika cooperation directly related to tens of thousands of people in the Chinese Academy of Sciences, who dares to have moths at this time, that is, tens of thousands of employees with the entire Chinese Academy of Sciences, the family of more than 100,000, and the children's rice bowl can't go. Since you want to smash everyone's rice bowl, don't blame everyone to smash your rice bowl. When everyone suddenly became, they should be. As for the prince's opinion, the opinion of all members of the branch party team, giving everyone a gang, will not have any opinion. Didn't see the party members of the entire branch, also at the same time, the Magic City the main leaders of the Magic City is not because of nothing, because of the front. The face of this Li secretary is really scary. What are you doing? Li secretary's face, the head is 3. Similar activities should be everywhere. Keep in mind that we are the public servants of the people. Don't lay the waste. You can see your arrangements. You are going to open your head. Has face. In the end, Li secretary is almost shouting. According to the secretary of the head, he should develop. Chan collapsed in front of the color. At weekdays, he also asked himself to do this. It can be used as the head of the first team executed by the big head. After reading the arrangement of the Magic City he really can't help. The comrade of the magic, is this going to do? The country is still so difficult. Is it to be wet? Is it a head? Or is it a head? The face of the leaders of the Magic City this problem is indeed negligent. And the head of the head has repeatedly stressed that our party must save. Resolutely put an end of the pale waste. Everyone is in private. It will be a little more. No one can see. Can this activity is to be on TV news, showing it to the people of the whole country, so that the people see these. How will the people see the leader? Exclamation mark. It is no wonder that Li secretary is so angry. I think this. Many leadership is alive. But let them feel fear is that the head will not think that this is Ulcina deliberately giving yourself ugly, upper eye medicine. If the big head is really thinking, it is really serious. Li secretary criticized, it is what we think. As the two-hand of the Magic City, Wu Dong is turned on, and it took the initiative to admit mistakes. Please trust Wang secretary, we will adjust. Well, our original program is ready to arrange a small venue under the car offline, hold a small celebration. I feel so simply. This is quite good. Windong is finished. Li secretary immediately nodded. The head is the more simple and better. What kind of literary performance? Eat and drink. Excused. Can be simply simple, as for Mr. Chen Li, Mr. Chen Dynasty. Speaking here, the secretary of Li looked at the comrades of the Magic City Mr. Chen Miss People has their own private aircraft. private manner, you think he will be worse. It's going to say you will be quenched in people's eyes. You want to have a face of people who have seen the big face in people. You think more. Since Da Secret said, "What can I do?" Of course it is the photo. Therefore, when Chen Geng saw this simple and even some cold gratitude, if he didn't see the warm celebration of the first new century car of the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory, the red silk banner, saw the familiar faces of the Magic Urban Habitat, he even doubted that he went wrong place. However, it is suspicious, seeing this simple scene, that I am used to the bustling, I feel unusual and comfortable, but he thinks, it doesn't mean that the Magic City at Chen Geng's old acquaintance, the deputy director of the Magical Planning Commission, Jiang Tao, a stacked Chen, said, "Mr. Chen, I can't help but I can't do it. It is too simple." Mainly the leader told everything from Jane. "So fine." Chen Mong smiled and shook his head, pointed to Jiang Tao. Around Jiang Tao, "To tell the truth, Huixia has been a few times. Our country is now a lot, so I feel very good. It is use money on the blade. If you put the golden brilliance you get here, I feel that my heart is uncomfortable. And those slogans are as white as shout." I didn't expect Chen Pai Gong. I will say this, Jiang Tao is not a glimpse. Look at Chen Geng's eyes, his eyes are sincere. Obviously, this is not to be said to himself, but this is true idea in his heart. For this simple practice he is really satisfied, very appreciative. When the original formulated smile on his face, I sincerely sincere, with the hands of Chen Geng, "Mr. Chen, thank you for your understanding." Welcome. Yes, give you a grease first. If you have any special circumstances, you will be too surprised. Okay? Chen Geng has raised his eyebrows. "Mr. Chen, do you like to see such a joke?" Jiang Tao shook his hands connected. "You are the most important guest of our magic, is our good friend. Who dares to catch you?" Chen Geng also knows that this situation cannot happen, but let him ask. Jiang Tao is a mysterious and refused. P.S. Brothers, please wait a few minutes. However, it is suspicious, seeing this simple scene, that I am used to the bustling, I feel unusual and comfortable, but he thinks, it doesn't mean that the Magic City at Chen Geng's old acquaintance, the deputy director of the Magical Planning Commission, Jiang Tao, a stacked Chen, said, "Mr. Chen, I can't help but I can't do it. It is too simple." Mainly the leader told everything from Jane. "So fine." Chen Mong smiled and shook his head, pointed to Jiang Tao. Around Jiang Tao, "To tell the truth, Huixia has been a few times. Our country is now a lot, so I feel very good. It is use money on the blade. If you put the golden brilliance you get here, I feel that my heart is uncomfortable. And those slogans are as white as shout." I didn't expect Chen Pai Gong. I will say this, Jiang Tao is not a glimpse. Look at Chen Geng's eyes, his eyes are sincere. Obviously, this is not to be said to himself, but this is true idea in his heart. For this simple practice he is really satisfied, very appreciative. When the original formulated smile on his face, I sincerely sincere, with the hands of Chen Geng, "Mr. Chen, thank you for your understanding." Welcome. Yes, give you a grease first. If you have any special circumstances, you will be too surprised. Okay? Chen Geng has raised his eyebrows. Chapter 394 is waiting here. Penmark www. After all, it is extraordinary. After the true feelings of a moment, Chen Gengfei quickly adjusted his emotions, and some embarrassed to say, "Let you laugh." Since people have made things on this, Chen Tong is no longer polite, slightly, giving Chen Hongjun, respectful, "Uncle, congratulations." I didn't expect Chen Pai Gong to do this. Chen Hongjun waved his hand, actually a bit of hands, no knowing how to answer. In these accompanying people, he is not only a temporary, the level is also the lowest, and naturally it is not easy to talk. Fortunately, Chen Mong fully understood his difficulties. He didn't wait for him to say, "Uncle, now it is not talking, wait for you to be convenient, let's talk about it." Although no one said, The head of Chen Hongjun took himself around. This means not obvious enough, so Chen Li is very conscious. Skepta Big Head. As a time, it strictly requires his own soldiers. Listening to Chen Pei, although Chen Hongjun also hopes to talk to Chenj, but his first reaction is to look at the big secretary of the head. See, the big head of the head is nodded, and this is a nodian of Chen Geng, meaning it is said. I saw that Chen Geng and Chen Hongjun showed this true feelings, and the head of the head is actually very happy. What did Chen Ming's true feelings explain? It is said that Chen Ming has a true feelings of his loved ones in China. Some rumors naturally don't attack it, and then it will be broad. Is it difficult to further? The leaders of the Magic City and the leaders of the Magical Guard area, after seeing this moment, the head of the head immediately sat up. Obviously, the head is ready to use this way to come to Chen Po. But it is now, there is no, I want to come, I want to come. It seems that this is the most good way. I don't say if the Magical Guard area can place Chen Hongjun's place. Even if there is no position, it is difficult. In this way, what attitudes and methods should be used when I treat Chen Geng Chen Hongjun in the future? It is worth considering. Although the big head of the magic, there is more than half of the rushing from Chen Bai, but since the name is to participate in the new car offline ceremony of the magical auto manufacturing factory, the program cannot be less, such as the comrades of the magic. The work gives affirmation and comfort for their next work. I have finished the process, and I have arrived at the climax of this event. When the new car is offline, when the 10 cars are bright, the car body is on the body. When the big red silk drove slowly from the total assembly line, the audience sounded warm applause. Although the big head has seen this car's photo, but for a car, the photo does not completely show the essence of a car, such as the moment. The big head is very satisfied with this car. Sitting in person after experiencing some, I gave a very high evaluation on the spot. This car is very beautiful. Watching it is atmospheric. No matter the front, it is very spacious. The senior administrative car of the government is indeed very suitable. Okay, I see that our country can produce such a beautiful, exquisite, atmospheric car. I am very happy. The work of the comrades of the magical is very good. Although everyone knows that this 10 cars have not used a screw, don't say tires, even the 5 screws of fixed wheels are imported from the United States, directly from the United States. But this does not hinder. Everyone immediately thundered applause. Chen Geng is also very happy, with a big head, as the senior administrative car of the government is really very suitable. The evaluation, as long as you don't die, 4 circles will think about the domestic waves. The big head is very satisfied with this car, but when you look at this car, the big head suddenly opened to Chen Geng, asked, Xiao Chen, you are the boss of AMC car, which must be very understandable to the automotive technology and automotive industries. What do you think? How big is the technical level of the domestic automotive industry with abroad? Chen Geng is somewhat hard. How do you let me answer this? Does me say that the domestic auto industry and the international advanced level have a gap between at least half a century? When discussing privately, I said that I have no problem, but now in the face of so many people, it will be two-faced to give everyone. Looking at Chen Geng's face is difficult. The big head is highly said, don't take care of our face. Our total C party will pay attention to seeking truth from facts. How is it, Xiao Chen, what do you have? The head of the big head said, Chen Tong nature is not good. He thinks a moment, he said seriously, I don't have time to enter this industry, and I don't have enough understanding of this industry. Although some opinions, but just my words, not very accurate. What is wrong? Please forgive me. The head shakes his head. Xiao Chen is too polite. There is a person in the field. There is a calculation. To talk about the insights of the world auto industry, you are definitely the deepest. We also need to have an accurate to your own situation understanding. Good medicine, the truth of good medicine, we still know, Xiao Chen, you don't say the truth. Since the big head is the gap between the world's automobile industry and the world's advanced level, not the so-called compliment and hello, I am good. Chen Li is no longer around the circle, and I am in the words. The first is production capacity issues. In my opinion, what can't be produced is not the first place, but a car's production capacity. These days came to me and the leaders of the Magic, chatted, and heard that they have produced almost 20,000 SH760 small cars from the establishment of the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory. It is proud to produce the SH760 produced by the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory. The car is more than 10 times the red flag car produced by FAW. But frankly, I don't think this is so proud. Don't say that AMC has 400,000 annual production capacity, saying that before I acquired AMC, my modified factory can produce all kinds of mass production modified cars, nearly 5,000 in. This production capacity is not on the US car industry. This is a bit face. Many of them can't laugh. When I have the production capacity of the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory is more than 10 times more than the FAW sedan, I didn't find that my production capacity is not worth seeing to see myself. A person who is present, there is a counted one. No one thinks that Chen Ming's words are giving yourself ugly, because they all know, Chen Geng is just a simple statement. So, the amount of change can cause quality, Chen Geng said. According to the general production rules, the larger the production capacity, the lower the cost, the lower the cost, the lower cost, so that more production units have this production information. Mr. Chen, the production cost and production capacity have nothing directly. Leaders who accompanied the leadership of the event to participate in the event of the event, couldn't help but ask. Chen Geng's mouth is touched, don't know how to answer. In theory, with the continuous expansion of production scale, the production cost of single products must have declined. What is the increase in production costs without expansion with capacity? Well, it is in the current state-owned enterprise in China, and only the state-owned enterprises in this era can do. The larger the production capacity, the higher the production cost of the unit product. The internal feelings, just a fool can also say want wilting. But the problem is to know this problem. How can I answer myself? Fortunately, the head did not let Chen Geng answer the meaning. He just looked at the leadership, commented on this question. He waved his hand, saying, Xiao Chen, you will say. The leadership comrades that should be engaged in political work has also realized that they might ask a very stupid problem. And a face was suddenly awkward. Without answering this problem, Chen Mongkong has a sigh of relief, saying, I heard that the annual production capacity of FAW truck is 10,000 or 20,000. If their annual production can reach 100,000, to 100,000, even 500,000, how much can the cost? How much is the economy of the entire Huaxia? If the whole Huaxia can reach the annual production of 1 million trucks, well, I think if you can keep this capacity, at least 2 or 3 points of GDP can be pulled each year. Chen Geng's answer, so that the head is summed and, so Xiao Chen, what you mean? What should I prefer to develop trucks in the eyes of China? Yes, Chen Geng nodded. I think about the limited capital, limited China. The development of passenger cars can slow down. Focus on developers and supporting infrastructure, such as roads and gas stations. After all, multiply the car is just a pure consumable, which will continue to depreciate as used, and commercial vehicles can create value for society. Yes, the road is the blood vessels of people, the truck is the red blood cells flowing in the blood vessel, and the body's departments can get adequate nutrients and oxygen supply, or read the quality and quantity of red blood cells. The big head is using the most shallow metaphor that he turned, but we also have your own difficulties. Xiao Chen, can you help me in this respect? I will know this. The answer of the head, let Chen Y mind it in some words. I will say, which biggest head will be so idle, talk to yourself so long? Now it will be understood that people are at all. The meaning is not in the wine. However, this problem is hard to live. He nodded very much. Of course, if there is any plan of the domestic departments, it can help the place. I am unharly. This, Mr. Chen. What good advice do you have? This opening is not a big head, but a secretary of the head. When I heard the words of Lee Secretary, Chen Li was completely understood how today is a matter of meeting. The above has been initially reached a strategic plan of vigorously developing commercial vehicles, stimulating the economy, but the problem is not yet the right door, so through this opportunity, you will come from yourself. Of course, this is not a bad thing, at least a good thing for yourself. Well, Mr. Chen, what do you have? Even if you say, whether it is good or bad, it is very important to us. The tone of Lee Secretary is more sincere. Chen Gengzhao, you can't say bad. You mean that I can understand, but how to say? On the one hand, my AMC has no truck business, on the other hand, I am also not suitable for continuing directly. Why is Chen Tong not suitable for direct delivery? Because in the West, Chen Li and Huixia's cooperation has been deep enough, and then continue to cooperate with Huixia, it will inevitably be a bit of trouble. This truth, Lee Secretary naturally understands, so although it is a bit sorry, it is fully understood that Chen Pang is difficult. I suggest you go to Europe to see if you can introduce some heavy trucks from Europe, Chen Geng said. For example, Stui, Tudrag, Volvo, Scania and other heavy car brands are very good. I suggest you focus on Steyr and Tao, compared to arrogant Germans and Surface Sweden. Steyr and 2D Pull are simply a good representative, although technology is not particularly advanced, but it is also enough. Of course, although I am not convenient to come directly, if you have reached a technical and product introduction agreement with a company, it is not too convenient in funds. It is just that I have a bank to help provide some funds. Chen Tong is a relatively cold, not because it is two mapping the iconic internal character wheels, but two drags the unique technology, all-inclusive ridge rod frame, a separate suspension, swinging half-axis, wheel side reducer, air-cooled V10 and V8 diesel engine, full-time 6x68x8 with differential lock technology is very suitable for transfer to military, and the introduction of tooth-old in China is the earliest or even traceable by the 5th year. There is still a very deep feelings for Tao ticking. That's great gratitude. Listening to Chen Geng said that he can provide financial support. Lee Secretary suddenly loose a breath. Chen Geng, how do I think you are waiting for me? His feeling is right. Before the big head, the domestic high level has been analyzed by Chen Mining. It is not very realistic that the technology directly obtained from Chen Zhong here is not very realistic, but it is possible to consider whether Chen will provide some financial support. The smoothness of things is far from the imagination of comrades. Before this, many comrades believe that it may be difficult to find Chen Geng's financing. Now, it will be seen that Chen Li is a good friend of the Chinese people given by the elderly. The evaluation, it is really like a good friend as yourself, help yourself. Chapter 395, A Few Layers Penmark www. Looking at Chen Geng in front of him, Chen Hongjian's mood is a bit complicated. From the deputy leader of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Repair Factory to the Magic corporate staff, from the deputy group to the group, it seems to have only mentioned a half level, and it seems that there is nothing, but not saying from the bird. The place came to the bustling Magic, only to say that he entered the center of the central government, and the blind man also understood how much the crossover of Chen Hongjian's step with this resume of this time, as long as Chen after the Red Army, he did not die, and the development of the class was in the event of at least the rapid person. And all this, there is nothing to do with your ability, you must pay attention to yourself in the first eye, let yourself have a strange feeling in it. This makes Chen Hongjian, which makes self-respect and excessive, have some embarrassment. Although the soldiers who don't want to be generals are not a good soldier, Chen Hongjian is naturally no exception. Countless midnight dreams. I think if I can become a general, I have no white living in this life, but I think of myself this most important step is that Chen Geng helped himself. Chen Hongjian always felt a lot of twisting, so that the assassin looked at Chen Li, he didn't know how to open. For your own old man, Chen Tilly is so familiar. Knowing that the old man is embarrassing and difficult, he took the initiative to open the mouth. Uncle, I can probably guess that you may be somewhat uncomfortable in your heart, but a family does not say to. If I have grown abroad from small, I have a relatively straight, so I will say it straight. I don't deny that your adjustment is related to me. You may feel that there is something wrong, but I think you want more. Chen Hongjun. This is too straight. I didn't expect Chen Geng to talk directly. Chen Hongjun actually didn't know how to deal with it. Chen Geng did not give him a chance to organize the language, and he continued, you may have some unacceptable, but you are in the case, no matter what you think. What do you think is in the outsider? 1. Mentioning me, they will think that I have an uncle in China. Your family is the only bloody relative in China. See you. Many people will inevitably think of you still have a billionaire the nephew. This is the fact. Whether it is eating you in your heart, it seems that this is like this, you avoid it. This fact is here, you don't avoid it. It is the same here. Hey. This. The old saying is good. The brothers of the tiger, the father and son, since we are bloody relatives, some things always avoid. Just like the relatives above the big leaders above, their families can inevitably be affected by their own influence. This kind of thing is not to transfer, let alone this to you, for me, a good thing to the magic city or even the country. Do you say? Although I didn't talk on my mouth, Chen Hongjun had to admit that Chen Geng said, no matter what I thought, I can see that my family is not open, but the words are like this, said, but did not wait for Chen Hongjun's mental. Chen Geng said here, the topic has suddenly turned, asked Chen Hongjun, uncle, you know that the head of the big head is, why do you bring you in? What is your side? According to your level is not enough as a big head. Chen Hongjun really has been transferred, because this is a factor. Chen Geng nodded, but he was slightly, and then asked, but have you considered a deeper reason? Is there a deeper reason? When I heard Chen Li, Chen Hongjun stunned. Of course, looking at Chen Hongjun's happened, Chen Ming smiled. You must first understand that for the travel of the big leaders, everyone is indispensable. Then are you indispensable also, or say which of you decided that you are allowed to be a member of the head of the person? You can't do it. What is the reason why your work is transferred from the East China military region? When the staff of the head of the office, the reason for calling himself, the reason is that Chen Geng is a VIP, very much attention to the country. It is the only blood relative in China. If you can appear on the spot, it is obviously excellent. Previously, Chen Hongjun also agreed with this statement. I don't think this is what is the problem. Now Chen Geng suddenly puts forward this, Chen Hongjun can't help but ask, yes, this time, is it really left? Why do you have to transfer yourself to the magical guard area? Why? Chen Hongjun couldn't help but ask. For the middle officer of a rectal, thinking about this problem is really hard to be him. It's very simple, because you have adjusted after the magic, it is close. Chen Hongjun has grown his eyes. What reasons are this, Nima? Exclamation mark. I know this sounds some let you understand, but this is the most convincing reason. Looking at the old man with confusion and understanding, Chen Li gave him a good explanation. In fact, in my opinion, your work mobilization must be the meaning of high-level head, and he is doing this real reason. I hope you can act as contact me with domestic feelings of the bonds and bridges. Sketchy. Chen Pai hesitated, or said, you can understand this level, and do this work well, which you can decide what you can come in the future. This is basically equal to the direct to Chen Hongjun. If you can become a general, you will see how your mission is completed. Chen Hongjun first glanced, next moment, he was shocked. He is just not good at thinking about these political problems, but does not mean that he doesn't understand these. So he doesn't make sense to say this home nephew to him is reasonable. If it is not because of this, why is the head specially arranged the list of followers? Listening to Li, secretary said that he entered the list of followers, or the head is in person. But since this, why didn't Li secretary say? Wrinkled the eyebrow. Chen Hongjun asked this question. Not Chen Hongjun did not believe in Chen Bigang. After Chen said, he believed in the first time, but he could not understand, since it is so important that it is so important. The mission is handed over to himself. Why not tell you directly? Don't you have to organize an intention? Isn't it delayed? Because this is a test for you. Test me? Yes. The test of your ability and political sensitivity. If you understand this layer, you can't even understand. You think the head will believe that you can do this job. Although he didn't want to admit, he had to admit that Chen Geng said that if even this layer, I can't understand, how can leaders believe that I can do this task? It's just that, Chen Hongjun is difficult. As a soldier, Chen Hongjun is absolutely qualified. Let him carry a gun, with the warriors, and he will never have slightly hesitation. But this time the goal is actually it is your own nephew, which makes him very difficult from the feelings. You don't have to be difficult. Looking at the old man with a difficult color, Chen Mong smiled. What do you think of your head to make you convince me in domestic investment? Isn't it? Chen Hongjun asked. Looking at Chen Geng's look, he estimated that he did 899 yes, but in addition to this, what else is it for? In addition, Chen Hongjun is embarrassing. It seems that there is no right today. Guess one thing. It can also be understood that for a half of the military camp, Chen Hongjun, the Third Army repair shop in the East China military region, this game. It is too difficult to say to him. Chen Mingxiao, as a political home with long-term strategic eyes, you think they will make such a short-sighted thing? In fact, the heads will make you do what you do. The subtleties make me agree with this country, agree with this nation. Is that so? Chen Hongjun hesitated, not very certain. Of course, Chen Geng's tone is certainly definitely a deeper point meaning, but Chen Geng feels that the meaning is not necessary to tell his old man no. Of course, there is another layer. Is there a point meant? Poor Chen Gong, I feel that I am so forced. What is the one layer? Exclamation mark. How many things I do in Nima! Exclamation mark. I am used to the leaders who have been straightforward to come straight to the layout of the task. Chen Hongjun, who has had a style of doing things that the lower level is also completed, and the style of this guess is extremely unaptured. This second layer means the most important meaning of tune you to magic, let you escort me, but also in this way, I don't have to worry about my investment will play the drift. Don't have to worry about those of the magic, come to the bamboo bar. In the local area, you are people who can speak. Chen Geng explained to Chen Hongjun. Why do he understand this point? It is because Chen Li is too understanding to his own old man. Don't give him a clear explanation. Let him know that his programs have such a layer of escorting, the meaning of escort. When they have conflict in their own, the old man will never stretch one finger. After a long time, Chen Hongjun finally opened. You seem to be a little reasonable. The leadership of this arrangement does have this consideration, but I can't just listen to your words. I need to go back. The leadership also need to know the boundary there. Of course, Chen Li took a little bit. Chapter 396 Chapter Penmark WWW. The successful landing of the new century sedan is a huge encouragement for the Magic City. In contrast, the new Century car pair is the mainstream high-end car products that can be seen from the East-Western world, such as the East-Western world, such as the new Century. Magic surfaces are easy to get a conclusion. Chen Geng provides this new Century car for the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory. Whether it is comfortable, the vehicle is still a gas field, which is a real high-end car. With such a product, the Magic Automobile Manufacturing Factory does not have to happen to the workers' rice in the next 20 years. When the Magic is rejoicing for the next line of the new Century sedan, there is a wave of people who are closely paying attention to the new Century sedan. Yes, that is Honda. In order to determine this new Century, how is the sedan? Honda dispatched a 5-person small delegation headed by a deputy agency for a long time to investigate this car. In order to keep confidential, it is not known to his own business. and Gigi is a sign. I even went to the name of the United States to check the work, first from Dongpo, the United States, after the founder of the United States, after several dealers. They quietly turned to Hong Kong Island. I learned that G's a difficulty and hardship. Chen Geng laugh, Mr. Jimmy, you are fighting with Toyota. Have no idea. Jimmy is ambiguous and smiling and said to Chen Geng, this model is too important for Honda. I can understand. Chen Geng nodded. What is the current Dongpo? The highest end of the two Dongpo brand. A Toyota Century, a Toyota Crown. That's right. It's the brand of Toyota. In Dongpo, Toyota's position is a bit similar to the Red Flag, and the Crown is a bit similar to at SSH 760. There is no one in the old NNA, there is no such thing in the old 3 Mitsubishi, there is no one thing in the old 4. Why is Honda that have always been so active and Chen why? It is what they want to have more active in the car market. I saw the car in front of you. Gigi is a little bit, I can't help but suck a cold, murmured, it's too beautiful. Jimmy is a Zishang in that. His several followers are more unity, and the eyes are almost all, and the full mouth is really incredible. It's so beautiful. It's more beautiful than Toyota Century. The like. Don't blame them for such a high evaluation of this car. How big is the size of the current 6th generation Toyota Crown? The long width height is 4,860 mm, 1,715 mm, 1,410 mm, and the wheelbase is longer than 5 meters after the length of the body. No matter whether it is a long width or the wheelbase exceeds Toyota Crown, with this new Century better. Toyota Crown is a complete younger brother. Let alone compared with the current Toyota Crown, this car is strong. It is unfair. In seeing the first eye of this car, let people connect the owner of this car with the upper society. Chen Jun, please be sure to authorize this car to us. Jimmy is not going to test drive. The red eyes are very deeply caught, more deeply. The head is not willing to raise. This car is very strong, so. Please, please. Several followed by Jimmy is a sign. He also followed him. Chapter 397 Honda Duke Penmark www. You don't have to be polite. This itself is the content of our previous cooperation framework, Chen Geng Zhao Hooks, and I as a long time. Mr. Jimmy, since this is the content of our agreement, Fernandez is of course obeying. With Chen Ma's words, no matter what is a long time, it is a big loose. Gigi is a way to bend his waist. I am very sorry, give you trouble. They are not simply worried that Chen Tong does not comply with the agreement before the two sides. It is worried that Chen Geng is so good after seeing this product. There will be a mustard of the previous agreement. Once Chen Geng, I think I have lost myself, require modification of the contents of the protocol, or delay a year and a half, it is still the Honda. And now it seems that Chen Li does not have this meaning, it is his own mind. There is no trouble. Chen Geng once again swayed, and the curious to Juji is a question. Mr. Jimmy, I ask for a lot. Honda is ready to use this car to fight Toyota's Crown, right? Hi. Although I don't know why Chen Li is asking, but Gigi is a vague. But I said, Toyota Crown is proud of our Dongpo auto industry. If possible, our Honda hopes to build a can become a proud product of Dongpo. When I said this, I saw this new Century car next to myself. I can't help but look at the new Century sedan next to myself. Sure enough, Chen Gengxen laughed. He nodded. I can understand it, but I have a question. Essentially, Honda wants to cooperate with me in this model. It is to improve Honda's brand value, just like the Crown, who is the same. Although I know that the Crown is a brand of Toyota, but the Crown and ordinary Toyota are different. In order to enhance the brand value of the Crown, Toyota has designed an exclusive front logo. So I want to ask, Honda considers is this. Jimmy is a chambered. He really didn't think about this problem. Not only did he not think about this problem, name Automatic Carco Limited has not considered this issue from the top. But this problem is very serious. Honda is to use this car and Toyota Crown to compete for the market share of large-scale luxury cars. Mr. Fernandez has designed such excellent, comprehensively crushed Toyota Crown products. If the brand level does not do the power to press the Toyota Crown, Gigi is a wish to think that he can never forgive himself. Moreover, he is particularly contemplative in the meaning of Chen Gendai. In order to highlight the difference between Crown model and Toyota's other models, Toyota specially designed an exclusive head label for Crown. If Honda wants to compete for the market with Toyota Crown, you must design an exclusive car standard for this car. Let everyone know when seeing this car, this is a homeware, but this is not a normal Honda. Gigi, who is full of cold sweats, is a thank you who are not stopped like a spring. Thank you, Chen Gengjun. Thank you very much for your reminder. If the reminder of Chen Bai, Honda almost made a mistake that could not forgive. What extent? I took a good brand, but I was hurt. So it is not surprising that it is so nervous. Chen Ming smiled and swayed. You don't have to be polite. So, Chen Jun, please ask me to take the liberty. Since you have already thought of this problem, you must have the answer to this question in my heart. Hesitating, Gigi is a sign or asked Chenj, with hope on his face. He didn't believe that Chen Pai said that if it is not thinking for this problem, it is impossible to make such a problem. Chen Li is like Gigi is a word. Do you ask Chen Li to do this to Honda? The reason is very simple, because this car is authorized according to the number of production, that is, Honda has not produced a new century, which is a new century, which is to give Chen Geng. From the perspective of Chen Pai, naturally I hope that the more it is in Honda. It's too good to lying on the house. Don't be too good. He nodded immediately. I do some ideas. Please ask you to enlighten me. Jimmy is a sign of the waist. It is similar, and I gave Chen Zhanga to a 9 titanth. Then I have been keeping it. Not only is it like this, but the same follows. The big Chen Mong does not agree. They will not give the waist. Chen Zhong did not have a sale. There are two things in my opinion. One is to learn Toyota Crown's practice, let this car become a semi-independent brand, have its own brand logo, but there is also in Honda system inside. As for the second approach, this car is an opportunity to set up an independent high-end brand and operate independently. After that, Chen Pun is looking for a long time. As for Gigi is refused to go straight to the waist. Then he bends well. Jimmy is already stayed. Chen Geng's first suggestion did not have his expectations. He is actually thinking, since Toyota can play with this, can I have this? Toyota can engage in a Crown, Honda can also engage a high-end brand of Honda, but set up an independent high-end brand? Jimmy is almost a shakehead of the next consciousness. Chen Jun, please tell us the first method. Well, what do you think this car is better? For Jimmy is a react. Chen Geng did not feel unexpected. Now Honda does not support a separate high-end brand. Do you think the Duke? Jimmy is a sign of the eyes. There. The more you gain, the more I want to think that this name is good, and it is more expensive. Although the Crown is very expensive, it is very expensive, but it is a dead thing. Which is better than Duke? It sounds feel comfortable in my heart. Speaking of the Duke, many car enthusiasts that were more understanding for Japanese cars in the 1980s, the first reaction was Y31 and Y33, or the Duke of Nissan. However, the true name is not Nissan Duke in the famous Nissan Duke, but Nissan Cedric. This Cedric, what thought it? In fact, it is a name. Cedric is a beautiful man in ancient Greece, which is probably equivalent to the famous YY in ancient China in ancient Greece. However, compared to the unlucky Y, this Cedric, Mr. S position and the Duke, the unfortunate child is much better. Nissan uses Cedric to name your own middle cars. It means that the series of cars from home is very beautiful, just like the Cedric in the legend of ancient Greek. Like a car in the car, Duke. Just this Nissan Y31, Y33 series models were introduced to a style referred to after Huaxia. Also, Cedric. How to have Duke, or Duke King. Listen to listen. Is there a momentum? Nissan Cedric. It has also become the Duke of Nissan, instead of Nissandric. If you want to dig, Duke. This is the real Duke, dude. Whether in the Oriental or Western procurement system, The duke is only the highest aristocrats of the king and the prince, and there is Kaifang in the ancient Chinese in China. For example, in the Chinese folk, there is a wide range of well-known Wangs Heziherul Chengjin, in place, Lu is the duke, and the class is roughly equivalent to Dagong in the West. The more I want to feel duke more than crown. A good Jimmy is a sign, almost a nod to think, just like the duke. Although I don't know the details of Chen Geng and Honda's cooperation, I can watch the Donglai people in the workshop. The leaders of the magic automobile manufacturing factory are not curious. How much is Chen Li earned from the little devil? There is not much, Chen Geng said with a mouth. How much is it? Honda produced a new Century, giving me $870. When asking this question, Jiang Tao is very embarrassed. He can hear the word of $870. Jiang Tao's whole person is stunned. A car is going to give you $870. Yes, that. If Honda produces 10,000 vehicles, isn't you want to give you $8.7 million? The amount is not so much, Chen Geng explained to him. If this is only produced, don't I die? Jiang Tao has a very kind of impulse. $8.7 million. Do you still feel dead? Do you know how much we don't know how much our exports have been exported? Chen Geng did not pay attention to Jiang Tao's expression changes, gave him $50 million in the finals, that is to say, it is afraid that the Honda has not produced, but also give me $50 million. Jiang Tao's voice of a sound. The whole person is almost smoked. $50 million. Is this the value of knowledge and technology? For the first time, Jiang Tao found that knowledge and technology actually valuable money. $50 million. And whether the money is less than the production or not? Jiang Tao reported on this news that the Magic City and even the central high-rise have produced huge stimuli. Because of this stimulus, in the next few months and years, the central government has successively issued a series of respect for knowledge, respecting the decision of intellectuals, respecting technology and technical workers, and Chen Li, when the sister saw the central government when I didn't have passed, or after a few years later, I didn't know the introduction of these policies. In fact, I have a direct relationship with myself. However, this will be Chen Geng also cares about these. After receiving the call from the company, Chen Ming sets back to the United States with the fastest speed. The Hummer designed, through the second phase test of the U.S. Department of Defense HMMWV Project Group, P.S. Brothers are embarrassed. A few minutes later. Chapter 398 Change Penmark WWW. When I returned to the United States, I was warmly welcomed. Not only the company is coming, but even the old shareholders who have always been in front of Chen Geng don't deal with the AMC. The old shareholders who have faced red to the airport to Chen Geng attachment machine, which is one of the previous one, or because of Chen Pai age, or because of Chen Geng's race. The AMC shareholder of Chen Geng Noodles, when he saw Chen Pai, the mighty look, it was more like to see the rich second generation of the old man who came home billionaire. Dear, have no idea. Before this, no one believes in Hummer. It is really possible to pass the National Defense HMMWV test group that can only describe the tests that can only be described by metamorphosis. Don't say that AMC's original shareholders don't believe it. Even if Fernandez is inside, those who look at Hummer through the first round of testing executives, I can't believe Hummer. It can be tested by a more stringent second round. But now, Hummer, it is passed. And the Ministry of Defense HMMWV test group, including the Ministry of National Defense to Hummer, give a high degree of evaluation, even if the old shareholders who have been squeezed with Chen Geng because of Chen Geng's arrivals, they all know that when Fernandez Chen, I will if Hummer passed the defense the test of the department will be charged by HMMWV. This article writes into the acquisition of AMC's agreement counts the order of the National Guard, which is a total of more than $2 billion in super fat, Many people can't wait. So those bastards are not to welcome me, but forced me to fulfill the commitment to acquire AMC in the 4D class business car specially modified into a mobile conference room. Chen Geng asked Jack Welch, and even a little faint ridiculous. As for anger, annoyed, and emotional emotions, I have not. If you look at it carefully, you can even see a little interest. Is it a good thing when Chen Li still thinks? Yes. Feel your own boss to make him own. Customized business car, comfortable head class chair. The heart is secretly intended to change this car as its daily car. Jack Welch's mouth is not a vague, in my opinion is such. At the same time, Jack Welch I can't hold his boss in the dark. What kind of reaction is he? Oh. It means a bit, Chen Mongxiao said. This is said to Rosemary. A group of idiots that were confused by the money. Rosemary disdainful mouth. What do they think is eligible to come in a piece? Hummer. It is a matter of being given to AMC production. Let AMC those who are not dedicated to the previous and home boss come in a cup. And another thing. This is a toe-size thing that does not have conflicts. Who specifically will Hummer? If you hand it over to the AMC, you have to let those homes have it twice. Is there a few less than a loss? Jack Welch listened to the forehead cold sweat. They all mixed in this dying tank. Rosemary. 1. He knew how this woman plans to deal with the old shareholders of AMC, and immediately set up ideas, and must be far from this woman in the future. Although I don't know any way this woman is planning, no matter which method I think, it can make these shareholders not just a penalty of a penny, but also possess the money inside. Chen Geng smiled and swayed. This is a little thing. If they are smart, give them a little benefit is not a bad thing. If someone can't help her mouth, all day, nothing is not on the face of AMC. How is it? Look at them or not know how to know. Jack, AMC now? Very good. Listening to your own boss. Jack Welch hurriedly converged the emotions that he had already started, probably felt very good. It is not enough to tell the boss to work hard, he aggravates the tone. It is very good. Last month, our loss is only less than $500,000, which is expected to be up to 2 months. AMC will truly realize it. Now no matter whether it is a bank or our supplier, dealers are full of confidence in our future. I am not asking this, Chen Gengzhao, I have to ask, this time, our product quality is rising or dropped. Jack Welch stunned, did not expect the boss to care for this. I can't help but hesitate. That is it fell? No, Jack, I remember that I told you that as long as I am still AMC shareholder, the quality is always the thing of the AMC's first value, okay? Chen Geng's tone is not so strict, but Jack Welch's forehead is cold sweat, do not know how to answer. Chen Geng didn't seem to be expected to answer Jack Welch. He said with a self-study, I remember that when I went to you, I said to you, the quality of AMC is better than the quality of Dongpu, who has one word of mouth by quality. Still good, I want AMC equals quality to become the consensus of AMC products users in the United States and even the world. Before I go to Huaxia, although the quality of AMC has been significantly improved, even in the US local car brand, the quality of AMC is not the best, even in the US major car brands. Now you tell me, depending on such product quality, can AMC reach my goal? Boss, this thing is actually can't weird Mr. Welch. Just as Jack Welch hesitated how to explain with his own boss, Rosemary opened. Oh, Chen Geng Yang eyebrows, indicating what Rosemary has to say, although said, don't hesitate and hesitate. As far as I know, because of the quality, Mr. Welch has encountered some resistance from the internal parts of the AMC. Is Welch? In the end, it is obviously Rosemary to Jack Welch. Chen Geng immediately turned to see Jack Welch. Is there such a thing? This one. In the face of the perspective of his own boss, Jack Welch hesitated, and finally nodded. It has encountered a little trouble. Chen Geng frowned, thinking about the problem. After a moment, he slowly said, I gave you full authorization. A bit bite, Jack Welch finally explained. some resistance from your side. From my side? Chen Dynasty was grinded. If thought. Chapter 399 is made by people. Penmark www. Milan blinked. Some did not understand. The boss did not have any loved ones, and there was no family relationship between the company. All things were said. How could it be? How can there be from the boss? Looking at Milan, Rosemary explained her whisper. The guys who have played the world with boss understand. It turned out to be them. I don't understand how I will have the resistance from the boss. I suddenly, when Fernandez is still a small, when I have a small second-hand car sales company, there is a group of capabilities under the boss, but very popular guy from the boss. As the company has continuously expanded the company, but the management ability of these guys has not improved, but the boss is very meaningful. Even if their ability is already a little, the boss still left them. But, really? Is it really so simple? Of course not that simple. Chen Gengson understood that this is just a test of Jack Welch. What? Try to take great rights from your hand. In a word, because of your own young, because of your skin. Let Jack Welch's heart unknown. This boss looks better to bully. The traditional American tradition is since you look better, I will bully it. If I bully, I will make it. If I am not bullying, I am a big deal. Anyway, I have no one. Loss. The idea is very good, but Jack Welch met Chen Tong. Mr. Welch, is this? Taken Jack Welch? Chen Wanto slowly said that there is no fluctuation. You are really because of the resistance around me can't show it. Fernandez's response is a bit less than I think. Jack Welch's heart jumped, but he obviously can't retreat at this time. Yes. Fortunately, I have prepared it in advance. If Fernandez is going to investigate, I will find that I really encounter from the Yuan Lao. The resistance, even if he finally wants to count, it will not be on his head. But how can Chen Tong be stupid to take the route of Jack Welch give himself? He smiled and suddenly asked Jack Welch, Mr. Welch, you are the chairman and CEO of AMC. Of course. Jack Welch's answer did not hesitate, but his heart was suddenly a sudden. Fernandez's reaction was not much like it. I don't have to send you a salary. Yes, you just need to be responsible for me. This is not wrong. Jack Welch has already answered. Then you can help me solve the confusion, since you just need to be responsible for the boss to send you a salary. Then why do you care about my hand? Chen Mongxiao said. Do you have those guys send you a salary? Chen Geng's voice is not big, and it is not as strict. It is more like a joke with Jack Welch. Although the weather is not hot, the sweat on the forehead of Jack Welch is not downstream. He doesn't even know how to deal with it, because Chen Geng said that there is no problem. As a professional manager of Chen Geng, Jack Welch's need to be responsible to people who sent salary to themselves. Even it is true that the resistance from Chen Geng's hand has delayed your work. You can find Chen Tong to coordinate, so do you delay your job work? Because this problem is completely unprinted, Jack Welch has been a half day, and he did not answer a word. Mr. Welch, how long does it take to make the second phase of the previously developed second phase? Chen Geng's title is turned, asked Jack Welch. Looks like Fernandez no longer pursued the previous problem. I heard the big boss asked this question to my head. To follow Jack Welch to give Chen Genai, was opposed to the old part of General Electric, and the eyes some joins. It seems that this billionaires are that, it is really good to bully. Jack Welch baked his teeth. 1 month, 3 weeks. Chen Geng was obviously dissatisfied with Jack Welch. He shake his head. I only give you 3 weeks. Jack Welch's face is smoked, but still nod, no problem. On the way to the AMC headquarters, look at the face of Jack Welch. 2 old subordinates who come over with him. Black whispered, Mr. Fernandez not ready to pursue your previous problem. Why are you still? After hitting the car, Jack Welch slammed into Black and asked in cold voice, who said he did not pursue? Mr. Fernandez tells you? Not only Black, Tabo does not know how to pick this. He is not prepared. Jack Welch also realized that his emotions were somewhat and he took a sigh of relief. Quality control target reaches the second phase. 3 weeks. Tariba couldn't help but scream, in his view. Don't say 3 weeks. Even if it is the second phase of the previously established by 6 weeks, it will make the head in 3 weeks. From the current quality level to the second phase of the quality control level, this is not a difficult person. He couldn't help but call, "What does Mr. Fernandez mean? It is impossible to have someone to do it in 3 weeks." Yes, he is deliberate. Blake followed, 3 weeks. This is not in line with the law of corporate management. To shut up. Jack Welch finally couldn't help it, and his faces said, "Don't I know how difficult is it in the second phase of the second phase within 3 weeks? Why didn't I argue? Down. Have you thought about it carefully?" "Hey, Jack Welch, this exit." Black and Tarberi stunned. Also said that the truth is really this truth. Is it difficult to know how difficult it is from the current quality control level? 3 weeks. This is impossible. The whole AMC, no one can know the difficulty of this. Since this, why did it agreed? Could it be? What do you don't know? Tarbor couldn't help but angry. Even if you can't do it within 3 weeks, can he do it? Don't he dare to walk? I don't have that necessary. Jack Welch shakes his head, but find a chance to deduct a bonus of thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. Do you think is it difficult to say? Tariba and Black don't talk. Jack Welch took millions of dollars of annual salary, and the salary of the two was not low, reached $200,000. Once the excuses and reasons were deducted for thousands, tens of thousands of dollars once they were found by Mr. Fernandez. I have to die. It can also be understood in the hearts. If Mr. Fernandez really buckled his bonus in the headless tasks of the time node, no one can say, the goal is not completed, no matter how many reasons do you have, since you recognize this task when you have developed this goal, as long as you didn't finish, the punishment, the penalty, the whole world. No 2 words. In this case, boss is still willing to give us a chance. He is actually a very good boss. If we have done, even if he expels us, we have nothing to say. Jack Welch said in a secluded. For this matter, Jack Welch is actually very clear. Since it is wrong with it, how can the boss pack itself? Now boss is willing to give yourself a chance to redeem. In fact, it is rare. Wide macro. He dares to expel us. Trub Thunder jumped. What did he dare? Although Black didn't speak, it was also the same expression on his face. One uncomfortable. Why don't he dare? Jack Welch watched his old subordinates, very surprised why they asked such a childish question. He is a boss. If he is not satisfied with his professional manager's work, why not be expected? Tarbor said, because you are the cost of Felgen spending a lot from General Electric. If you don't come to this rotten mud pit, you will have to become a chairman and chief execution of General Electric. Official. You also know that I was dug from General Electric. Jack Welch is surprised to look at Tarbor. Tariba, then you should be clear, I have been worth money, because I am very successful in General Electric. If I just entered the AMC a few months I am walked by the new boss. Do you think I can return to General Electric? Will someone will give me $1 million annual salary? Well, don't need millions of dollars. You feel that someone will give me $1 million? Tariba? He can't say a word. Because this problem does not need to be answered, before, Fernandez Chen is willing to give Jack Welch so high annual salary. Because Jack Welch is almost iron specific, the chairman and chief execution of the next General Electrical Electricity. Official candidates, almost natural and noble. In order to dig Jack Welch came to AMC, Chen Poiva must spend vigorous. After coming to AMC, Jack Welch and previous General Electric vice chairman, General Electric future chairman and CEO. The name is not surprised in the eyes of the public. His identity has become the first high salary of the world, and rescues the AMC auto chairman and CEO in the danger of AMC. The emperor of working, while the aura is more dazzling, the pressure is more pressure than before. If he is arrogant after the AMC car, it will be went out of Chen Geng. That consequence. Oh, people set the collapse of the disaster. So Jack Welch is very clear: you either leave after the AMC has made great success, or just do it in AMC to retire. There is absolutely no third option. When this is Jack Welch suddenly. Let's notice, this two guys don't ask such a naive problem with myself. All the questions are screaming and peeling, and the first of Tribber and Black. After the place where you are inadvertent, Jack Welch remembers a little, ourselves to try to test the bottom line of Mr. Fernandez, is also because of these goods. Previously, I didn't think much about my trust in the old department. Now, I think that this is not my own IQ in the normally. Jack Welch's heart is finally can't help but start. Don't these two goods deliberate? If you really do this, what is your motivation and purpose? Exclamation mark. Suddenly, Jack Welch realized that he and Mr. Chen Dai-Chen were shrouded by a conspiracy. Thinking of this, he nodded in his voice. Now you realize the seriousness of the problem? Yes, yes. Black wiped the sweat of forehead. Nod with Terry by. It is our simple matter. Since and Jack Welch is aware of the problem, Chen Pai is impossible to conscious, since it realizes that there is no point to measures. Nature is not Chen Meng style. Looking at Stanson, Chen Gengsheng said, Stanson, I remember that you said that people in the C Squad are veterans with special combat and investigation experience. Yes, boss. Listening to the boss is ready to start the C Squad. Stanson's expression is very calm, can be deep or flashing with an excitement. All members of the C Squad come from Delta, Green Beret, and Business Survey, with rich investigation and anti-reconnaissance experience. I dare not guarantee that they can complete the A+ level investigation task, but A and A-level investigative tasks are absolutely no problem. Very good. Chen Geng nodded, calling the head of the C Squad. He didn't say what to do to stand to enable C-Team. Stanson also didn't feel that this is the boss's untrust, as the most close people around the boss. Some things you know, the better. Chapter 400, 3 Tricks Penmark www. I believe that the Ministry of Defense has no privacy in the test process. I also believe that this Hummer designed by Mr. Fernandez are very excellent, fully compliant with the National Defense Department's new generation of HMMWV technical specifications. I have never doubtful for these points. I am worried about whether the HMMWV produced by these AMC ensures the same quality as these AMCs produced in the process of quantitative production. I am worried that this batch of HMMWV coming down from the AM General's production line is as bad as the car they produce. After all, we all know the relationship between AM General and AMC. I can't imagine our soldiers to take AM General production. When the military vehicle participates in the battle, these dead stuff will bring more disasters to our soldiers on the battlefield. This is from the traditional Chinese big newspaper. Today, the United States reported a new generation of military vehicles, HMMWV View. Hummer is a good car. Yes, I never doubt this. Just like I don't doubt Mr. Fernandez, but I suspect that HMMWV from the AMC production line is considered a real Hummer. For our respectable security, I suggest that the Ministry of Defense is enforced by Mr. Fernandez to authorize these HMMWV military vehicles to Ford, General or Chrysler production. This is for our soldiers and family members. Responsible attitude. We are not afraid of sacrifice, but we can't accept unnecessary sacrifices. This is the pessimistic view of the U.S. newspaper giants Washington Post for AMC production U.S. military new generation HMMWV. Hummer passed the second round of test of the Ministry of National Defense HMMWV project. God, this is a good news. Our children have a better military vehicle available. What? Exclamation mark. Our soldiers have to take the HMMWV produced by AM General to the battlefield. God, there is no more bad news than this. For our children, we must do something to stop this crazy thing. This is an article from the Christ Science of Science. Similar articles and newspapers, full of rough statistics in front of Chen Puzzle. There are minimalities, without exception. These newspapers, In addition to congratulations Hummer, through the second round of the U.S. Department of Defense HMMWV project group, the new generation of military vehicles, is finally confirmed, all of which are concerned about the quality of HMMWV produced by AMC, and they are in the world of all over the world, including the U.S. military. The strict regulatory measures in the military procurement and production process are invisible. If the blind man generally expresses his concerns, the quality of the car produced by AMC is very problem, so the quality of the U.S. military production is also very worried. All kinds of solutions have been put forward, but there is no exception. These methods have a common point, that is, cancel the qualification of the AMC production of HMMWV. Sitting in the opposite of Chen Ming, Rosemary's expression is very heavy. Boss. Very obvious this is someone is targeting us. If Rosemail is finished, Chen Li is smiling and swaying. Don't say such euphemism. Directly said that Chrysler is our old friend Liaka. Why do you say that? Because of the plan and arrangement. Although this batch of HMMWV is produced by AM General, the military requirements of the military demand, diesel engine purchase from Detroit Diesel Engine Factory, automatic gearbox and distribution box purchase from Ford Automobile, four-wheel drive systems and iconic door stick bridges are purchased from General Motors. Finally, in AM General, the total cost is completed. According to Chen Poiva, earn everyone together. The principal not doing so, there is no way. Who makes the previous Fernandez company's strength is not enough to swallow this big fat. In that case, money earned together. It became Chen Geng's helpless and the only choice, even if it acquired AMC. Who made the contract had already signed it. Even the snout soup did not drink. There is no doubt that this is also Chen Geng deliberately. I helped you Liaka so much. You turn your face with me, don't I put the face up to you! Exclamation mark. Then I have more. Well, it is Chrysler to make a chance of Ghost more than 90% behind. Since his boss said, Rosemary did not hide, she nodded, but then two hands. But the question is, even if we know that behind the back is Chrysler, is Liake Mr. Card is engaged in ghosts? But we don't have any evidence. Even if there is evidence, these concerns saying these newspapers are also real. Rosemary said it. Chen Li can't help but laugh. Yes, this is the trouble. Even if you know that this is definitely Liake and his Chrysler, but how is it? These newspapers, the so-called concerns on the media are not air cave. The quality of the car produced by AMC is indeed nothing. You also say how rigorously on the production and importance of military vehicles. Our people don't understand these, so can't you show your worries? Therefore, unless you can get a real hammer that you can't do, you will have no way to take Chrysler and Liaka. But who Chen Li is, even if I can't find a problem, I will not pocket. He smiled and turned to Jack Welch. Jack, you see it, now I am very trouble. What kind of plan do you have? There is such a big thing. Jack Welch is of course, will definitely be here before the arrival of his own boss. Jack Welch was actually thinking about this problem, and there was a rough clue, so Chen Geng's voice fell. He immediately said, in fact, don't look at these newspapers, but we all know that it is really qualified to determine this matter, but it is actually a Ministry of Defense. Yes, Rosemary's consciousness should be seen. Chen Krastik did not change the expression, waiting for Jack Welch to continue. I have come from big companies, like government departments. There are so-called big corporate diseases, which is bureaucracy. Jack Welch said continued. What is the most prominent feature of bureaucracy? That is, according to the class, as long as it is a decision, unless there is enough fact that it can prove that it is really wrong, there is a big problem. Otherwise it must be taken in accordance with the decision that has already been formed. Moreover, bureaucracy has a very fun feature in response to the pressure of external application, is you give me the pressure, the more you will change, otherwise I will prove that I am wrong. In order to prove that I am right, I have to adhere to the principles, which will continue until the event of collective landslide, otherwise bureaucratic will stubbornly insist on the established strategy and steps. In order to enhance your own persuasion, Jack Welch even gifted two examples. For example, the TF-30 engine on the F-14 fighter. The problem that is exploded is simply uncomfortable, and the serious aidant of light engine air parking is I don't know how many times, can be such a serious problem. The US Navy does not continue to use it. I don't know how many people call for the YJ-57 engine on the B-52 bomber to remove the teeth, with 4 more. The large thrust engine replaced the previous 8 small thrust engines. But YJ-57 continues to work on B-52, and it can continue to serve for many years. Chen Geng nodded. So you think that the Ministry of Defense will not change before the change? The AM General under the AMC produces HMMWV decisions? Jack Welch definitely said, AMC is AMC, AM General is AM General. Although the quality and quality control of AMC cars have not been very good in these years, but as the product quality of AM General for the government departments is still very nice, the word of mouth in the government is also very good. I think the problem is not big. But I am more concerned about the problem. Human problem? Chen Li did not talk. This is Rosemary, and her expression is somewhat confused. Yes, Jack Welch nodded. We must know that although the Ministry of Defense is one of the world's most serious government departments, we must also realize that the Ministry of Defense is composed of people. As long as it is a person, there will be your own ideas, with greed. Okay. Jack Welch's meaning has been very clear. The Ministry of Defense is unlikely to change the decision of the AM General from AMC to produce HMMWV, but cannot rule out that some officials of the Ministry of Defense have to be articles. Give it is really possible to happen in this situation, and it is impossible to avoid it. Chen Geng recognized Jack Welch, so he was slightly asked, so what are you going to do? First, publish a public statement. To speak to the public, one is to tell the people that HMMWV will have the independent subscriber of AMC Automotive AM General, which is responsible for production, introducing the people's reputation and satisfaction with the products produced by AM General. It is detailed to introduce the people to the military vehicle production. The IPTANS process is different from the production of civilian vehicles. Let the people can rest assured by these 2 points. As long as the people there are no problems. A few dogs call 2 times in the media nothing. Very good. Then the second, do the work of the Ministry of Defense. Jack War didn't speak, just shrugged. That means it clear. Of course. In addition to let those who can afford to stand on the AMC. What can we do? Looking at Jack Welch also rolled this, Chen Geng thought, said, this, I am publishing a public statement. Jack Welch still didn't speak, but some curious looked at Chen Li, but not very thought about, declaration? Can you find a statement to solve the problem? Only Rosemary. After Chen said this sentence, she looked at Chen Tong, with her understanding of her own boss. She keenly realized that the boss had to play a big, very large that kind. Her feel is true. In the face of Jack Welch, Chen Geng directly turned his head to Rosemary. This statement is not issued in the name of AMC or AM General, but in the name of my personal. It is grateful to the US government and the military chose the Hummer program of my design as a new generation of HMMWV military vehicles, and then, in order to express my gratitude, I am willing to take 5% of this project net income to set up a veteran foundation. Established and veteran fund? Jack Welch's consciousness opened his mouth. Although Chen Bang's words have not been finished, he is aware that his boss intends to play. As for Rosemary, it is already an exciting expression. Chen Geng said, the purpose of this foundation is to help those soldiers who have encountered difficulties in life and work after returning, whether they are normal veteran, or injured, disabled veterans. When they are working, when you encounter difficulties in life, you can apply for help to the foundation. We can even help them fight the lawsuit. Roughly the case, the specific rules, and other funds will be announced in detail. Rosemary has been completely excited. Boss, You are a bit big. Chen Ming smiled and asked, what is it? Rosemary nodded. As long as we set up the news of the foundation, I will dare to smoke in the media. As for Jack Welch, his eyes were a bit straight. At this moment, he fully understood what is your grandfather or your uncle, so that he has a very kind of impulse of two mouths, genius ideas. Why didn't you think of the use of this project's earnings to set up a foundation? Exclamation mark. There is no doubt that from the short term, the founding of this foundation seems to be losses, but from the long run, this foundation will become a great place between Fernandez. AMC Car is also a great. The link is for Mr. Fernandez, which lacks good private relationships with the military high-level general relationships. This link is too important, and it is difficult to buy in the day. Also, Jack Welch is finally in the heart. It is no wonder that I have a long life or a professional manager. And Mr. Fernandez Chen is already worth 100 million, and the talents and ability of one person are really not with age divided. Thinking of this, Jack Welch is not hesitating, and it has been investigated by 100 and 100 and 100 and 100 and 100 and 105, boss. Chrysler's hostility to us may be deeper than you think. Oh, Chen Geng raised his eyebrows and screed. Jack Welch continued.